Hello from ComFest. We are a local yoga studio and we practice every day. Our poses and style is very different from what you might encounter elsewhere. It is all about healing because we know that wholeness or healing, same word, same meaning, comes from the fact that we are whole. We are meant to live a wholesome life and die in a whole way of wholesomeness, undetached from our soul. We are trying constantly in our attempts with yoga to bring ourselves to our center which connects with the universal oneness of Godness, however you perceive that, just the energy and the breath of the universe that flows through us that we encounter and are able to connect to with these particular poses. It just helps you balance yourself. It just helps you heal. It helps you de-stress. It helps you get rid of those anxieties that constantly bother us all day long. I have with me today Janet, who will be doing some modified poses just to show you how to work through it if it is not easy for you to access the full pose. And there is Casey, who will be doing the full extensions of the poses. And we'll try and keep it simple, but there'll be some small challenging poses. With me, I have a mat today. A mat, something that gives you some traction. So a slippery floor is not so good. I have 2 blocks. And if you don't have blocks at home, get 2 heavy, big books like the old-fashioned phone directories. I have just something to put under my hand so that I have some grip or to grab if I need to. And then I have a knee pad, which is a gift from Casey, and I enjoy it a lot. So this goes under your knees if you need to use it. With that being said, stay seated, and we usually bring our left heel in towards, fold it under, so that you're sitting on that heel if it is comfortable for you, or just folding it under where you can. And the other leg folds, and the knee comes in line with the other. You can support the knees and bring them down a little bit if you don't have very open hips by placing something underneath your thighs. So that's what I'm going to do. Pull my knees down, bring my hands to my knees, palms facing up. And as you're sitting there, trying to figure out how is it that I'm sitting? What is my posture like? Where is my tailbone with respect to my spine? Where is my tailbone with respect to my hips? And so basically what you want to do is place your hands on the floor or whatever you have to raise you up a little bit off the floor, lean forward, and then drop back into the mat so that your tailbone is floating really behind you. And you're sitting forward on the ischial tuberosity, which really means your sit bones, sitting bones forward in front, chin to throat. And we are just basically staying here quietly, coming to the moment, coming to this moment. That means I'm letting go of everything that is around me. I don't care about the sounds and the smells and the sights. I am here for this 1 hour, quietly absorbing the energy of this moment. My breath connecting to that quietness, that silent energy that flows around me, through me, and everywhere. As you sit there breathing, watching your breath, not changing it, just paying attention to it, you slowly start to bring that energy from the ground that you're sitting on, through your spine, erect all the way to the top of your head. Putting your shoulders back, chest open. And slowly breathing out from chin to throat. Looking down towards your belly button, that is one of the places that you will try to gaze at. When you're rounding your back, you're looking towards your belly button. As you straighten up, you raise your chin in line with the mat, and you roll your eyes up to look at the center of your forehead. Called drishti, the gaze, where you're looking. And then slowly you're just going to lean back, bring your hands together, fold your hands, rounding your back, drawing that belly button in towards your spine, folding your hands. And on the inhale, I'm opening up my hands, palms spread in acceptance and in offering. Quietly, palms lifted. And breathing out, round your back, go back. And stretch your legs out in front, all the way. I want to turn my toes in towards my shins, spread my toes, and I've got my hands folded, and I'm slowly pulling down towards the mat. And that may be too much, so you might want to bend your knees. Just watch on it if you need some variations to make it slightly easier. And you're pulling back, otherwise you've got your legs stretched out, toes turned in. And I'm trying to go back all the way to the mat, as far as you can go, as far as you can go. On the inhale, coming up and stretching forward, bring your hands out in front of you. Hook your thumbs together, turn your palms down and stretch forward. And continue to stretch forward as far as you can. Trying to round your back, drawing your belly button in towards your spine. And this is largely the extension comes on an exhale. So whenever you're inhaling, you're just maintaining the pose. On the exhale, you're rounding your back, stretching forward a little deeper, breathing out. And then if you have the reach, you're bringing your hands over the tops of your toes, covering the soles of your feet. The legs are fully extended, toes turned in towards your shin. And you might notice the giant has her knees slightly bent, and she's not necessarily rounding her back. So she's trying, and you are just going to try and do it as best you can. If you have backaches, do not round your back. Just lengthen up towards the sky. So you're going to be more as a triangle rather than with your rounded spine. And then slowly folding forward. Bring your elbows on either side of your knees. Pull the toes in towards your shin. And bring your forehead down towards your knees. So I'm doing a kind of breathing called Ujjayi. Ujjayi means victory. It is your victory over your normal anxiety, anxious, stressed state. You are it's called sort of like an ocean sound that you're making with your throat by squeezing the base of your throat, the glottis muscle, or constricting the flow of air. And the sound sounds a little bit like a hushed ha sound, aspirant. So you've basically got your mouth closed for the inhalation and the exhalation, and you're squeezing the base of your throat to make that sound. I've still got my back rounded or straight, and I'm trying to bring my chest down towards my thighs, elbows bent on either side of your knees. Tuck your chin in, round your back if you can, look towards your belly button. And on the inhale, straighten up, take a deep breath, and blow it out. Once sitting here, toes turned in, you're going to just gently roll your head around in a nice, easy circle, heads rolling, eyes rolling. So as you move your head in a circle, you allow your eyes to roll in a circle as well. Your eyes are closed, but the other movement of the eyeballs is all around and around. Go the other way, circling. Paying attention to those little spots along your shoulders and neck and back that feel the pinch as you roll your head. We'll work on those. And straighten up, taking a breath. And breathing out, drop your left ear to left shoulder, pull the right shoulder down and away from your ears. Straighten up the head, and then go to the right ear to right shoulder. Drop your chin forward. And then get your hands together, turn your palms up towards the sky, lengthen up. So look at my arms, they aren't bent like this, they're all the way up, as straight as you can make them. And pull the shoulders back and lean back into it. And lean back, big breath, leaning back, open through the chest. To open up the chest, I'm trying to pull my shoulders back, roll my elbows back as much as I can, and lean back and lean back and lean back. On the exhale, stretch forward, try and bring your hands over the soles of your feet if you can. And then fold forward one more time, forehead to the knee. So Ujjayi breathing, the breath I was talking about, it is done to create a calmness in your body immediately. And that is because you are activating by that aspirant sound. It works against the diaphragm. It works through the diaphragm to the vagus nerve, the only nerve that flows through the diaphragm. And it brings that calmness that is part of your parasympathetic nervous system. So to do it, you're just humming the breath, going, and making that humming sound through the inhale and exhale, and then slowly straighten up, take a deep breath and blow it out. We'll just do a simple twist before we stand up. So you cross that left foot again and right leg in front. I'm going to bring my right arm up towards the sky and cross my hand over to the left thigh, placing it on the thigh and pushing that thigh down. And again, you can support that knee by placing something underneath it. Press that knee down. Bring that arm out shoulder level, chin to left shoulder. Turn your head. And then I'm going to follow my fingertips as I bring it around slowly behind my back. You can place your fingertips on the floor behind you, in line with your spine, fingers, the thumb facing the spine, and gently rotate over towards the back wall. So I've got my right hand on my left thigh, pressing it down towards the mat, keeping that hip still. And then I'm bringing, if you can, you have that ability, you're bringing that left arm around your back and tucking it into the right inner thigh. Look what that did for your shoulders and shoulder blades, such a good stretch. I'm going to try to walk my fingers into my right thigh, left hand fingers into the right thigh, pressing the left thigh down with your right hand, and keep turning, looking over your left shoulder. Keep the shoulders down and away from your ears. So I was going as far as I can, my left shoulder turned towards the back wall as much as possible. So your chest is facing the left wall. And here, slowly lift your chin up to the sky all the way, if you can, and then drop it over towards the right shoulder. I keep saying if you can, if you have that ability, if you have that access, because you do not want to overstrain and hurt yourself in the process. That gains you nothing. Yoga is about healing and not hurting. You're always working towards getting there. You never do. That's why we call it practice. We practice and we practice. But we never have a final performance except at the time of death. And this is also a practice for that. Chin comes up to the sky, all the way up. And then go back to the first shoulder, to the left shoulder. And release the hand behind your back. And bring your fingertips to your inner thigh. And now I'm going to roll my shoulders in a big circle. Big circle. Go the other way, big circle. So, circle meaning you're lifting your shoulders up to your ears and pressing them away from you, big circle. And release. Bring your legs out in front of you, hands on the floor, fingers facing forward. Try and have your hands right under your shoulders. And you're shaking those legs out. And stack those legs. I'm spreading my legs and I'm bringing the legs back. Toes are spread, toes are flexed. So I'm getting the back of my legs massaged against the mat. And I'm just bouncing them. Hands on the floor, chin open, chest open, taking a big breath, head tilted back. So here you do what you can. Again, hands are right beside you, palms are facing forward, and you're turning your toes down towards the mat. You're going to slowly lift up all the way onto your toes, so the toes are the mat. Chin up, chest up. And Janet will show you how to do it in a modified way, so watch her if you like. I'm just holding. If you bring yourself up here, it's called upward facing plank, Urdhva Chaturanga Dandasana. So you're lifting your hips up, squeeze the root muscles, the muscles on your pelvic floor, also known as the chakra 1, the first chakra, and release. Good breath. And breathe out, bring your hands up overhead, turn your palms up, and we'll stretch forward again, releasing those wrist muscles, and slowly stretch forward, bringing your hands around as far as you can. If you can't, just stretch it forward, and I'm just going to flex my elbows so that I can release those wrists. Turn your hands to face in, palms together, and stretch it out. And turn your palms out, turn your palms in. All I'm doing is trying to release those wrist muscles. And come back up, big breath, and blow it out. Fold the right leg. Left leg goes in front this time. Again, sitting tall, getting your knees to drop. If you don't have nice open hips, they should drop easily. Otherwise, I'm just placing something under my thighs, lifting my butt off the floor, leaning forward and then dropping down. So I'm not sitting on my tailbone this time. The left arm comes up towards the sky, as tall as you can make it, tall and straight. And I'm going to place my left hand over my right thigh, pressing it down towards the mat. So you should feel an openness in your groin muscles right in there. And then the right arm comes out shoulder level, chin to shoulder. And you'll bring your arm, so keep that thigh pressed down with your left hand. Opening up that thigh a little bit, that hip a little bit, bring your hands around behind you, and then drop your fingertips to the floor. You're on your fingertips, the thumb is facing the spine, and you swivel over to the right. Keep the shoulder pressed down, chin to right shoulder. Keep turning. So rotation's happening above the hips. It's happening primarily in the lumbar region of your spine, those 5 bones that allow you to bend and twist in many directions. So keeping going, if you can, take the hand off the floor and then keep twisting. The more that right shoulder pulls back towards the back wall, the longer your arms will appear to be able to get them into that thigh. And you might find one side was easy and the other side is impossible. And that's the way the body is. It depends on what you did with your life. And then chin to right shoulder, not with your life necessarily, what you did yesterday, what you did last week, what you habitually do. Chin to right shoulder, all the way up, chin to sky. Slowly bring it to touch the left shoulder. Keep the shoulder pulling down. Ujjayi breathing. So humming the breath, both for the inhale and the exhale. The breathing is not through the mouth. Inhaling and exhaling, generally speaking, will be through your nose. One more breath. Keep that thigh pressed down. Chin goes up and return to the first shoulder. Release your hand behind your back and bring them back to your thighs. I'm going to raise your fingertips up in line with your chest. And I'm going to pull it back and make a fist and pull it back. And I'm going to do a few of these, just opening up the chest and the shoulders. So we've got a fist and pull back tightly. Keep those elbows raised in line with your shoulders. And pulse and pulse and pulsing back and forth. I'm going to lean back and round my back. It's the same thing, but here instead of just pulling this way, I'm going to round my back, cross my arms over to the opposite side and open. I added my breath to it. So every time I round my back, I'm drawing my belly button in towards my spine, pushing that lower spine out, the set of sacral bones around the back. And pull back on the lumbar and round and pull back and continue. And strongly. When you round your back, you're drawing your belly button in, so it's on the exhalation. As you pull your chest open, pulling those elbows back behind you, the rib cage is wide open and you can breathe deep, so breathe deep. And breathe out and breathe in. And release. And shake those legs out again. Hands beside you one more time and shake those legs out. This time we'll bend our knees. Keep those hands beside you, hands facing forward. I'm going to roll my ankles. Sorry, let's start with the ankles. So just rolling those ankles, rolling the knees, rolling your hips, roll your chest, relax those shoulders and roll the shoulders, relax those elbows and roll those elbows. So everything is loose. In the head, your head and neck are loose and head and neck are rolling. So just relaxing it. Catching all the joints, major joints that tend to be stiff all the time. And release. Going the other way, start the ankle rotation in the opposite direction. Add the knees, add the hips, Rotate from the waist, at the chest, and the elbows and shoulders. Then add the head, and the head's rolling at the same time. And everything is moving. It's just relaxed. Take your time. Close your eyes. Enjoy the moment. And release. We're going to come onto our hands and knees. So your knees are in line with your hips, and your hands are right under your shoulders. And we're just going to basically roll our hips in a circle. So you're stepping on your toes and rolling the hips in a big circle. I'm dropping my hips over to the left and to the right. And go the other way. And drop your hips down deep towards the mat. And stepping on your toes, straighten up, hands at your hips. And here we're going to fold back. It's a heart opener, opening up the heart, raises your spirit. It allows the heart and the lungs to relax and stretch and produce better energy in terms of more air into your lungs and releasing the heart. So I'm just going to slowly press my hips and thighs forward, push forward, tighten up through the quads, and then keep your hands at your hips, pull the shoulders back, trying to get those elbows together behind you. Drop your head back, and again, if you have back issues or neck issues, just straight up. So you're leaning back at an angle and just straightening through the spine into your knees. So otherwise, you're going to round our back, keep going, and if you can, reach down to your ankles or heels and slide your hands over the soles of your feet. Chest open, pull the shoulders back, and going back as deep as you can. Very nice. And slowly release. Come back to the mat, hands on the mat. Take a big breath and blow it out. Just going to shake our head loose, just shaking it side to side like I was saying, no, no, no. And then lift your head up and down. Yes, yes, yes. And then I'm going to bring my left foot out in front, and I'm going to place it on the inside of my left foot, in front, and place it on the inside of my left hand. And then I'm going to bring that left hand actually on the inside. Bring your hand on the inside of the foot. Bring it around the ankle and try and grab that big toe. Two fingers, index and middle, go around the inside of the big toe. And you seal both those fingers with the thumb around the outside. And that knee should be in line with the ankle. So push forward till the knee is upright. Bring the right elbow to the mat. And then you're going to try and grab that same big toe with your right hand as well. Same formation called a mudra or a seal. And you're sealing the big toe by placing your right index and middle fingers on the inside of the big toe, sealing with the thumb. Both hands doing the same thing, to the same big toe. And then you're bringing your head down into the big toe. So you have to twist a little bit along the upper body. Don't twist your hip out. Keep the hip upright and get your head down to the big toe. Or just chin up, just staying there. You don't even have to grab the toes, just even bring your hands on the outside of the foot if you can. And then if you would like an extension here, you can step on your toes and straighten out that right leg and get your head all the way into the ankle and hold that. Beautiful. And then slowly release. If you can, you're going to pull back into your back heel, maybe too much. Just pulling back towards your back heel, straighten out the front leg. Stretching it out. So I'm just going halfways. Janet is probably not going anywhere. And Casey is sitting back on her heels. And it's slowly coming forward. And I'm going to place my hands on the floor, swing that leg back all the way. Step on it. Take a big breath and blow it out. I'm going to trying to step towards my heel. So I'm just going to rock on from my toes to my heel. I'm rocking back and forth, just stretching out the soles of your feet. Going back and forth. Press down into your heel, holding. Bring your hands right in line with your shoulders. So the left leg is extended I'm going to bring my right arm around wide in line with my shoulders. Reach for that ankle and bring that heel in towards your butt. And lift that knee up and stretch it up. And push away, pushing that heel away from you, getting a good extension to the quadriceps. And stretch, and stretch. And you're looking straight down in front of you. And hands back to the mat. And bring that knee forward. Forehead to the on the inhale, stretch it out behind you. Lift your leg up high. Exhale, bring your forehead all the way to the knee. Inhale, stretch it out behind you. Exhale, forehead to the knee. And back to the mat. Go back onto your heels and drop into what's known as child pose. So it's like a baby or a fetus in the womb. All the way folded back. Bringing your heels down against, bringing your bottom down against your heels. Shoulders are rolled in towards the mat. Arms are by your side. Palms are facing up. And relaxed. You're resting on your forehead. And as you're here, notice that you feel a little congestion in your throat. Cough it out and clear it out. And staying there, roll onto the top of your crown. I'm going to massage my skull and scalp by rolling on my crown. Forehead over to one ear, to the back of your head, maybe the other ear, a big circle. Just going as deep as you can, all the way around. You really get a lot out of this because that massage on the top of your head, go the other way, is working into different parts of your brain. You're activating different parts of your brain. It really does wonders with how you feel afterwards. So you can just drop your head around, turn your head around, and should be releasing some kinds of headaches and congestion and migraines, pulling back into your heels, and just release. One more breath. So one of the ways of doing Ujjayi is to not necessarily do both. If you cannot do on the inhale and exhale, it's much easier making that sound on the inhale. That's what you really want to do. And then when you take the sound away, you have the Ujjayi sound, which is a hushed, aspirant, ha-like sound. All right, so I'm going to bring that right leg out in front and keep it on the outside of your foot. Outside of your hand, excuse me. The foot is on the outside of the hand. The heel and the wrist are lined up. And then drop your shoulder down, bring your right hand around the ankle, and you're trying to get that shoulder underneath the knee, close to the knee, and get your two fingers, index and middle, on the inside of the big toe, and wrap the thumb around the outside, trying to touch those two fingers right in the center of both the fingers. I'm going to try, and you can stay right there, walk Janet. And then you're going to put your fingers around the other hand. Same thing. Two fingers around the inside, sealing with the thumb. That big toe is getting all the attention you can give it. And then you're going to bring your forehead to that big toe, known as Pada Angushthasana. Pada means foot, Angushta means thumb. The thumb of the foot, the big toe goes. And here, you can stay right there, or if you like, you're going to straighten out that leg, place the heel on the ground, and get your head in. The tendency with this pose is that with your shoulder against that knee, you tend to drop that knee outwards. That affects the hips in an adverse way. So you want to keep pulling that knee in against the shoulder, not allow the shoulder to press that knee away from you. And slowly release and come back onto your knees. Taking a big breath and blow it out. Sorry, I forgot something here. So you're going to swing that leg out behind you, and you're going to bring heel to bottom, bring it up as high as you can, bring your heel as close as you can. Bring that right hand right in line with your shoulders, and the left arm goes wide and grabs the ankle. And lift up high and stretch it up and stretch and stretch. So here there's another variation you can do, and perhaps Casey will demonstrate that by straightening up her legs and just doing the same thing with your legs straight. And you would have done that on the other side as well, just for your information. And then we're going to come back onto our knees into kneeling stance. And you're going to bring that left arm down your back. You're going to bring the right arm over, pull the elbow over behind your back if you can. And bring the right arm wide, and you're going to try and hook the fingertips together. So what we did here was we brought that right arm wide and down your back. Right arm wide, pull that elbow over behind your head. So the fingers will drop deeper down your spine. Right arm goes wide, hands turned out. Slide it up your back, hook the fingertips together. Lean back into it. Press your hips and thighs forward. Open through the chest. Go back. Go back. Press your hips and thighs forward, pushing outwards. Feel that stretch through the quads. And you're leaning back or going just upright. The important thing here is to open up those shoulders and lean back and lean back. Eyes rolling into your forehead. On the exhale, fold forward or sit back on your knees, on your heels, and round your back. On the inhale, come back up. And I'm going to twist to the right and to the left, and to the right and to the left. The thing here is you don't want to twist your hips, but keep the hips locked and just twist above the hips. And release and come back into child pose. Just resting, just a moment, not going anywhere, no rush. Don't let your mind take you anywhere. You should have control over your mind to say, no, not right now. I am busy. All right, right arm goes wide and down your back. Left arm wide, hold the elbow over if you can, a little deeper behind your back so that the fingers drop down deeper down the spine. Right arm extends. Do that extension. Don't just bring your arm around because it doesn't work. And then you're bringing your arm around, bringing it up your back. Try and hook the fingertips together. This takes a little practice and flexibility over time. So just grabbing a towel or a sock or whatever you might have close to you to get that extension so you get some stretch through the chest and through the shoulders. And then pressing those hips and thighs forward. I'm arching my back, leaning back, big breath, or just staying upright if that's too much for your back. And breathing out, folding forward, forehead to the knee. Just going down as deep as you can. Coming back up. And this time you're going to twist to the left. Keep those hips facing forward, lock them in place. Just a massage for your lumbar region of your spine. So keep the hips locked and just moving above the hips. Left and right and left and right. Deep breath. And breathe out, release, and shake those arms loose. And hands to the floor, stepping on your toes. So I'm stepping on my toes, toes are facing forward. I'm just going to roll my toes on the floor in a circle. I'm just rolling them, rolling my heels at your hips. So you're stepping on your toes, massaging the toes a little bit, stretching out the plantar fascia, the underside of your foot. Then turn your toes out behind and sit back into your heels. One more pose before we finish this up, which was to bring that right leg out in front. Sitting back on your heels if you can. Moving forward, forehead to the knee, and stretch it out. Release. And you're going to come back onto your feet and hands. This pose is known as downward facing dog. If you've never heard of anything in yoga, you might have heard about downward facing dog. This is that famous pose. It's your body in a triangle. So heels are pressed down, lifting your toes up if you can. Spread the toes so you're on the balls of your feet and on your heels. Spread the energy of your feet all around the edges so you are using the full weight of your foot against the mat. If you turn your toes up and spread your toes, your arches will lift and be activated. You're pressing back into your heels, holding. As you are standing there, there are many things happening. This is an active and a passive pose. It activates many muscles and it releases many muscles. So here, you're trying to straighten up the legs. You're trying to get your heels to the mat. When you are just starting out, the Achilles tendon at the back of the ankle is usually not very stretched out and it doesn't allow you to do this. So placing your folded up mat, scrunch it up and stick it underneath your ankle or underneath your heel and step on it to get some kind of support for the heels. And then straighten out the legs, thinking about sliding that kneecap up towards your thighs. You have to squeeze the quads and the hamstrings and then try and send that kneecap up towards the thigh. So that will straighten out the back of your knees, a really important thing. Lots of nerves, lots of other things knee to the back of your knees. It connects the upper body, upper limb, upper part of your legs to the lower part. Holding it there, and then think about, keep your feet about a fist width apart, hip width apart, and no more than that. And pulling back into your heels. Pay attention to your arms now. The arms, upper arms are rotated outwards, the forearms are rotated inwards, so they move into different directions. The wrist creases are straight, fingers are spread wide, and trying to place your hands flat on the mat. Look at your spine now. The head is neither tilted up nor tucked in. It is in line with the spine. See the tailbone as one end of the spine and the top of your crown as the other end. You're elongating, lengthening through the back of the neck, holding there. And then walk your hands in close to you and then slowly straighten up. As you straighten up, run your fingers along your legs and roll your shoulders into your ears. And press it down and under a big circle, and a big circle, and a big circle. Go the other way and release, gentle throat. So we'll do a couple of balances. One that's really nice, and I asked before class what Janet would like to share with you, and she suggested this pose. It is a lovely one because it stretches both your hips and shoulders and everything in between. It's called Garuda Asana. Garuda is this eagle or similar kind of bird that is used a lot in yoga philosophy. It is the one that carried the universe in its beak, sort of supporting it while chaos reigned everywhere. So this surprising thing with yoga is that sometimes you have to think about the pose. And this pose is actually, you're going to bring that foot, what actually happens is you bring that leg around, twist it around the calf muscle, and then you're going to bring the left arm up, twist the arm around it, and this is the pose. But it's not so easy to do, and it's all twisted up. You would think that the eagle would be a pose which would be flying and open, but it's quite the opposite. And you might think about why that may be so. You're stepping on the right foot, and one of the simplest ways of doing it is just simply bringing your other foot across it, both feet facing forward. So you just basically crossed your feet. And that's not that easy to do either. And then you're going to try and straighten up the leg that's behind. That would be the right leg. The left leg is the one that stepped across. So you're going to try straighten up that knee of that back leg. Again, that takes a little effort. And then trying to align your hips with the front of the mat, so you in line with your toes. So you have to push that right hip forward, left hip pulls back. Bring your left arm up in front, bring your right arm around it. Twist the forearm, and then you're trying to bring your hands in prayer position, or you can just fold the fingers over, which is what I suggest you do. And so you have a two-handed fist. One elbow's inside the other. You're going to round your back and bring your fist under your chin. Watch Casey if you want to do it. Do the full extension and round your back. So as your elbow draws in towards your belly button, you're using that lower muscle in your belly called the transversus that runs from side to side. The one that looks, makes you look paunchy, belly sticking out. So you're rounding that back, pulling that belly button in, drawing that transversus muscle in towards your spine, strong, rounded lumbar, and then on the inhale, slowly straightening up, and release, and shake it out. And the other leg. We're just going to basically Work those toes out a little, work those feet out a little bit, and just stepping lightly one foot and then the other. And then speed it up and bring the knees up higher. Start shaking your hands, wrists, elbows and shoulders, bring them up towards the sky. And I'm just going to do little circles. Do the other way. And then as I'm doing that, I'm going to take my left foot off the floor and keep my arms shaking and we'll shake the legs. So you're just basically shaking all the way to the hips. Shake it loose. It's not an effort like that. It's just jelly-like, and the arms are doing the jelly-like thing as well. And then the other leg. So shake it out all the way to the hips, arms all the way to the shoulders. And release. Big breath and blow it out. So you can either bring your foot over across the other way, so it'll be the right leg this time coming in front, or you can bring your leg up to your knee, or you can bring it up all the way around the ankle, which right now my leg is not allowing me to do. So I'll watch Casey if you want to do that. Then I'm just going to cross my legs here, turn my hips so that my right hip pulls back, left hip pulls forward, and right arm comes up, elbow into elbow, forearm twists. Watch what's happening with those shoulders, opening up the back of the shoulders. Get your hands together or in prayer position if you can, if you like. And bring your elbows in towards your belly button. Lift the chin up, around your back. The gaze is not wandering, it is soft. And it's looking where your eyes drop, about a few feet away from you. Keep the gaze resting there, soft. Ujjayi breathing. And then straighten up. And lift your chin up. Tilt it back a little bit. Eyes rolling up towards your forehead. And release. Shake those legs out. Big breath. And blow it out. This is known as Baby Johnny, which is baby means goddess. And I'm bending my knees. This was Casey's choice for today. And I'm going to, his feet are just sort of turned at a 45-degree angle or a little bit more if you can. Spread your legs, bend your knees, tuck your buttocks in. So you don't have your butt hanging out and your chest dropped forward. Tuck your buttocks in. So again, the focus is on the lower core. One of the advantages of doing class from home is you have these wonderful foamy sounds like the garbage guy. Tuck your buttocks in, pull your shoulders back, and drop a little more. And turn your kneecaps out. Don't let them collapse inwards. They need to go out towards the back. And drop a little more, pull your shoulders back, bring your arms up. Spread those fingers wide, and they're raised shoulder level. Keep those knees rotating out. Keep those hips locked, and you're going to twist to the right and to the left and to the right. So what tends to happen that your shoulders drop, your elbows drop, and you just do a little thing like this and your hips are rolling. You want to be making it strong. Keep it locked and twist. In yoga, there is a lot of focus on releasing the chakras. Those are those points of energy along your spine. There are seven vortexes of energy. Chakra means a vortex, something that's spinning wildly. So at the root is the red, the infrared. They're connected with the colors of the rainbow and are associated with sound, color, frequency, many, many different things. And release. And to the floor. I'm going to drop my bottom down, chin up, chest up. Coming back to the chakras. If you drop down into a squat like this and you have your knees turned out, you cannot but open the root chakra. That would be the vortex of energy, slow moving, infrared in color and in frequency and in energy. And it's pointing down towards the floor. That is your tailbone. That energy is associated with instinctive behavior, fear, doubt, all of those things. So just opening it up, allowing the root, the muscles on your pelvic floor to relax. Just staying there for a moment, folding your hands, spreading your knees wide and straightening up if you can. You may not be able to go down all the way, and Janet will demonstrate that for you. She's quite capable of going down all the way. She'll just show you the modified version today. And release and have a seat. So I'm going to focus a little more on that Ujjayi breathing that we talked about. So crossing your legs again. And we are going to practice that. So you're going to bring your hands to your knees, turning your palms up and pulling your shoulders back. This is a breath that calms you down right away. You don't need any tools. You don't need any props. You don't need to be any specific place to do this. Anytime you're walking or seated or working, take a moment and do this. You're just simply breathing in and out through the nose, and you're trying to squeeze the base of your throat. You might bring a finger to the base of your throat, right at the nape of the neck, and press into it gently. So when you're breathing in, that will draw in. Just humming the breath. And then if you like, and if you can, try maybe taking away one of those two sounds, the inhalation or the exhalation. So you're going, you're still doing the same thing, but you've taken away the sound. So there's an aspirant ha-like quality to it. And then try and do both without sound. As I explained to you earlier, this breath calms you down because it is connected with the vagus nerve, which connects with your brain and immediately brings you to a place of parasympathetic nervous state. It calms you down. Practice that. And let's shake those legs out, move the other leg in. And we are doing a virtual class today because we can't be there in person because of this COVID-19. Some thoughts on the COVID-19 are that you, again, cannot live in fear. You must not live in fear. There are so many different kinds of organisms, germs, bacteria, viruses floating out there. You don't catch everything. And when we use the term catch, it is you go out, reach for it, and bring it into you. You can avoid COVID, firstly, by not being fearful of it. That is not enough, however. You need to do some things. Every day, the CDC is giving us new directions as they're discovering more about how it behaves and how to keep it away from us. Some of the simple things from a yoga and Ayurveda, which is the sister science of yoga, which we also offer in our studio, taught by a practitioner with 13 years of experience in India as an Ayurveda doctor. Come and check it out. She is very good. All right, so coming back to this, you are doing some things, and one of the things to do is to keep those areas that allow a virus or a bacteria into your body oiled. By oiling those surfaces, those areas, you are preventing the bug from entering into your system. They get stuck, they get caught on the oil, and then you just want to make sure you're washing it off. So around your lips, especially when you go out, up your nostrils, around your eyes, in your ears, every time. And then you can just wipe it clean before you go to bed and wash it off. And then you're putting a fresh layer again as you go to bed. So morning, evening, and time for bed. And anytime you go out. A touch of olive oil is great. The best one in the Ayurveda sense is sesame oil, just a touch. The other thing is to keep your distance and stay away from people. And all those other things. We will be together again next year, but for the moment, I want you to just do a little exercise to release your tendency to be focused either too much on the active nature of your being or too much on the passive nature of your being. And we do something very simple. You bring chin to throat, lift your chin up to the sky, and gently reach over and touch your left outer shoulder. Keep the right shoulder pulling down. My hands are still resting on my knees, palms turned up, index to thumb. Inhale, chin to sky. Exhale, chin to throat. Inhale, chin to sky, all the way up. Then turn your head strongly over to the right shoulder and reach down and touch your right edge of the shoulder. Inhale up, face forward, chin to throat. This time make your mouth into a big balloon. And you're lifting it up and turning and touching your left outer shoulder. Mouth blown up like a big balloon. Chin up, face forward, exhale, chin to throat. Inhale up. Exhale, chin to right outer shoulder. Inhale up. Exhale, chin to throat. This time I'm going to grin with all your teeth showing. Chin up. Over to the left shoulder, reach and touch the shoulder. Inhale up. Exhale, chin to throat. Keep that grin, chin up. And last time over to the right outer shoulder. Turn your head all the way. Try and reach for the edge of the shoulder. You will notice how good it feels afterwards. Chin up to the sky and release chin to throat. Bring your hands together, interlacing your fingers. Bring your hands behind your head. Lean back into it, pulling those elbows back. Keep those elbows pulled back and locked as you roll your head from side to side to side to side. I'm going to stretch my legs out, leaning back, going back deeper and deeper towards the mat, and then bring your arms out in front. On the inhale, spread your legs and stretch forward. On the inhale, bring your hands together and bring your arms up and go back a little deeper. On the exhale, stretch forward, go down between your legs. Inhale and pull the legs together. Exhale, stretch forward. And release. And we're going to cross our legs and we're going to rock and roll, as I call it, on our backs, just massaging the spine. So you can either do it all the way, bringing your feet overhead to the floor behind you, or just gently rocking on your back. Watch the ladies, and then slowly going all the way. If you're bringing your feet all the way overhead, you straighten out those legs, touch your toes to the floor. Don't uncross your feet at the ankles. Keep them like that so that you're stretching one side of your back at a time. Pull the toes to the mat. Long stretch to the spine. Go cross legs the other way. And Janet will go from side to side on her back. But she was going in a circle. Now she's going side to side. And we are just continuing with our legs crossed the other way. Toes to the mat. Stretch. Pull the toes away from you towards the back wall. Straightening your legs. Come back up. Go a few more times. And then put your fingertips under your bottom. Pulling the fingers under you. Sitting on them. Drop your head to the floor. Stretch your legs out. Or you can keep your knees bent and legs crossed. And then I'm going to lift my head and get the top of my crown to the mat. So to do that, you have to lift your chest up. So I'm going to tuck my elbows under and walk my butt up onto my arm so that you are reducing the space between the vertebrae and the spine has to arch upwards towards the sky. Top of your crown to the mat. Of course, this is a very strong flexion of the spine, so be careful. Tuck those elbows under. Breath is flowing freely. Flex your feet. Straighten out those knees, back of the knees straight. Close them then towards your shin. Eyes roll into your forehead. I'm trying to do Ujjayi breathing. If it's beginning to get uncomfortable, slowly straighten up, cross your legs, grab your ankles, and fold forward. Chin to the throat. And slowly straighten up, take a big breath, and blow it out. So we're going to roll onto our right side for just a moment. Stay on your right elbow, bring knee to chest, grab the big toe, stretch it up towards the sky, pull the toes in towards your shin, and bring your shoulder on the inside of the knee and straighten up that leg as much as you can. Little stretch it straight out in line with the hips in front. Bring it up, bring it back again, just stretching the leg. And knee to chest. Line back, roll the ankle, go the other way, roll the ankle. And then fold the leg, bringing your right arm around the left ankle. Hump the knee and bring the knee towards your chest and gently press towards your chest. If you've had a hip replacement or a knee replacement, this is not a good pose. And release. Roll onto your left side. Stay on your elbow or rest on your arm. Bring knee to chest, stretch it up towards the sky, straight leg, and fold it out in front. And open, and fold it. Fold it means you're just actually laying it straight out in front of you in line with your hips. And bring it up, lie back, fold the leg, knee to chest, do a few ankle rotations, very slow and deep, and you're flexing and pointing your feet. Bring your heel in against your chest. No. Bring your left arm around the heel, hug the knee, and bring knee to chest. And release. And sit up. We always finish up by warming up our feet a little bit. So left foot, rub your heel. So I'm just doing little circles on the heel. Chinese reflexology, really. Rub the arch of the foot. Use the heel of your palm to grind into the center. So working from this outside edge of the arch, work inwards towards the center. And I'm just going in a circle, massaging into it, whetting up that appetite, because this is related to digestion, massaging it. A lot of people, because they're switching diets right now, have issues with digestion, a lot of indigestion, a lot of IBS type, IBS and Crohn's disease kind of issues, just serious constipation. So you want to be able to keep that moving, and one of the best things you can do for that is keep some psyllium variation in your home. Psyllium is Psyllium, psyllium. It's available as Metamucil or Health Mucil. There are a variety of different, I don't know what they are, there are a variety of them, but they all contain this. If you can get some pure psyllium, it's something that you can keep in your pantry and have on a regular basis just to allow for regularity. You want to have a lot of fresh greens. There are so many wild greens growing right now. Now my fingertips are between my toes, holding with the opposite hand, and I'm rolling the toes around in a circle. So you want to have a lot of fresh green weeds, the healthy weeds that are growing right now. Over and under, and shake it out and slap it. Left foot as well. Start with the heel, rubbing the heel into the arch. Focus on the arch, the belly. Into the foot. Run a finger between each toe. So using the opposite hand from the underside, supporting the arch, and then roll the foot around in a circle, going the other way. Over and under, and shake it out. Yank the fingers off and slap it out. Get your socks on, and lie back on your back. if you can. If that's uncomfortable, you're laying on one side. Your legs are spread, toes are flopped, or your feet are flopped outwards. Inner thighs are relaxed. You're actually sending a suggestion to your inner thighs to relax. Shoulders are tucked under so that the back of your neck is not on the mat. Tuck your chin in towards your throat and drop your head back. Keep the back of the neck relaxed. Palms are facing up, arms relaxed by your side. Fingers curled and relaxed. Just feeling the energy you have created within yourself and how good it feels. Just staying present in your body with the breath, watching the quality of that breath. A special breath today for ourselves and what is known as Metta Bhavana. Metta is loving kindness for all souls around us, all sentient beings. So saying first, may I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be free of suffering and in a safe space. Suffering is, according to yoga philosophy, our connectedness with the ego self that is only going to be around for 100 years. It is not perfect. So we tend to connect with that and forget that there is a true living soul that is unrealized, which is why we are here. We need to connect with that. We need to connect with Atma, so we need to connect with universal energy, the only truth there is, however you perceive your God. It is our tendency to like things and hang on to them, tend to get addicted to them. Things we don't like and avoid them become phobias. We want to stay in the same place all the time, which is not going to happen because life moves on. And then there is our fear of death. Those are the causes of sorrow. Think now of others. May they be happy. May they be healthy. May they be free of suffering and in a safe space. Think of others that you may or may not know that need your help today, including all those that have no one to turn to, that are helpless, in doubt and fearful and lonesome. May they be happy. May they be healthy. May they be free of suffering and in a safe space. And just relax a moment. I would like to leave you with a thought from Rumi, a 13th century mystic from Turkey, Afghanistan. Rumi, Jalaluddin Rumi. One of my favorite thoughts, it says, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make any sense. And take a big breath, bending your knees, rolling your ankles, wiggling your toes, working your hands and feet. Work them strongly, rolling your ankles. Open and close your hands into a fist. Tuck the fist on the thumb on the inside, tuck the thumb on the outside, roll the wrist. And just twisting, turning. Sit up on your bottom, move those arms and legs. Nice and loose, everything's loose and moving. And cross your legs, taking a big breath. And as you breathe it out, we come onto our knee, and you can stay with your legs crossed. I'm just going to fold my legs behind me and come down, hissing the breath out, bring chin and chest to the ground. You're all out of air. When you come back up, big breath in, and crossing your legs. And release your breath in a big, loud, audible, extended sigh. Notice how immediately it brings you release and feeling good. Folding your hands, taking a big breath, and bowing. We always finish up with 3 chants of Om Shanti, which simply means peace. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace. There can be no peace without non-violence. Practice non-violence within yourself, with others, with the whole universe of all sentient beings. Namaste. Thank you. Please check out our website and check out our other classes. We are on Zoom every day. I'm at the studio starting Monday. We are at the Park of Roses during the weekends, the weekend classes. Thank you.
The Community Festival Statement of Principles. The Community Festival is guided by its principles. The principles are statements of what the members believe is basically important. They are. We think that people ought to work for the collective good of all people rather than for personal gain. We support cooperation and collective activity rather than competition and individual profit. The basic necessities of life are a right and not a privilege. People have the collective right to control the conditions of their lives. People should strive to conduct their lives in harmony with the environment. We recognize that there are primary attitudes that divide and oppress people. These attitudes are usually shown by prejudice against people on the basis of age, class, ability, income, race, sex, and sexual preference or orientation. We seek to eliminate these attitudes. The statement of principles is more important than any other writings of the Community Festival.
Before getting deep into this, make sure you're comfortable. Whether inside, outside, sitting, or laying down, just relax before tuning in. This workshop is made for anyone looking to dive deeper into human consciousness and energy. We are one with mind, body, soul, and spirit, but in the journey of life we come to realize our dissonances with reality. The Phantom Reality is here to help you embrace the power within. We are here to help your journey and give knowledge that will guide you as you grow. My name is Isaiah. Thank you for tuning in. The Phantom Reality was founded in 2017 from a spiritual awakening I had, which activated a deeper connection to reality. Due to a mixture of headstand, sun gazing, spinning or dancing, and fasting for 3 days, 4 times a month in the beginning of 2017, I started to realize that reality was a fraction of what I knew. The Phantom Reality, the name, came to me in 2017 after this awakening, and I knew I wouldn't be able to do it alone, so I reached out to a good friend that I knew would be reliable for the situation. After we came together, we started creating multi-sensory mindfulness experiences. We also began cataloging several different processes that we find mindful for the mind, body, and spirit connection. In 2017, I started creating binaural beats. You can find these binaural beats on SoundCloud at The Phantom Reality. These binaural beats are created for chakra energy healing and one created for deep sleep, both created with gamma wave effects. Current day, we are known for our pop-up experience at festivals, clubs, parties, and even networking events. We've also begun bringing together teammates that can serve in the different roles as teachers in the processes that we find mindful. Now that you know a little more about the Phantom Reality, we're going to teach you our first lesson. If you don't know what binaural beats are, this next video coming up will explain a little more about them so you can walk away with that knowledge. Check it out. Mindfulness can break down into the way you treat your senses and the external energies that intermingle with your life subconsciously. With positive thinking, intentionality with what we ingest, whether diet or media, and discipline, we can ensure a positive and happy life. Life works itself out when you are naturally aligned physically, emotionally, and spiritually. We are in a time where the majority is suffering from PTSD, so daily healing and resetting of false programming is very necessary. Mindfulness is not just how you treat yourself and others, but is being aware of toxicity in society. Lesson 2 is energy cleansing. We need rituals set in place that help ground our practice and keep us happy. This next video was recorded at ComFest last year and is purely to show you how to energy cleanse your environment. So we're going to do an energy cleanse ritual here at ComFest. I'm here with Julie. She's leading the peace and healing stage here. I'm gonna burn some sage first. Cleanse the space. Just walk. air, I cleanse myself. Air, I cleanse myself. Cleanse myself with fire. We're going through the elements to align four, the pattern of four, the realization of the cycle of life. With fire, I cleanse myself.
Have PSAs that we put in between the shows.
Salt.
And with these PSAs, like for example, we inform people about
with
HB6.
earth, I cleanse myself.
HB6 is a bill that's in the legislature right now.
Earth, I cleanse myself. And with water.
Bail out an energy company called First Energy who want to keep the nuclear plants going up in north of here on the lakes. One of them is Davis Messi. I think the other was
This world as we know it often seems strangely foreign of itself, as if it were inverted. Without our truth, we will not recognize our connection to each other. Self-deception is a fight with a higher conscious, is the product of this upside-down orientation. Yet we wade on through the marshes of mischief, fooled by the fog, feeling alone, as if this is all that is or will be. But the heart beckons. As we stand, sit, and lay, painstakingly the pulse asks the mind to allow the heart to overtake the head. Deep breath in. Let the breath out. In this moment, I am noticing any tensions existing within the body, around the being. Breathe in and out. Find your resonance. In this moment, I am releasing the weight of their pressure. I am embracing compression. Gravity, get beside me. I am that which is free. Hinge at the hips, lift through the core, aligning spine, bring feet to the sky. The body will follow, feeling weightless. Breathe in, let the breath out. Now we're skywalking. In this moment, I am noticing how blood is flowing in the body. How this shape is supported by the earth. The movement of wind. Its sensation on the skin like a muse gently whispering guidance. With the heart above the head, compassion for oneself may pour over the faculties of mind. Love is viscous, slow and methodical, long-lasting, ever-flowing. Breathe in. Let the breath out. In this place is our inner resource. Here is a community which holds secrets reserved for those who will work to explore with curiosity in mind and body this phantom reality, each in their own time. May peace be upon you.
I would say we need a democracy movement because we need a democracy.
Not free speech! Money is not free speech! Not free speech! Money is not free speech! Money is not free speech!
I like to say that the most dangerous threat to democracy in the United States of America is the mistaken belief that we actually practice one. Because democracy is not a noun, it's a verb. Demos means the people. Kratia means rule. So the word democracy from the Attic Greek means the people rule. We have the trappings of democracy. You get to go and pull a lever every 2 to 4 years. Oh, only for candidates that have been pre-approved and pre-selected by the ruling elite. But when it comes to actually participating in a meaningful way in how our society is organized, how much pay you might get, whether or not you get health care, whether this country goes to war or not, whether we should address the climate crisis, those kinds of questions, we the people never have an opportunity to participate.
Imagine if you will, the debate around health care had there not been elected officials with a commitment to pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies. If the priority wasn't making sure there were profits for people that make drugs and sell drugs and people who provide medical care as insurers, if they weren't the priority and we were the priority, don't you think that would have been different? That's an immediate difference in your life. Right now, there are folks who are worried about Medicaid, Medicare. Would that be an issue at all if the priority wasn't, let's make sure there's enough profits for the corporations? I don't think so.
The prison system, along with the education system and the healthcare system, are three things amongst many others that I believe should never have a profit motive attached. The Corrections Corporation of America has been going around the states in 2012 and 2013 and asking states that are cash-strapped in their budget, hey, we'll take over your prisons. One of the stipulations is that if we take over your prisons for you, we'll pay you for them and we'll give you money, but you got to keep them at 90% capacity. And that basically attaches a profit motive to criminalizing American citizens.
The democratic self-government experiment that was started in the United States over 200 years ago has gotten completely corrupted.
We are not being listened to. We, the real people, are not being listened to.
When people say we can buy elections, which we've seen happening, and when we see people say we don't want to let people vote, those are all little signs that pretty big signs that our democracy is in trouble.
The Move to Amend's amendment that we're promoting will basically break the iron grip that wealthy individuals and corporations have over our democracy and allow the people to rule as they're supposed to.
Today, we have an un-American attack on that dream of equality.
You can't be free if you don't have a home.
It's time for an intervention, y'all.
Money is not political speech.
I wake up on any given morning in Salt Lake City, and the second I go outside, I'm breathing, depending on what day it is, the dirtiest air in the country or maybe even the world. And then I go to eat some food, and the prices of that food are determined by giant corporations. The place where I get the food is often a giant corporate grocery store, and it's often bad for me or downright poisonous, and I don't have a lot of options to eat different kinds of food. And then I go to travel to one of my organizing meetings, and since corporations control the kinds of transportation we're provided, I have to often take a car on a giant freeway instead of taking public transit or walking. And then I get to the meeting, and a lot of the decisions we make are often done inside the box of what corporations have gotten us to think is possible. And on the way back from there, I pass giant billboards telling me how inadequate I am and what I need to buy. So my entire day is basically controlled in this tight little area that corporations have decided it's okay for human beings to live and survive.
When considering the still unfolding history of these United States, the words of journalist Molly Ivins ring true. It is possible to read the history of this country as one long struggle to extend the liberties established in our Constitution to everyone in America. In other words, who, according to our laws and culture, gets to be considered a person? The law creates legal personhood, and movements create law and change culture. So, how have the courts passed laws to shape our culture? That history goes way back before Citizens United. 1819, Dartmouth College versus Woodward, Supreme Court case, turned a corporate charter from a government-granted charter to a contract. This ruling gave corporations standing within the Constitution. 1886, Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad. Though the court did not rule on corporate personhood, the decision was subsequently cited as a precedent to hold that a private corporation is entitled to the same 14th Amendment rights of due process and equal protection as human beings. This makes it impossible for us to make laws that treat local businesses any differently than giant multinational corporations, even if their business practices are deemed to be harmful to workers, the environment and communities, or if they have a history of violating the law. Hale versus Henkel, 1906. The court granted corporations the Fourth Amendment search and seizure protection. Dodge versus Ford Motor Company, 1919. The Michigan Supreme Court says the business corporation is organized and carried on primarily for the profit of the stockholders. Stockholder primacy is established. The purpose of the corporation, according to the court, is no longer to serve the public good, as it had been. It is now to maximize profit for shareholders above all else. Pennsylvania Coal Company versus Mahon, 1922. Corporations get the Fifth Amendment takings clause, meaning if you pass a regulation that impacts a corporation's ability to make a profit, that is deemed a taking, and they can sue for the right to future profits lost. This creates a chilling effect, and local and state governments become much more hesitant to pass laws in the public interest for fear that corporations can claim loss of potential profits that cities and states will be on the hook to pay. Buckley versus Vallejo, 1976. The Supreme Court rules that spending money to influence elections is protected under the First Amendment, in effect saying that money is speech. Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission, 2010.
Today, the Supreme Court of Chief Justice John Roberts declared that because of the alchemy of its 19th century predecessors in deciding that corporations had all the rights of people, any restrictions on how these corporate beings spend their money on political advertising are unconstitutional.
The court's ruling threatens to undermine the integrity of elected institutions across the nation. It's a rejection of the common sense of the American people.
Move to Amend is the only organization right now that is very clear on what needs to be done with respect to the constitutional amendment. Specifically, we declare, or we want declared that corporations are not people. And we also want to declare that money is not speech. In every other organizations, they're mostly concentrated on Citizens United. Money is not speech. To that, we always have to ask a question. How much better was our politics pre-Citizens United? Not much better. And the reason it wasn't better is that second portion was missing, corporate personhood.
It is clear that this country is suffering from a crisis that is deeper than the economic crisis or the ecological crisis. We are suffering from a crisis of democracy. And I say that because there are supermajorities on issue after issue, whether you're talking about healthcare, foreign policy, economic questions, education, or political reform, that clearly support substantive reforms, yet those reforms have not come into effect.
Every single one of our fundamental human needs are being violated on a daily basis. And until we get democracy back in this country, through overturning Citizens United and overturning corporate constitutional rights, we're not going to have a democracy that can function for the 300 million plus human beings in our United States.
I've been watching it for some 30 years now, but I never really felt like I needed to do anything about it until Citizens United.
We should be in the Capitol throwing all the lobbyists out, meeting with our congresspeople and telling them
what we would like them to do to make this a better country.
If we, the people, don't do something about corporate constitutional rights, that not only our government, the United States of America, is going to go down in flames, but we are going to take the entire planet with us.
We have to be less vertical and more horizontal. And the horizontal there is focusing on a democracy movement that will help all of us achieve the individual solutions we want.
Every other issue that I care about, whether it be the climate, whether it be workers' rights, whether it be education for our children, whatever it is, it tends to be very hard to get things done without these kinds of reforms. Because the people who write the checks, the ones who are prowling around in the state capitol with their fat checkbooks and their nice suits, they're the ones that get the legislators' ears.
There's going to be considerable opposition, and there's going to be opposition within the corporate media, and strong opposition, which is going to make the job a little harder. But never underestimate the power of the people when they understand the message. Never underestimate that. I think that this is something that can be done quite quickly. I think it's something that can be done rather efficiently. It's just going to require a large enough parade. It's going to require a large enough people to understand the core concepts. And that's the real work that we have to do right now, is hit that critical tipping point, which is probably around 20 or 30% of the voting populace actually understanding the issue.
And a big part of the issue when creating a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy movement is an understanding of how race and racism were constructed in the United States through law, and how those laws informed our culture in much the same way those corporate rights have been constructed through the law to ensure rule of the wealthy minority over the majority, and how our culture reinforces and legitimizes that lack of democracy. Right from the very beginning, Article 4 of the U.S. Constitution defined people as property. You see, the authors of the Constitution were very interested in protecting their property, including slaves. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. The Indian Removal Act of 1830. Indigenous communities are forced from their homelands. Over 10 years, 100,000 native children and adults march thousands of miles west into unknown arid territory. 15,000 do not survive the journey. But over 25 million acres of land is made available for white settlers. 1854, the People versus Hall. Non-whites are barred from testifying in court. No black, mulatto, or Indian shall be allowed to give evidence in favor of or against a white man. 1857, Dred Scott versus Sanford. Free blacks are taxed, but still have no rights of citizenship granted to whites. 1862, Emancipation Proclamation in District of Columbia. Slaves are freed in D.C., but former slave owners are reimbursed for slaves given up. Whites are paid over $1 million in reparations for lost property. 1862, Homestead Act. 50 million acres of formerly indigenous land in the West, having been violently invaded by U.S. soldiers in violation of treaties, is distributed by the government at low cost to white settlers only. And 100 million acres of indigenous land are given for free to railroad developers. 1882, Chinese Exclusion Act bans immigration of both skilled and unskilled Chinese laborers. 1924, Johnson-Reed Act creates an immigration quota system based on national origin, favoring Nordics over the inferior races of Asia and Southern and Eastern Europe. 1934, in the wake of the Great Depression, the National Housing Act is implemented, creating a federal housing authority to provide loans and federal subsidies for home ownership, but the FHA mortgage underwriting standards discriminate against non-whites and investment in non-white communities through a process called redlining. 1942, an executive order forces 111,000 Japanese Americans into concentration camps. And the war on drugs declared by Richard Nixon violently targets and imprisons people of color disproportionately through today.
Righteous anger can only be provoked by anger at injustice or unfairness. And I'm angry about the fact that we've got 20 to 25% of the children in the richest country in the world who go to bed hungry or undernourished every night. I'm angry about the fact that we have transnational corporations that are destroying the planet that we depend upon for life itself. And I'm angry about the fact that the world that's being created with the rape and plunder of Mother Earth is a racist, sexist, and class oppressive society. You bet I'm angry. I'm angry because it doesn't have to be this way.
Are we in a class war right now?
Of course we are. And you know, Warren Buffett, I think, said it the clearest. He said, we're in a class war, and we've been in a class war for years, and my class is winning. And who is his class? The owning class, the people who own these corporations.
In our day, certain economic proofs have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed. Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing and recreation, the right of every farmer to raise and sell his products at a return which will give him and his family a decent living, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad. The right of every family to a decent home. The right to adequate medical care and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health. The right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment. The right to a good education. All of these rights spell security. And after this war is won, we must be prepared to move forward in the implementation of these rights to new goals of human happiness and well-being. For unless there is security here at home, there cannot be lasting peace in the world.
Justice Douglas, the greatest champion of the First Amendment that this country has ever known, once said that the Bill of Rights is a badge which says, "To government you shall go no further." What is the impact of corporations wearing that badge?
Because after 106 years in America, through the best of times and the darkest of hours, she knows how America can change. Yes, we can. America, we have come so far. We have seen so much, but there's so much more to do. So tonight, let us ask ourselves, if our children should live to see the next century, if my daughters should be so lucky to live as long as Ann Nixon Cooper, what change will they see? What progress will we have made?
The second thing that I think happened that we'll look back on and understand this as a critical moment is that we elected a president through a lot of grassroots effort. The young people in this country really made a historic difference electing a black president with a huge amount of hope. And I think that their expectations were not met. The system itself was a failure.
That's why it's really critical that we do more and we not just wait for elected officials to take care of this for us. This is what every single social movement that has come before us has done when they recognize that the system is really flawed and it's not working and the people in power are not going to self-correct. But it's time for the people to step in, and there's actually a process in our Constitution to do this. This isn't new. It doesn't happen very often, but whenever there is a system that is so out of balance, We've seen people's movements come together and respond by inserting human rights or correcting the issue to make clear that the priority needs to be on the people.
There is another history of the United States, and this is where you come in. This is the history of people coming together and rising up to change laws and change the culture. 1791, Bill of Rights. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution were adopted to protect we the people from the excesses of government. At the time, we the people protections only extended to white male property owners. 1865, 13th Amendment, slavery abolished. Civil Rights Act of 1866 extended the rights of emancipated African Americans. Congress passed this by overriding an attempted veto by President Andrew Johnson. 1868, the 14th Amendment, black males get equal protection under the law. 1870, 15th Amendment, black males get the right to vote. Social change in 1886 included a major campaign for the 8-hour workday. Knights of Labor were 1 million strong. Populists drew up the Cleburne demands. Eugene Debs builds the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen. In 1913, the 17th Amendment, the U.S. Senate will now be elected by the people instead of appointed by state governments. 1920, the 19th Amendment. After 75 years of struggle, women get the right to vote. 1954, Brown versus the Board of Education. Schools could no longer be segregated based on race. Separate is not equal. The Civil Rights Acts in the 1960s protected voting rights, prohibited discrimination by federal and state governments, and prohibited discrimination in housing sales and rentals. 1971, 26th Amendment. Voting age is changed from 21 to 18. If an 18-year-old could be drafted to fight and die in war, certainly they could vote. 1973, Roe v. Wade. Supreme Court rules that anti-abortion laws violate a woman's right to privacy. Abortion was legalized.
If we look back in 50 years, we will realize just how completely and systematically we were being ruled.
Of course we had to end slavery. Of course women had to get the right to vote. Of course you could organize unions and they're not a criminal conspiracy. Of course Jim Crow segregation law has to end. Of course 18-year-olds have to get the right to vote if they're dying for their country. But this is the thing, Dennis. Every one of those movements seemed impossible when they began. And it was only when ordinary people began to get together and have conversations about how the society is organized and about what their desires are.
What's at stake is the country that I love, that we the people, a country that this was the great American experiment, that could the people rule rather than being ruled by the wealthy or the aristocrats. And we chose to have the people rule, to check or limit the power of government, to limit the power of the wealthy, to hold down the masses.
If you're not seeing the kind of change you want, I'd say ask yourself why you're not getting that. And chances are very good it has to do with the fact that our democracy is not working for the people. So whatever your number one issue is, you should make this your number two. Because without this kind of change, it's going to be very hard to win the other reforms that we all want.
An issue that I think people used to think was too complicated for regular people to understand. And when it's in front of them, they're voting, not just 50% plus one, not even just 55%, not even just 60%, but 70, sometimes even over 80% in support of calling for an amendment. I think that's one thing that definitely proves that there's no question where people stand on this.
The reality is that this is a vital struggle. If Move to Amend doesn't succeed, then we will continue to live in a society in which corporations call the shots, both in our courts, in the halls of Congress, in the executive branch, and increasingly at the state and local level. And we've already seen the consequences of that.
So I actually think that right now it's really a world historical kind of a moment, but I even think that beyond the amendment, it's so much broader than that. We're really not just talking about an amendment that gets rid of corporations. We're talking about in a completely new way of understanding what democracy is, why it's important, and how our economic systems globally will need to be reconstructed.
We've got to build a movement step by step, intentionally and deliberately, to create the world that we want. And that means it needs to be social, it needs to be political, it needs to be economic, and ultimately we need a legal system that codifies under law a peaceful, just, democratic, and sustainable world. And when you talk about it that way, no. When I talk about it that way, I can have that conversation at an Occupy encampment, I can have that conversation at a Tea Party rally, I can have that conversation at a pool hall or a bowling alley. And ordinary Americans agree with me. Not on everything, but on the fact that something's not right and it doesn't have to be this way. That's where the agreement is, and that's the sweet spot of real solidarity.
How many gifts can a congressman take and somehow remain a good man? And how many times must good parents cry 'cause their little ones must sleep in a van? How many bribes can corporations give before their bribes are forever banned? The answer, my friend, is move to amend. The answer is move to amend. How many birds will fall from the air because they can no longer breathe? How many burdens can we the people take while Congress continues to deceive? How many billionaires will write all our laws while we the people still believe? The answer, my friend, is move to amend. The answer is move to amend. How many wars must our young people fight, like in Iraq and in Afghanistan? How many mothers and children must die from our drones and tanks in their lands? How many senators would send their own sons 'cause they truly believe in their stance? The answer, my friend, is move to amend. The answer is move to amend. The answer, my friend, is move to amend. The answer is move to amend.
That's infrastructure. You are an engineer.
All right. You get the question.
All right, so if there's a constitutional convention called to amend, what are the chances that that's going to be hijacked to get some of these other untoward revisions?
Well, here's the thing I was just talking to Danielle about. I think our legislation has to be very clear on what we are trying to do, because this is actually a plan of the Koch brothers to call a constitutional amendment. There is a great book out that I can't remember the name of right this moment, but I met with the author at Rosa DeLaura's house a couple of weeks ago, And she has done all this research over how the Koch brothers have been putting in place a plan for the last 10 years. Democracy in Chains, that's it, thank you. And that they have 28 states already ready to go for a constitutional convention. And that the plan is to get rid of the Bill of Rights and to do a whole bunch of other things that we wouldn't want, which is part of the reason I mentioned that today. So I do think we have to be very, very, very careful about what we call for and how we call for it. We do not want to play into the idea that we need a constitutional convention that would ultimately allow them to hijack it. We have to think about how we actually make the kinds of changes that we want within our system until we get them out of the way. So I'm very worried about it. They only need 6 more states, and they are doing everything they can to win those state legislatures. This has been good for us. We have taken over more state seats, legislative seats across the country in the last 15 months than we have in a very long time. So actually, it's been good for strengthening our state legislatures. But I'm deeply worried about it. And if you've read Democracy in Chains, you know it's a real thing that has had a lot of money behind it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a session on the convention, so we can talk about that more there. And I want to stay in that woman's good graces. So we're going to let the Congresswoman go. Let's please give her another round of applause.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Please have us home. Thank you. Hi. Okay, so normally we'd have like a break moment after something like that, but we had to just sneak her in on the agenda. So we're actually going to totally shift gears to something else now. But I think that a lot of what she said actually is very helpful to us as we're thinking about being strategic and organizing and what we're doing. So give me a second here. Let's take 2 minutes. We're going to end the live stream. We shouldn't be live streaming at this point because it won't be useful for them. So thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow if you're online. And I need George and Tara and Daniel to join me because what we're going to talk about now is money and move to amend sustainability.
Why do we need democracy movements when the U.S. Constitution already guarantees a government of, by, and for we, the people? Because that's the ideal for which we strive, not the reality we have. Instead, we face powerful corporations who wield their extensive wealth to direct policies that put profits before people. We need democracy movements because we need democracy, and we need Move to Amend, because it is the only grassroots people's movement dedicated to eradicating the roots of corporate power that is so aggressively undermining the will of the people. How did corporations gain so much power? It was not by the consent of the people, but through the Supreme Court. For more than a century, this unelected body has recognized these artificial entities as people. Accordingly, it has ceded to corporations many of our, as we the people, constitutional rights. While running for president in 2011, Mitt Romney tried to explain why it made sense for corporations to have constitutional rights.
Corporations! Corporations are people, my friend. No, they're not. Of course they are. Everything corporations earn ultimately goes to people. So, where do you think it goes? Oh, it goes in their pocket! Goes in their pocket!
The crowd rejected this bogus notion, and so have more than 500,000 real people from across the country who have signed in support of Move to Amend's We the People Amendment. The We the People Amendment, sponsored by Representative Pramila Jayapal, states that 1. Corporations are not people, and 2. Money is not speech. The We the People Amendment is essential to the future of our country. In a democracy, the people are at the helm of government. We should be the ones writing laws to govern corporations. Instead, corporations, claiming constitutional personhood, are writing laws to govern us. To make sense of this lunatic logic, we need to look back at our history. The U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1789, recognized less than 10% of the population as citizens guaranteed full constitutional rights. It took another 2 years of people's protest for Congress to agree to the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. Thus, people securing rights through amendments to the Constitution was established early in the Republic. As historian Howard Zinn argued, whatever freedoms we have in the United States, of speech, of the press, of assembly, and more, do not come simply from the existence on paper of the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, but from the struggles of citizens to bring those amendments alive in reality. The end of the Civil War created a unique space for those struggles, which culminated in the addition of 3 amendments. These were the 13th, the 15th, and in between, the 14th Amendment. With its guarantees of due process, the 14th Amendment attracted the attention of corporations. It soon provided the linchpin for them to claim constitutional personhood. Within 20 years of the 14th Amendment's passage, the Southern Pacific Railroad, one of the largest corporations in the country, took Santa Clara County in California to court over a tax dispute. Basing its case on the 14th Amendment, the railroad claimed its right to due process protections as stated in the U.S. Constitution. Losing in the lower courts, it used its massive wealth to take the case to the Supreme Court. There, in 1886, it at last won, though not based on its claims for 14th Amendment protections. The justices rejected that argument because, of course, corporations are not people. Nevertheless, corporate lawyers have since falsely represented the favorable ruling as the Supreme Court's recognition that corporations had constitutional personhood rights. It was not true, but with the vast wealth and power of the railroad barons behind it, the lie became the truth. From the very start, the consequences of the Southern Pacific Railroad versus Santa Clara County case were devastating for the people. Years later, in 1938, Justice Hugo Black calculated the devastation. Black wrote that of the cases in this court in which the 14th Amendment was applied during the first 50 years, less than 0.5% invoked it in protection of the Negro race, and more than 50% asked that its benefits be extended to corporations. Mind you, this was during the Jim Crow and Gilded Age era. Over the decades, the Supreme Court has granted corporations additional constitutional rights under the 4th and 5th Amendments and under the First Amendment. Based on First Amendment rights guaranteeing free speech, the Supreme Court has declared that money is speech. Money is how corporations speak. The most well-known of these is the 2010 Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission decision that removed most limits on PAC contributions in elections. As we have witnessed since, whoever or whatever has more money has more speech, and therefore greater influence to determine election outcomes. So much for the level playing field required for a thriving democracy. The consequences of these disastrous Supreme Court rulings are keenly felt in Central Ohio. Corporations push government policies to privatize schools, prisons, and health care. They savage safety nets and ravage regulations designed to protect the environment. They back laws that ensure low wages, a gig economy, and the lack of employment benefits, all the while insisting on tax breaks for developers, public financing for privately owned stadiums, and legislation to restrict citizen opposition. But it doesn't have to be this way. Americans can unite behind a constitutional amendment to abolish the concepts that corporations are people and money is speech. Standing up for democracy, we can and we must declare that human rights are for human beings alone. We need a democracy movement that will help topple corporate rule that puts profits before people. Support Move to Amend's We the People amendment that declares that corporations are not people and money is not speech. While this amendment may put a strain on megacorporations, at least those who survive on tax breaks, bailouts, and other laws they have engineered in their favor, Move to Amend's We the People amendment will also pave the way for a government of, by, and for we the people. The long struggle shared by many in Central Ohio to make democracy a reality in this country is the reason that Representative Pramila Jayapal introduced the We the People Amendment in Congress, and why more than 70 of her colleagues have signed on as co-sponsors. In conclusion, Move to Amend Central Ohio presents Representative Jayapal's endorsement of the We the People Amendment.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, and I'm proud to represent Washington's 7th Congressional District and also to serve as the co-chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I'm also proud to announce that I will be leading the House Joint Resolution 48, the Move to Amend resolution in the 116th Congress. This bipartisan resolution will amend our Constitution to say that only people and not corporations can have constitutional rights. Our Constitution says we the people, not we the corporations. When corporations have constitutional rights, our own rights become meaningless. The Supreme Court has ruled that money equals free speech. People who have money can speak, and people who don't can't. It's hard to beat back against these moneyed interests to make our voices heard, and it's unjust that we should even have to. We didn't stand for that sort of plutocracy in 1776, and we won't stand for it now. I believe our democratic values are worth more than any amount of money a corporation can pay, and the American people believe that too. 88% of Americans want to reduce the influence that large campaign donors wield over lawmakers, and this is an idea that reaches across both sides of the aisle. 3/4 of all Americans, including 66% of Republicans, back a constitutional amendment to end money as a form of free speech. When I ran in 2016 for Congress, I took Move to Amend's pledge because I believe corporations exist to serve the public welfare, not for the public to serve them. That same year, Move to Amend won a ballot initiative in my home state of Washington. Now they've passed resolutions in over 700 communities across the United States. It's time for Congress to catch up. We are supposed to be the people's house. We're proud of being the people's house, but we need to start acting like it. Big corporate money has been working against the interests of Americans for far too long. We have to restore the voice of the people in our democracy. And that starts with passing the Move to Amend resolution. Thank you for all of your support to help make that happen.
state line, April 16th, 1963. My dear fellow clergymen, while confined here in the Birmingham City Jail, I came across your recent statement calling our present activities unwise and untimely. Seldom, if ever, do I pause to answer criticism of my work and ideas. But since I feel that you are men of genuine goodwill, and your criticisms are sincerely set forth, I would like to answer your statement in what I hope will be patient and reasonable terms. I think I should give the reason for my being in Birmingham, since you have been influenced by the argument of outsiders coming in. I have the honor of serving as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an organization operating in every southern state with headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. We have some 85 affiliate organizations all across the South. Several months ago, our local affiliate here in Birmingham invited us to be on call to engage in a nonviolent direct action program if such were deemed necessary. We readily consented.
But more basically, I came to Birmingham because injustice is here. Just like the prophets of the 8th century BC left their villages and carried their "Thus saith the Lord" far beyond their hometowns. And just like Apostle Paul left his village of Tarsus and carried the gospel of Jesus Christ to the far corners of the Greco-Roman world, so am I compelled to carry the gospel of freedom beyond my own hometown. Like Paul, I must constantly respond to the Macedonian call for aid. Moreover, I am cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned with what is going on in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator idea. Anyone who lives inside the United States cannot be considered an outsider anywhere within its bounds.
In any nonviolent campaign, there are 4 basic steps. 1, collection of the facts to determine whether injustices are alive. 2, negotiation. 3, self-purification. And 4, direct action. We have gone through all of these steps in Birmingham. Birmingham is probably the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States. Its ugly record of police brutality is known in every section of the country. Its unjust treatment of Negroes in the courts is a notorious reality. There have been more unsolved bombings of Negro homes and churches in Birmingham than in any city in this nation. These are the hard, brutal, and unbelievable facts. On the basis of these conditions, Negro leaders sought to negotiate with the city fathers. But the political leaders consistently refused to engage in good faith negotiations. Then came the opportunity last September to talk with some of the leaders of the economic community. In these negotiating sessions, certain promises were made by the merchants, such as the promise to remove the humiliating racial signs from the stores. On the basis of these promises, Reverend Shuttlesworth and the leaders of the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights agreed to call a moratorium on any type of demonstration. As weeks and months unfolded, we realized that we were the victims of a broken promise. The signs remained. As in so many experiences in the past, we were confronted with blasted hopes, and the dark shadow of a deep disappointment settled upon us. So we had no alternative except that of preparing for direct action, whereby we would present our very bodies as a means of laying our case before the conscience of the local and national community. We were not unmindful of the difficulties involved, so we decided to go through the process of self-purification. We started having workshops on nonviolence and repeatedly asked ourselves the questions: are you able to accept the blows without retaliating? Are you able to endure the ordeals of jail? You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, and so on? Isn't negotiation a better path? You are exactly right in your call for negotiation. Indeed, this is the purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and establish such creative tension that a community that has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. Just as Socrates felt that it necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfettered realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal, we must see the need for nonviolent gadflies to create the kind of tension in society that will help men rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding and brotherhood.
My friends, I must say to you that we have not made a single gain in civil rights without legal and nonviolent pressure. History is the long and tragic story of the fact that privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily. Individuals may see the moral light and give up their unjust posture, but as Reinhold Niebuhr has reminded us, groups are more immoral than individuals. We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Frankly, I have never yet engaged in a direct action movement that was well-timed, according to the timetable of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease of segregation. For years now, I have heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with a piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. It has been a tranquilizing thalidomide, relieving the emotional stress for a moment, only to give birth to an ill-formed infant of frustration. We must come to see with the distinguished jurist of yesterday that justice too long delayed is justice denied. We have waited for more than 340 years for our constitutional and God-given rights. The nations of Asia and Africa are moving with jet-lag speed toward the goal of political independence, and we still creep at horse and buggy pace just to gain in a cup of coffee at the lunch counter. Perhaps it is easy for those who have never felt the stinging darts of segregation to say, wait. But when you have seen vicious mobs lynch your mothers and fathers at whim and drown your brothers and sisters at will, when you have seen hate-filled policemen curse, kick, brutalize, and even kill your brothers and sisters with impunity, when you see the vast majority of your 20 million Negro brothers smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society, when you suddenly find your tongue twisted and your speech stammering as you seek to explain to your 6-year-old daughter why she can't go to the public amusement park that was just advertised on television, and see the tears welling up in her little eyes when she is told that Funtown is closed to colored children, and see the depressing clouds of inferiority begin to form in her little mental sky, and see her begin to distort her little personality by unconsciously developing a bitterness toward white people. When you have to concoct an answer for your 5-year-old son who is asking in agonizing pathos, "Daddy, why do white people treat colored people so mean?" When you take a cross-country drive and find it necessary to sleep night after night in the uncomfortable corners of your automobile because no motel will accept you. When you are humiliated day in and day out by nagging signs reading white men and colored. When your first name becomes nigger and your middle name becomes boy no matter how old you are. And your last name becomes John. And when your wife and mother are never given the respected title of Mrs. When you are harried by day and haunted by night by the fact that you are a Negro, living constantly at tiptoe stance, never quite knowing what to expect next, and plagued with inner fears and outer resentments. You are forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness. Then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait. There comes a time when the cup of endurance runs over and men are no longer willing to be plunged into an abyss of injustice where they experience the bleakness of corroding despair. I hope, sirs, you can understand our legitimate and unavoidable impatience.
You express a great deal of anxiety over our willingness to break laws. This is certainly a legitimate concern. Since we so diligently urge people to obey the Supreme Court's decision of 1954 outlawing segregation in public schools, at first glance it may seem rather paradoxical for us consciously to break laws. One may ask, how can you advocate breaking some laws and obeying others? Well, the answer lies in the fact that there are two types of laws, just and unjust. I would be the first to advocate obeying just laws. One has not only a legal but a moral responsibility to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. I would agree with St. Augustine that an unjust law is no law at all. Now, what is the difference between the two? How does one determine whether a law is just or unjust? A just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law or the law of God. An unjust law is a code that is out of harmony with the moral law. To put it in terms of St. Thomas Aquinas, an unjust law is a human law that is not rooted in eternal law and natural law. Any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. All segregation statutes are unjust because segregation distorts the soul and damages the personality. It gives the segregator a false sense of superiority and the segregated a false sense of inferiority. Segregation, to use the terminology of the Jewish philosopher Martin Buber, substitutes an I-it relationship for an I-thou relationship and ends up relegating persons to the status of things. Hence, segregation is not only politically, economically, and sociologically unsound, it is morally wrong and awful. I hope you are able to ace the distinction I am trying to point out. In no sense do I advocate evading or defying the law as would the rabid segregationist. That would lead to anarchy. One who breaks an unjust law must do so openly, lovingly, and with a willingness to accept the penalty. I submit that an individual who breaks a law that conscience tells him is unjust and who willingly accepts the penalty of imprisonment in order to arouse the conscience of the community over its injustice is in reality expressing the highest respect for law. Of course, there is nothing new about this kind of civil disobedience. In our own nation, the Boston Tea Party represented a massive act of civil disobedience.
We should never forget that everything Adolf Hitler did in Germany was legal, and everything the Hungarian freedom fighters did in Hungary was illegal. It was illegal to aid and comfort a Jew in Hitler's Germany. Even so, I am sure that had I lived in Germany at the time, I would have aided and comforted my Jewish brothers. If today I lived in a communist country where certain principles that are dear to the Christian faith are suppressed, I would openly advocate disobeying that country's anti-religious laws. I must make two honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, oh, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I can't agree with your methods of direct action. Who patternistically feels that he can set the timetable for another man's freedom. who lives by the myth of time and who constantly advises the Negro to wait until a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection.
You spoke of our activity in Birmingham as extreme. At first, I was rather disappointed that fellow clergymen would see my non-violent efforts as those of an extremist. I started thinking about the fact that I stand in the middle of two opposing forces in the Negro community. One is a force of complacency, made up of Negroes who, as a result of long years of oppression, have been so completely drained of self-respect and a sense of somebodyness that they have adjusted to segregation, and a few Negroes in the middle class who, because of a degree of academic and economic security, and at points they profit from segregation, have unconsciously become insensitive to the problems of the masses. The other force is one of bitterness and hatred and comes perilously close to advocating violence. It is expressed in the various black nationalist groups that are springing up all over the nation, the largest and best known being Elijah Muhammad's Muslim movement. This movement is nourished by the contemporary frustration over the continued existence of racial discrimination. It is made up of people who have lost faith in America, who have absolutely repudiated Christianity, and who have concluded that the white man is an incurable devil.
The Negro has many pent-up resentments and latent frustrations. He has to get them out. So let him march sometime. Let him have his prayer pilgrimages to the city hall. Understand why he must have sit-ins and freedom rides. If his repressed emotions do not come out in these nonviolent ways, they will come out in ominous expressions of violence. This is not a threat. It is a fact of history.
Dateline, April 16th, 1963. My dear fellow clergymen, while confined here in the Birmingham City Jail, I came across your recent statement calling our present activities unwise and untimely. Seldom, if ever, do I pause to answer criticism of my work and ideas. But since I feel that you are men of genuine goodwill, and your criticisms are sincerely set forth, I would like to answer your statement in what I hope will be patient and reasonable terms. I think I should give the reason for my being in Birmingham, since you have been influenced by the argument of outsiders coming in. I have the honor of serving as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an organization operating in every southern state with headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. We have some 85 affiliate organizations all across the South. Several months ago, our local affiliate here in Birmingham invited us to be on call to engage in a nonviolent direct action program if such were deemed necessary. We readily consented.
But more basically, I came to Birmingham because injustice is here. Just like the prophets of the 8th century BC left their villages and carried their "Thus saith the Lord" far beyond their hometowns. And just like Apostle Paul left his village of Tarsus and carried the gospel of Jesus Christ to the far corners of the Greco-Roman world, so am I compelled to carry the gospel of freedom beyond my own hometown. Like Paul, I must constantly respond to the Macedonian call for aid. Moreover, I am cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned with what is going on in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator idea. Anyone who lives inside the United States cannot be considered an outsider anywhere within its bounds.
In any nonviolent campaign, there are 4 basic steps. 1, collection of the facts to determine whether injustices are alive. 2, negotiation. 3, self-purification. And 4, direct action. We have gone through all of these steps in Birmingham. Birmingham is probably the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States. Its ugly record of police brutality is known in every section of the country. Its unjust treatment of Negroes in the courts is a notorious reality. There have been more unsolved bombings of Negro homes and churches in Birmingham than in any city in this nation. These are the hard, brutal, and unbelievable facts. On the basis of these conditions, Negro leaders sought to negotiate with the city fathers. But the political leaders consistently refused to engage in good faith negotiations. Then came the opportunity last September to talk with some of the leaders of the economic community. In these negotiating sessions, certain promises were made by the merchants, such as the promise to remove the humiliating racial signs from the stores. On the basis of these promises, Reverend Shuttlesworth and the leaders of the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights agreed to call a moratorium on any type of demonstration. As weeks and months unfolded, we realized that we were the victims of a broken promise. The signs remained. As in so many experiences in the past, we were confronted with blasted hopes, and the dark shadow of a deep disappointment settled upon us. So we had no alternative except that of preparing for direct action, whereby we would present our very bodies as a means of laying our case before the conscience of the local and national community. We were not unmindful of the difficulties involved, so we decided to go through the process of self-purification. We started having workshops on nonviolence and repeatedly asked ourselves the questions: are you able to accept the blows without retaliating? Are you able to endure the ordeals of jail? You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, and so on? Isn't negotiation a better path? You are exactly right in your call for negotiation. Indeed, this is the purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and establish such creative tension that a community that has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. Just as Socrates felt that it necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfettered realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal, we must see the need for non-violent gadflies to create the kind of tension in society that will help men rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding and brotherhood.
My friends, I must say to you that we have not made a single gain in civil rights without legal and non-violent pressure. History is the long and tragic story of the fact that privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily. Individuals may see the moral light and give up their unjust posture, but as Reinhold Niebuhr has reminded us, groups are more immoral than individuals. We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Frankly, I have never yet engaged in a direct action movement that was well-timed, according to the timetable of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease of segregation. For years now, I have heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with a piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. It has been a tranquilizing thalidomide, relieving the emotional stress for a moment, only to give birth to an ill-formed infant of frustration. We must come to see with the distinguished jurist of yesterday that justice too long delayed is justice denied. We have waited for more than 340 years for our constitutional and God-given rights. The nations of Asia and Africa are moving with jet-lag speed toward the goal of political independence, and we still creep at horse and buggy pace just to gain in a cup of coffee at the lunch counter. Perhaps it is easy for those who have never felt the stinging darts of segregation to say wait. But when you have seen vicious mobs lynch your mothers and fathers at whim and drown your brothers and sisters at will, when you have seen hate-filled policemen curse, kick, brutalize, and even kill your brothers and sisters with impunity, when you see the vast majority of your 20 million Negro brothers smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society, when you suddenly find your tongue twisted and your speech stammering as you seek to explain to your 6-year-old daughter why she can't go to the public amusement park that was just advertised on television, and see the tears welling up in her little eyes when she is told that Funtown is closed to colored children, and see the depressing clouds of inferiority begin to form in her little mental sky, and see her begin to distort her little personality by unconsciously developing a bitterness toward white people. When you have to concoct an answer for your 5-year-old son who is asking in agonizing pathos, "Daddy, why do white people treat colored people so mean?" When you take a cross-country drive and find it necessary to sleep night after night in the uncomfortable corners of your automobile because no motel will accept you. When you are humiliated day in and day out by nagging signs reading white men and colored. When your first name becomes nigger and your middle name becomes boy no matter how old you are. And your last name becomes John. And when your wife and mother are never given the respected title of Mrs. When you are harried by day and haunted by night by the fact that you are a Negro, living constantly at tiptoe stance, never quite knowing what to expect next, and plagued with inner fears and outer resentments. You are forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness. Then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait. There comes a time when the cup of endurance runs over and men are no longer willing to be plunged into an abyss of injustice where they experience the bleakness of corroding despair. I hope, sirs, you can understand our legitimate and unavoidable impatience.
You express a great deal of anxiety over our willingness to break laws. This is certainly a legitimate concern. Since we so diligently urge people to obey the Supreme Court's decision of 1954 outlawing segregation in public schools, at first glance it may seem rather paradoxical for us consciously to break laws. One may ask, how can you advocate breaking some laws and obeying others? Well, the answer lies in the fact that there are two types of laws, just and unjust. I would be the first to advocate obeying just laws. One has not only a legal but a moral responsibility to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. I would agree with St. Augustine that an unjust law is no law at all. Now, what is the difference between the two? How does one determine whether a law is just or unjust? A just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law or the law of God. An unjust law is a code that is out of harmony with the moral law. To put it in terms of St. Thomas Aquinas, an unjust law is a human law that is not rooted in eternal law and natural law. Any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. All segregation statutes are unjust because segregation distorts the soul and damages the personality. It gives the segregator a false sense of superiority and the segregated a false sense of inferiority. Segregation, to use the terminology of the Jewish philosopher Martin Buber, substitutes an I-it relationship for an I-thou relationship and ends up relegating persons to the status of things. Hence, segregation is not only politically, economically, and sociologically unsound, it is morally wrong and awful. I hope you are able to ace the distinction I am trying to point out. In no sense do I advocate evading or defying the law, as would the rabid segregationist. That would lead to anarchy. One who breaks an unjust law must do so openly, lovingly, and with a willingness to accept the penalty. I submit that an individual who breaks a law that conscience tells him is unjust and who willingly accepts the penalty of imprisonment in order to arouse the conscience of the community over its injustice is in reality expressing the highest respect for law. Of course, there is nothing new about this kind of civil disobedience. In our own nation, the Boston Tea Party represented a massive act of civil disobedience.
We should never forget that everything Adolf Hitler did in Germany was legal, and everything the Hungarian freedom fighters did in Hungary was illegal. It was illegal to aid and comfort a Jew in Hitler's Germany. Even so, I am sure that had I lived in Germany at the time, I would have aided and comforted my Jewish brothers. If today I lived in a communist country where certain principles that are dear to the Christian faith are suppressed, I would openly advocate disobeying that country's anti-religious laws. I must make two honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, oh, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I can't agree with your methods of direct action. Who patternistically feels that he can set the timetable for another man's freedom. Who lives by the myth of time and who constantly advises the Negro to wait until a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection.
You spoke of our activity in Birmingham as extreme. At first, I was rather disappointed that fellow clergymen would see my non-violent efforts as those of an extremist. I started thinking about the fact that I stand in the middle of two opposing forces in the Negro community. One is a force of complacency, made up of Negroes who, as a result of long years of oppression, have been so completely drained of self-respect and a sense of somebodyness that they have adjusted to segregation, and a few Negroes in the middle class who, because of a degree of academic and economic security, and at points they profit from segregation, have unconsciously become insensitive to the problems of the masses. The other force is one of bitterness and hatred and comes perilously close to advocating violence. It is expressed in the various black nationalist groups that are springing up all over the nation, the largest and best known being Elijah Muhammad's Muslim movement. This movement is nourished by the contemporary frustration over the continued existence of racial discrimination. It is made up of people who have lost faith in America, who have absolutely repudiated Christianity, and who have concluded that the white man is an incurable devil.
The Negro has many pent-up resentments and latent frustrations. He has to get them out. So let him march sometime. Let him have his prayer pilgrimages to the city hall. Understand why he must have sit-ins and freedom rides. If his repressed emotions do not come out in these nonviolent ways, they will come out in ominous expressions of violence. This is not a threat. It is a fact of history. So I have not said to my people, get rid of your discontent. But I have tried to say that this normal and healthy discontent can be channeled through the creative outlet of nonviolent direct action. In spite of my shattered dreams of the past, I came to Birmingham with the hope that the white religious leadership in the community would see the justice of our cause, and with deep moral concern serve as the channel through which our grievances could get to the power structure. I had hoped that each of you would understand. But again, I have been disappointed.
I have heard numerous religious leaders of the South call upon their worshipers to comply with the desegregation decision because it is the law. But I have longed to hear white ministers declare, follow this decree because integration is morally right and the Negro is your brother. In the midst of blatant injustices inflicted upon the Negro, I have watched white churchmen stand on the sideline and merely mouth pious irrelevancies and sanctimonious trivialities. In the midst of a mighty struggle to rid our nation of racial and economic injustices, I have heard so many ministers say, those are social issues with which the gospel has no real concern. And I have watched so many churches commit themselves to a completely otherworldly religion, which made a strange distinction between body and soul, the sacred and the secular.
I hope this letter finds you strong in the faith. I also hope that circumstances will soon make it possible for me to meet each of you, not as an integrationist or a civil rights leader, but as a fellow clergyman and a Christian brother. Let us all hope that the dark clouds of prejudice will soon pass away and the deep fog of misunderstanding will soon be lifted. And in some not too distant tomorrow, that the radiant stars of love and brotherhood will shine over our great country with all its scintillating beauty. Yours for the cause of peace and brotherhood, Martin Luther King, Jr.
Hi ComFest, my name is Joni Kalem. Welcome to SAS, Social Action Song Swap, SASS. This is an idea that was originated by Leslie Zach, a longtime ComFest volunteer. I think we started it, I'm really bad with dates, but I think we started it back in the Bush 2 era. So a long time ago, where we would get together once a month and trade off social action songs, songs that could be used in the current moment, as opposed to relegating social action songs to the 60s, 50s and 60s, when they were super, super useful, and they're still useful now. So normally this would be a song swap. This would be a big circle of chairs in the Peace and Healing Tent workshop, and people are invited to come and share their own songs. Songwriters from the Columbus area are invited to come and share their new social action songs. So obviously 2020, we're not sitting around a big circle. I am sitting with my lovely daughter Tanara in her bedroom, and we are filming from home. But I am putting out the call for 2021 under the possibility that ComFest can be live again, to all you Columbus area singer-songwriters who write topical, political, social action songs, to come out and join us next year live. And we're going to do a couple songs, and I've invited Mr. Brian Clash, a local Columbus musician who's an amazing social activist. Brian shows up with his guitar at every rally and leads people in songs. And we're going to start one of my songs, and it's an echo song. So even though we can't hear you, you can be echoing. And it's basically stating the obvious, what it is that needs to stop. So we're going to start with, you ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. No more racism, no more racism. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more cops, no more cops. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more othering, no more othering. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more fossil fuels, no more fossil fuels. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more capitalism, no more capitalism. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more gender, no more gender. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. So this is a zipper song in the spirit of the 1950s, 1960s civil rights movement, when people were out on the street making changes in this country, and they would take a simple song and keep it going as they marched and rallied for miles and for hours, and songs kept their spirits up. So let's do one more to end with. You do it. Me do it? Yeah, all right. Let's see. I did racism, I did othering, I did capitalism. No more lying, no more lying. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No, we won't go back, no, we won't go back. No, we won't go back. Tambourine or not. It's the folk song button. It's the folk song ending. Do, do, do. Yeah. So Tanara is going to lead a song which you learned from
I learned
where?
from a group, a social movement group in the United States called If Not Now, which is a group of American Jewish youth ending American Jewish support for the Israeli occupation of Palestinians. And this song actually, it's not from If Not Now, learned it from organizers in West Virginia. So it's originally a West Virginian union song. And thank you, the state of West Virginia, for providing modern day unions, because without them we wouldn't have unions. Did you know that?
Well, let's be clear. Without the Wobblies,
well, West Virginia,
which your great-grandfather was an organizer, actually great-grandfathers of yours on both sides of your family.
Yes, but
we
before
think they probably knew each other, but we'll never know because they all worked under an alias.
Before they arrived in this country, West Virginia coal miners were organizing unions.
Right, and the Wobblies came in and helped.
I'm not saying they didn't help.
I'm just saying.
Okay. This song is called Courthouse. It is also a zipper song, but it is also a marching song. So we're gonna stomp our feet while we do it.
So stomp along at home. Sorry to the people on downstairs.
Went down to the courthouse and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. What do you want to go down to?
Went down to the banks and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
I went down to the White House and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my humanity, and I took back my dignity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet, and ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
I went down to the police and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet, and ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
I went down to the pipeline and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. Last one is Boss's house.
Okay.
I went down to the boss's house and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my humanity, and I took back my dignity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
Folktale ending.
Ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
Folk song ending, not folktale. This is a song called Ain't Gonna Let Nobody. It comes out of the civil rights movement of the 1950s. It was a marching song. It was, again, stating the obvious, what we are up against, but we're going to keep on marching. We're going to keep on walking and talking. Also a zipper song, put in the things that are relevant to you in your life and what you need to keep going. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let white supremacy turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let white supremacy turn me around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching out to freedom land. Ain't gonna let no hatred turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no hatred turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to
freedom land. Ain't gonna let climate change turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let climate change turn me around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching off to freedom land. Ain't gonna let ableism turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let ableism turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching off to freedom land. Ain't gonna let rape culture turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let rape culture turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching off to freedom land, marching off to freedom land, marching off to freedom land.
Keep it going as long as you need to. We're going to do one more song. This is another a cappella song. I love this song. This song was written by Bruce Phillips, also known as Utah Phillips, who was an incredible singer-songwriter, who passed away, I don't know, like I said, I'm bad with dates, passed away a while ago. 10 years, not too long. And this song is called Ship's Gonna Sail. You know, a lot of times it gets really tiring to be a political activist, a social activist, somebody calling for justice. And a lot of people lose their lives along the way. And we are standing on the shoulders, obviously, of all those people who came before us. I am forever thankful to my grandfather, who was a wobbly and a union organizer and taught me early on that you don't take no for an answer when something's wrong. My parents used to take me out of elementary school to take me to peace demonstrations during the anti-war movement of the 60s, because they explained to my school that living history was a whole lot more important than just studying about it, though studying about it is absolutely important as well. And I'm very honored to be in the presence of my daughter, who teaches me new songs about what is going on now, and takes me to rallies that I wouldn't have known about if it wasn't for her and her circle of people. So this is a song where you put in the people that you honor, and you'll see how it goes. Call and response. The response is, ship gonna sail someday, but we're gonna build it anyway. Okay? So, working on a ship we may never sail on. Ship gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on. We're gonna build it anyway. Sojourner Truth said, ain't I a woman? Ship gonna sail someday. Mother Jones said, no child labor. Ship gonna sail someday. Eugene Debs said, no more prisons. Ship gonna sail someday. Joe Hill said, don't mourn, organize. Ship gonna sail someday. Well, we're working on a ship we may never sail on. Ship gonna sail someday. We're working on a ship we may never sail on. We're gonna build it anyway.
Harriet Tubman said, get out, get out.
Ship gonna sail someday. Paul Robeson said, I won't stop singing. Ship gonna sail someday. Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. Ship gonna sail someday. Malcolm X said, power to the people. Ship gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on. Ship gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on. We're gonna build it anyway.
And
Emma Goldman said no more nation states. Ship gonna sail someday. Cesar Chavez said viva la huelga. Ship gonna sail someday. Marsha P. Johnson said give us a ride. Ship gonna sail someday. David Warnarowitz said act up and fight back. Ship gonna sail someday. Well, we're working on a ship we may never sail on. Ship's gonna sail someday. We're working on a ship we may never sail on. We're gonna build it anyway. Now they're all gone, but we're still building. Ship gonna sail someday. Ship's gonna sail to peace and justice. Ship's gonna sail someday. Yeah, we're working on a ship we may never sail on. Ship's gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on, but we're gonna build it anyway. We're gonna build it anyway. We're gonna build it anyway.
Hi, this is Brian Clash here, and this is a song I wrote some years ago and keeps on keeping current, and it's called Justice. Sing this song, sing it strong. Sing this song, we want justice. We want justice. We want justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Somewhere in America, a mother cries today. All over America, listen to the people say, we want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. How many black lives have to end before the leaders understand? We don't need abusive police force. The power's now in our hands. We want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Sing this song, sing it strong. Sing this song, we want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. We can't wait for the government. We must be the change. Get on board the Truth Express. Still room on the train. There's still room on the train. There's still room on this train. We want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Here are in 2020. Still waiting for justice to come. Now's the time to get on the streets, shout it out loud, the people you meet, shout out for you and me. 1, 2, 3, we want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. We want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Sing this song. Sing it strong. Sing this song. We want justice. We're gonna get it one day soon. And this song is called We Are Rising Up. Getting on our marching feet. We are rising up. There's a promise that we gotta keep, yeah. There's crooked police in this land, trying to tear things down, destroying your black lives in every city and every town. They don't know what they've done now. The sleeping giant has woke up, and we are mobilizing. We're saying enough's enough now. We are rising up now, getting on our marching feet. We are rising up now. There's a promise that we gotta keep, yeah. Politicians and their cronies, they only want to help the rich and leave the poor behind now, under the bus, headed in a ditch. They don't want to have no backbone, they don't want to have no spine. Watch them hide away in the darkness, watch them scatter from the light. We are rising up now, getting on our marching feet. We are rising up now. There's a promise that we gotta keep, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, go. Now's the time to make a stand, 'cause we won't stand for this now. We're not bowing down to their evil plan. We didn't want to fight this battle, but now we're being forced to, yeah. Gonna raise up all our voices now. This is something that we gotta do, yeah. We are rising up now, getting on our marching feet, yeah, yeah. We are rising up now. This is a promise that we gotta keep, yeah.
And this is a new song that I wrote. It's called Change the World. And what I'm learning, still learning at this time in my life, is that the best way to change everything is to start with yourself. And here's the song. I'm getting lost in the darkness, battle raging in my brain about how to find the real truth, how to take away the pain. I need to stop and take a breath. I need to learn how to breathe. Calm my mind and realize that the change begins with me. I got to change the world and do my part with open hands and an open heart. A better future is what I see. It's all up to you and me. I know that you have your doubts. You say, how can it be? Things have been so bad for so long. Can't see the forest for the trees. I say, you can make a difference. The power belongs to you. Start thinking about the thoughts you think, and you will see it's all true. You've got to change the world and do your part with your open hands and open heart. A better future you need to see. It's all up to you and me. Wake up, now is the time. Turn on your true mind. Turn off the distracting machines. Then you can finally be free. Then you can finally be free. Then you can finally be free, 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 free. We are in this all together. We are one, that is a fact. We've been deceived by divisive minds.
chasing after what we think we lack. But we can rethink all our futures and for focusing on hate and blame. Be centered on love and hope, because we are truly all the same, and we can change the world and do our part. With open hands and open hearts, a better future we will see. It's all up to you and me. It's all up to you and me. It's all up to you and me. We can change the world. And this is Mr. Brian, and just to let you know, we are all the same. So peace and love to you all out there, always. And we'll see you. Thank you, ComFest.
Thank you, Brian, for your wonderful songs and your wonderful words and your wonderful spirit and your wonderful thoughts. To all of you ComFest goers out there, if you are a lover of social action movements and social action songs, please come and share your favorites, either songs that you've written or songs that you sing, songs that you love to sing with other people moving through the movement. So I'm going to end with one last song of mine. It's called Everything Will Be All Right, because despite the state of the world right now, I'm an optimist. It's all I can do. Sing along if you feel like it. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. Israel and Palestine, China and Tibet, India and Pakistan, no forgive and forget, liberals and conservatives, blacks and whites, when it's my way or the highway, then no one's right. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. Tamils and Sri Lankans, Turks and Kurds, Democrats and Republicans, cats and birds, every story's got a conflict. Think Jerry and Tom, do we get the point? 'Cause the list goes on and on. So what's gonna make us reach across the aisle? Stop all this fighting, shake hands, maybe smile. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not
the same things. We all bleed red. Safe food, safe water, safe place to lay our head. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. It's not the end. Everybody stay safe, stay active, stay strong. See you next year out at ComFest one way or the other. Bye, everybody.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amy Sicoli. Welcome to Virtual ComFest. I am coming to you from Simply Living, and I will talk about that in just a second. First of all, I just want to say how sad I am that we're not having ComFest in person this year. I know the virus has really thrown a wrench into all of our lives, and this is for the best, but I really am going to miss this festival. It's long been one of my favorite festivals of the year. I look forward to it every single summer. I read the program from cover to cover. I get choked up every time I read the statement of principles. I've been there as a participant and a volunteer. I've been there as just a regular festival goer, and I just really, really, really love it. So hopefully next year we'll be able to do this in person. I hope you're all well and safe, and I hope you enjoy my little presentation. I'm with Simply Living. Simply Living's been a nonprofit organization in Central Ohio for almost 30 years. Since 1992 is when we were founded. We have a mission, and our mission is to be a community organization that celebrates and connects people to learning opportunities that promote community sustainability, environmental awareness, and our local economy through educational outreach and partnerships with our community. So I have joined Simply Living about 6 years ago and became a board member. And I'd always been conscious of the environment and our impact on it, but once I started learning more and more is when I really started to incorporate a lot of these steps into my personal life, and I'm happy to say that we have become quite sustainable in our house. There's a few things that the virus are making a little harder, and we'll talk about that as well. I was actually nominated and was going to be one of the stops on Simply Living's Sustainable Garden Tour this year, so I'm also really disappointed that that can't be happening, but hopefully next year we'll get to do it. Look forward to the fall. We might be doing a little virtual tours, and I can talk about my garden as well in a little while. But we're going to just talk about some basic sustainability. I think the most important thing to remember with everyone is that you just have to start where you can. If you can only make a couple of small changes, don't be discouraged. Make those small changes, because small changes really do add up. I know that sometimes when you think about all of the ways our modern lifestyle impacts the planet, and then in turn our own personal health, that it can get overwhelming and it kind of feels defeating sometimes. But I'm here to tell you that just a few small changes, once you make them, they become very easy, and then you get encouraged to make more small changes, and then before you know it, you've made a lot of changes and it feels really good. Just one change can make a difference. Your actions multiplied by the actions of others can really add up fast. And as far as movements, it only takes 15% of the population to get on board before a movement becomes unstoppable. I think that we've all seen in the last month or so what's happened with the Black Lives Matter movement. I think it's really encouraging. I'm really happy to see that some change is already starting to be made, and I think it's just the beginning. I think that we've raised awareness with that movement to such a level that that is going to be an unstoppable force. And I'm hoping that we can do the same thing with the climate change movement, because we're really reaching a tipping point. And I don't say that to scare you, but to encourage you to use your voice and make changes in your lifestyle, encourage other people to make changes in their lifestyle. And before you know it, we can have everyone on board with this movement as well. So I'm going to read a statistic to you that helps you realize how just making one change really can make a difference. So reusable bags. We all know single-use plastic is terrible. Reusable bags are one way to combat single-use plastic. So say you only have one reusable bag and you replace 700 single-use plastics with just that one bag. You use that one bag for as long as you can. You've saved 700 plastic bags from the waste stream. And that's just in 1 year. So multiply that by the rest of your life. And now add in several reusable bags, because when you go to the store, especially a grocery store, you're probably going to fill up several bags of groceries. And now say your neighbor starts using reusable bags, or sister, or a coworker, and those small changes can really, really add up. So say you make the switch right now to reusable bags instead of single-use plastic. That saves just your change, saves 22,000 single-use plastics from the waste stream, plastic bags. So that's really encouraging to me. Multiply 22,000 bags by 10 people. I mean, that's just a small example of how one change adopted by a whole bunch of people can create a massive shift. So we're going to talk about some of the easy ways that you can make changes to be more sustainable. And then I'll talk about some of the other ways that I have changed things in my life to take it steps further. And again, I know some of these things, because of the coronavirus, are more difficult. Like, obviously, a lot of grocery stores aren't allowing you to take in your reusable bags. I have found that if I do take my reusable bags, I'll call a store first and see if they allow it. I've been going to several stores with my bags still, and they make you usually bag it yourself, which is totally fine with me. And then you also want to be really careful and wash those bags every time, just to be safe. So that's one thing you can do right now. Get some reusable bags and start using them. Take them not just to the grocery store, but to every store that you go to, and use them as much as you can. Take them when you go to buy clothes. Take them when you go to buy a gift. That's change one that you can make right now. Another huge change that you can make right now is stop buying bottled water. Please stop buying bottled water. Bottled water is terrible for the planet. It's terrible for your wallet. It's terrible all around. Nestle is one of the biggest offenders of draining aquifers and then reselling water to you at 2,000% markup. There's a great website called The Story of Stuff, and they do little videos, and they do a story of bottled water, only a few minutes long. I encourage you to watch it. But get a water bottle that you can carry with you everywhere you go. Refill it in a sink, at a drinking fountain, in your faucet. Your tap water is fine. I promise it's no different. It's, in fact, more regulated than the bottled water you buy. So it's actually not safe to drink water out of the reusable or the single-use plastic bottle, especially when that bottle is subjected to temperature changes. It can leach chemicals into the water that you're drinking. Get yourself a nice glass reusable bottle. I have a basically like a thermos that keeps things either really cold or really hot. It's metal, you can wash it. That's a really simple change. You'll be surprised how much money you save and how much plastic you save from going to the ocean and into the landfill. Get a reusable coffee mug. A reusable coffee mug that you take in your car, and when you go to Starbucks, again, the virus might make this a little tougher, but once it's all over, don't worry, you'll be able to use it again. Or if you say you just go to a convenience store for coffee, take your reusable coffee travel mug with you, fill it up. You usually get a discount on the coffee that you buy because you have your own mug. We take ours everywhere. When we take road trips, whenever we get coffee that's not from our house, we have our mug and we get that for our coffee. Reusable produce bags is another one. I haven't had a problem with these during the pandemic. I don't know, some stores might not like it, but You don't even need the little flimsy plastic bag for most of your produce. I see people all the time put like 2 oranges in one of those flimsy bags. Why? You don't need to. Your orange has its own little container wrapped around it that's keeping it safe. You don't need to put it in a little plastic bag. Same goes for bananas or an onion. You don't need that little flimsy bag. Just don't use it. If you want to buy some mushrooms, have a reusable bag that you can take to the store every single time. I wash mine after I use them. That's just one more way to stop using single-use plastic when you go to the store. It's a great change that you can make right now. Straws. Ask for a no straw when you are out to eat. I don't drink from a straw at my own house. I don't know very many people that do. Say you don't want a straw. It's crazy. We in the United States go through 500 million plastic straws a day. It's enough to fill 125 school buses every single day. And those single-use plastics are particularly bad because they get washed down drains very easily, or they get washed out to sea. You've all seen the video of the poor turtle with the straw in them that they pull out. Straws are really just if you go to the beach, look, I pick up straws every time I go to the beach. They're one of the biggest things I find out in the environment. So just say no to straws. It's a really simple thing that you can do. Bring your own utensils. I have a little travel pack of bamboo utensils that I take with me everywhere I go. I just have them in my purse. They're super lightweight. You say you get food at a food truck and they're trying to give you a little plastic spoon to eat your thing with. No thanks, I've got my own. Got your little travel utensils. They don't have to be bamboo. You can just grab a fork and a spoon and a knife from your house and wrap it in a napkin, stick it in your purse or stick it in your backpack, or keep it in your office so that you don't have to use plastic at the office. That's another really simple, really easy change. Plastic utensils are also, I find them everywhere out in the environment, especially on beaches. You go to Dairy Queen, you get a Blizzard, tell them you don't need the plastic spoon. Whatever. But that's another small change that can have a huge impact on the environment, and it's economical. You'll never have to buy plastic utensils again. This is one thing that I'm trying to get better at. Bring your own container if you're going to go out to eat and you think you'll have leftovers. I'm trying really hard to work on that one. It is a little bit harder to remember, but just like all of these other habits, you keep doing it and you keep doing it and you make a habit, and then it becomes second nature and it becomes easy. I don't know about you, but I haven't really been going out to eat, even now that they say it's okay. But someday we'll all be able to go out to eat again, and remember to bring your own container for your leftovers. Another thing I do that, again, it's a little difficult now because of the pandemic, but I buy as many things in bulk as I possibly can. I have a cupboard full of mason jars, and I just take them with me. I know that the big ones weigh up 1 pound, and you get whatever you want in bulk, and when they weigh it, they subtract the 1 pound for the weight of the jar, and now I've gotten things in bulk, and there's no packaging at all. So that's another really nice, easy change that you can make that makes you more sustainable and helps the planet. There's so many things that you can do, just small little things that really make a big difference. I'm going to talk about some things that I do that take this all a step further. And you can go this far if you want to. You don't have to. Like I said, start with small changes and let them become a habit, and then you'll be encouraged and you'll want to start making more changes. So other things that we never use in our house anymore, and we never will again, paper towels. I haven't bought a paper towel in probably 5 years. I don't know how many I bought before, but I also know that I have had at least 5 people tell me that they also do not buy paper towels anymore, which really makes me feel great. It's unnecessary. We cut down so many trees every year for paper towels. Guess what? you have a washing machine, you can get some cloth napkins that are reusable. This is what we do. We have a towel, or a stack of napkins. Some of them are more like rags. Some of them are nicer when we have people over for dinner. But everything gets used, and once it's dirty, we wash it and put it back in the drawer when it's clean. And I haven't had a paper towel in my house in 5 years, and I don't miss them, and you won't miss them either. I promise you won't miss them. Plastic wrap. There are lots of options now for plastic wrap. I haven't bought plastic wrap in, again, I don't know how long. There's this stuff called beeswrap that you can buy. It's basically like a sheet of muslin that's coated in beeswax. The heat from your hand seals the wrap on whatever you're trying to wrap. I have a lot of reusable containers, and they're not even plastic. I've got a bunch of old Pyrex. I've got some other Anchor Steam, some glass containers that have lids. I have some little stainless steel containers with lids. I use all of that for my leftovers. And if I absolutely need plastic wrap, I'll use my beeswrap on something. But they're coming out with new things every single day. Silicone lids, all kinds of great things that you can use instead of plastic wrap. I actually have these little silicone things for my fruit. Like say I cut a lemon in half and I don't want to put that lemon in plastic wrap. I have this little silicone thing that seals to the top of the lemon and then just sticks the whole thing in my fridge, and it's great. Ziploc bags. I haven't bought a Ziploc bag in years now. And sometimes people give me things in Ziploc bags, and then I will continue to wash and reuse that as many times as I can before it finally is not usable anymore. But I don't buy them. I don't need them. There's always a container you can put something in instead of a Ziploc bag. They make reusable sandwich things, little envelopes. They're washable in your dishwasher or by hand if you're going to pack lunch every day and you want to take a sandwich, or raisins or cherries or carrot sticks or whatever. They make all these little great things that you can get. If you don't want to buy things, you can save your yogurt container and use it like Tupperware. Save all of your plastic that your food comes in and reuse that as a Tupperware option for as long as you can. Other things I don't buy anymore. I don't buy sponges for my kitchen anymore, especially the really like dyed ones that are full of chemicals. I don't use sponges. I'll either use a dish rag, or we actually have a little bamboo brush, and I buy dish soap that's solid, that doesn't come in any plastic. It comes in a little cardboard box, and it's a solid thing. I stick it in a little bowl. I have my little brush. I get my brush wet. I rub it in soap, and I wash my dishes with that, and it works great, and there's no plastic, and there's no chemicals. Tupperware I already covered. I don't buy Tupperware. Sometimes people give me things in Tupperware, and that's great. I'll use it until I absolutely can't use it again, until it's completely unusable, and then I'll finally take it to Whole Foods to be recycled. But I don't buy Tupperware. Balloons. I'm sure you've all seen how bad balloons are, especially when they're released into the air. People do it as memorials, or I think that the Indy 500 does it at the start of every race, every year when they do the race. I know there's still some football teams that will release balloons for home games. They're so damaging to the environment. They're so damaging to the wildlife. Even the ones that say that they're biodegradable, they're not. I've seen the videos of people having one in their yard for 6 years and it still hasn't degraded. They're especially bad if they have a string on them. There's lots of other ways you can memorialize someone. You don't have to release balloons. Just Google it. There's tons of other ways that you can pay tribute to someone that you've lost, or whatever other reason you have for releasing balloons. You don't need to. I haven't bought a balloon for anybody's birthday or anything like that in years. Litter box liners. So I have 2 cats. I know some people buy plastic litter box liners for their litter boxes, or even for their litter after they scoop it and put it in a little plastic bag. We don't do that either. We actually have a little pail that has a lid on it, and it's a little metal galvanized steel pail. We scoop the cat litter into the pail. Once the pail is filled, You take it out and dump it in the trash. No plastic bag. Litter is still, what are you going to do? We've got kids. They don't go outside. But that's, I'm saving a few plastic bags every week. Unlike some people that use the liners, I just, I'll wash my litter boxes out every so often, and we just scoop it right into the pail with no liner. Let's see. We don't use trash can liners in our office or in our bathroom. We just don't feel the need. We don't throw anything in there that's going to be gross. So, especially in the office, a lot of that's just paper that gets recycled anyway, so we don't have liners in those cans. Some people might think that this isn't cool, but we don't buy Kleenex either. I do have old school napkins, like how your grandpa used to keep in his pocket to blow his nose on. I have some of those that we wash over and over again. Sometimes I'll just use toilet paper instead of Kleenex, whatever. I just don't buy Kleenex. I don't buy anything in plastic if I can get it in glass or in cardboard instead. I know there's some debate on if cardboard is better or worse because they're still cutting down trees, but at least with cardboard you can recycle it and it can degrade. So if I see a jar of peanut butter and one's in glass and one's in plastic, I always buy the one in glass. If I see a jar of honey, same thing. One's in plastic, one's in glass. I'll spend the extra 30 cents to buy the honey that's in a glass jar. I just feel like it's important. Then you can take those glass jars and reuse them over and over again to buy things in bulk or to make cleaning products and store them in, or, there's lots of ways that you can reuse those containers. My partner is a pop drinker, and he used to always buy his pop in 2-liter bottles. And I have now convinced him to buy cans. So the cans are recyclable, and the cardboard box that they come in is also recyclable. And it's just a much better, more sustainable option than a 2-liter bottle. So that's another thing we've completely eliminated from our household. No more 2-liter bottles. Shampoo and conditioner. I've actually been buying the bars, and they're great. You can get them online. Lush is a store at Easton, I believe, or maybe it's at Polaris, but they sell shampoo and conditioning bars. So no plastic, no packaging. You can get them online. You probably could even Google how to make them yourself, but that's just one more thing that I don't buy that comes in plastic. So my shampoo and conditioner bars they're great. I love them. Coffee filters. We actually have a reusable coffee filter. So we use that every day instead of coffee filters. We don't buy coffee filters anymore. So that's just another awesome change that we've made. I do always buy fair trade coffee as well. I just feel like if I can, and if you can, spend the extra couple of dollars and get the fair trade coffee. The farmers get paid a fair wage, and it's more environmentally friendly coffee that's grown in a more environmentally friendly way. So those are a few other steps that we've taken. It's a partial list. There's a ton more. I make my own cleaning products. I'll talk about that in a second as well. And I've actually got a garden, so we grow a ton of our own food, which also saves us from going to the store and buying a ton of things ourselves. We can a lot of it, so I didn't have to buy a can of tomatoes all winter long. We canned so many tomatoes last year that we didn't run out this year. I even still have a couple, and the tomatoes are starting to get ripe again now, so that's exciting. So like I said, I'm not perfect. I'm still on this journey of sustainability, and I know that I can always do more. I'm hoping that I can encourage you to just make a couple of small changes and go from there. But here are some other options of ways to be more sustainable as well. Like I said, I don't have an electric car, but I do have a car that gets 40 miles to the gallon in gas, and I don't drive it that often. If I can walk somewhere, I walk. If I can ride my bike, I ride my bike. So I don't really drive more than maybe 5,000 miles a year. I know that's not possible for everyone, but you can take the bus. Again, I know the virus makes all of our lives so much harder in so many ways, but it's not going to last forever. So just think about ways you can make changes in the future. Other sustainable changes that you can make, shop secondhand. Go to the thrift store. There's tons of great stores in Columbus now that are secondhand, whether it be clothing or furniture. There's not just thrift stores. There's also some really great environmentally friendly curated collections. Like there's one right down the street from me in Clintonville called Marigold, and she sells clothing and household goods, clothing in sizes from little babies all the way to plus sizes for women. She has some things for men. She's got some cute household goods. She's got great toys and books for children. Her prices are really reasonable, and she spends all of the time going to thrift stores to pick out the best stuff so you don't have to do that. And her store is really cute. There's tons of places like that. There's a place in Grandview called One More Time. They have a furniture, household store, and a clothing store. I get a ton of stuff there. Support your local businesses. Support small local businesses rather than going to Walmart. See if you can get these other things. You might pay $1 or $2 more for some things, but at least you're supporting the local economy and the local businesses, which makes our whole community more sustainable and more resilient in the face of a pandemic, for instance. Co-ops. Farmers markets are a great place to shop and support your local farmers. We really need to have a strong, resilient local food system, and supporting your farmers market is a great way to do it. When this pandemic started, we signed up for Yellowbird Food Shed, which is it's not really a co-op, but it is a lot of different growers. Everyone's from Ohio. So we get food delivered straight to our house from Yellowbird. You can also get it delivered to several little pickup spots, but you can go onto their website. You can buy things from bar soap to flour to eggs to milk to chicken to tons of fresh produce. They've got some other frozen things. They've got the whole range. They've got hummuses and chips and salsa and beans and staples and all kinds of really great things. And every single thing that they sell comes to you from an Ohio farmer. So I feel really great supporting that. It was a really great way for us to get some fresh produce without going to the grocery store and until our garden took off. Join a CSA. I think I just said that. Grow your own food. Like I said, we have a big garden and we grow a ton of our own food. So I probably won't be getting the Yellowbird produce much longer because we've got a ton of stuff already coming in. So we grow a lot of our own food, and that saves you money at the store. It tastes better. When you go out and pick a raspberry off your vine and it's still warm from the sunshine, it tastes so much better than any raspberry you'll ever get in the store, I promise you. We can a lot of our food. I've been growing a lot of flowers and herbs, and now I make a lot of tinctures and herbal concoctions. I make a Neosporin with calendula flowers and plantain that grows in my yard for free. I make my own tea. I grow chamomile and lemon balm and tulsi and make my own blends of tea, and I drink that tea all winter long, and I give it away as gifts. There's a ton of things you can grow, and then you don't have to buy them at the store, and you get the satisfaction of knowing you did it yourself, and it really does taste better. Carpool if you can. Again, I know, pandemic. Compost is a big thing that we do in our house. We actually have chickens as well, so there are ways to make great compost, and we save our food scraps. We just have a little tub on our counter, and we fill it up, and when it's full, we take it out and put it in the compost pile, and it's just a great way to reduce your waste. I know that the statistic is Americans waste 40% of the food that we buy, which is crazy. Think of all of the energy it took to grow that food and all of the resources, and then all the gasoline it took to ship it from one place to the other, and then we just throw it away. It makes me so sad. I know I'm guilty of it too. I try really hard not to waste anything, but you know, every once in a while things go bad in the fridge before we get to them. So we compost it, and that keeps it out of the landfill, and it keeps it from turning into methane into our atmosphere. So if you can compost, compost. Buy fair trade products. I talked about that a little bit already, but it's always a nice alternative if you can find paired with chocolate, or coffee, or tea. It's just a better product. It's more sustainable. Eat a few meatless meals a week. Maybe just start with one. I'm not a vegetarian. Like I said, I've been getting some meat from Yellowbird. I don't feel bad about that meat because I know it's all been humanely raised and cared for, and it's not a factory farm situation. But I'm not saying you have to give up meat. Just eat less of it. Instead of every meal, maybe just one meal a day with meat, or make your portions smaller. It's one way you can make a big difference. Other ways that you can be more sustainable. I don't always make my own cleaning products. Sometimes I just don't have time. But there are really great companies that you can support if you're not going to go the extra mile like I do. If you haven't heard of Certified B Corporations, I'm going to tell you a little bit about those, and then I have to read this. Certified B Corporations are a new kind of business that balances purpose and planet. They are legally required to consider the impact of their decisions for their workers, their customers, their suppliers, their community, and the environment. So it's a community of leaders that drive a global movement of people using business as a force for good. So there's lots of different products that are made by Certified B Corporations. Patagonia is one. Patagonia is expensive, but their stuff lasts forever. So if you can afford to spend a little bit more money on maybe a jacket from Patagonia, it will last you 20 years. They also stopped using microfleece because of the microplastics that we're rinsing off of it every time. They're really aware of their footprint, and they're really trying hard to make changes. It's a great company to support. There's a lot of other ones, though. Mrs. Myers, J.R. Watkins, Dr. Bronner's obviously is a great choice. Method, Seventh Generation makes some really good products. Those are all Certified B Corporations. Jenny's Ice Cream is a Certified B Corporation, so don't feel guilty about getting your Jenny's Ice Cream because she's doing good things with that money. Even though it's expensive, you can rest assured that some of that money is going back into our local economy, and also she's doing really great things for the planet with that money. There's also products that are 1% for the planet products. There's also some stores around here that give 1% of their profits to the planet. Those are great places to support. Valrhona Chocolate is a Certified B Corporation. There's tons of them. You can go online and Google, but there's lots of different places that are Certified B Corporations, and they range from financial institutions to cleaning products to clothing and everything in between. There's also some technology. So some people need that little extra push, or they like to have it on their phone. There's an app called Detox Me, and you commit to making small changes, and then it tracks your changes for you and shows you what you've done in the amount of time. It's just kind of a fun way to track your sustainability and keep you on track and help you, give you tips to remind you to make some changes. There's one called Done Good. There's one called Healthy Living. One called EcoCred. Those are all really great places to start. There's also Simply Living is a partner of the Northwest Earth Institute, and twice a year they do something called the Eco Challenge, which is a 2-week challenge. You can go online and sign up to be on our team for the next time. I believe there's one in July, and then there's one in October. But they give you tons of ways that you can become more sustainable, like taking shorter showers, water consumption, actually. That's something else that we do in our yard. We have 3 rain barrels, and we water our garden from water from the rain barrels, and so there's a drought, but that hasn't been a problem. We actually have one of our rain barrels hooked up to a hose that goes all the way back out to our back raised bed, and my boyfriend rigged it up so the hose goes through the whole bed, and it has little valves, and we can turn off sections or turn on sections. But basically all we do is turn the nozzle on the rain barrels on, and that whole back bed gets watered without us having to do anything. So there's lots of ways that you can do things like that. Plant native plants. Native plants are more drought resistant. They don't need as much water to survive. They're better for the environment because all of our native insects and pollinators and birds, they all need those native plants to survive. That's what's supposed to be in the environment for them. So that's another way to become more sustainable. There are so many things that you can do, and it's exciting, I think, once you start thinking about, oh, I can do this or I can do that, and then that just snowballs into all of the other ways that you can become more sustainable in your life. It all helps the planet. It helps our community. I'm going to tell you a couple of stores that I shop at that I really like, especially for some of the cleaning supplies that I buy, that I make myself. I'll tell you about those in a second. The cleaning supplies, I want to talk about that a little bit. These are some other things that I do. I have asthma, so a lot of times cleaning products are filled with ingredients that aren't good for us. They're not great for the planet. I notice a lot of them especially make it really hard for me to breathe. Bleach is one of the biggest ones that I do not buy. And I notice it when people use it. I notice that I have a hard time breathing when there's a lot of bleach in the air. It's very damaging. So there's lots of other things that you can do. You don't really need the bleach. But if you ever looked at the warning labels on some of these cleaning supplies, they're kind of scary. Like, look at the back of an oven cleaner. I think the poison symbol on there. And then you're gonna put that in your oven and in your house and breathe that in all day while it's working. Even some of the green options are made by companies that make mainstream products and really aren't that green. So even if you're trying not to give your money to some of these other companies, they still sneak it in on you and you still are supporting them. So that's another reason I like to make my own products. I know what's in them. I know what companies I'm getting the ingredients from. And I feel good about supporting those companies, like I said, like Dr. Bronner's, for instance. Anyway, these chemicals are everywhere, and they can be extremely toxic, or they can be just a little bit toxic, but they all add up in your body, and it's called a body burden when you have a buildup of toxic chemicals in your body. Some people don't have a big reaction to those. Some people like me, I can tell a huge difference. So anyway, any way you can rid your house of chemicals, and also you're also saving a lot of that plastic from the waste stream. Like if you're not buying a cleaning product that comes in a plastic bottle, you've not only saved the earth from those chemicals and your health from those chemicals, you've kept that plastic out of the waste stream. So like I said, I have a ton of mason jars. I make a lot of my cleaning products and put them in mason jars and clean my whole house with them. Some of the most basic things that you need are vinegar, Dr. Bronner's Castile soap, baking soda, lemons. Those are some of the biggest ones that I've used. And you can make a ton of cleaning products with just simple ingredients. So white vinegar cleanses, deodorizes, it cuts grease, it's disinfectant. It has thousands of uses. Same with baking soda. It's also an abrasive, so you can scrub your tub with it. One really simple thing that I make all the time is baking soda. I fill a small mason jar with baking soda, and then you just add about a quarter of that jar of liquid Castile soap. And you can use any of the scents that you like, or you can use unscented. And you mix that up, and it makes a nice little paste. That paste is great to scrub your tubs, your sink. I use it to scrub my hands after I come in from the garden and I've got all that dirt on my fingers or the green stuff from the tomatoes. It takes care of it all. It's like magic. It's one of my favorite all-purpose cleaners. Another thing that I do that's really easy is I keep a jar on my counter, and every time we eat an orange or use a lemon, we save that peel and we stick it in the jar, and we fill that jar with vinegar and make sure everything's covered in the vinegar. And you just let that steep for a few weeks, and then you strain the fruit out, the citrus out, and you've got another really fantastic all-purpose cleaner. The oils from the citrus are really great at crease cutting. You can use it for almost everything. That's a really easy, great one. Essential oils. Be careful of the company that you get your essential oils from, because some are not as great, and others are really good, and they really are sustainable in the way they make things earth friendly. But I know some of the good ones are doTERRA. Now makes really nice essential oils. Plant Therapy, Eden's Gardens, Mountain Rose Herbs, that's a great company. Young Living, those are all really reputable brands. But essential oils boost cleaning power. They smell really good. A lot of them are antimicrobial and antifungal. Some of them are antiviral, antibacterial, and are antiseptic. I make basically like a fake Febreze. I have ball jars. They actually make lids that you can screw onto your ball jars that have like the spray nozzle or the pump. So I have some with the spray nozzle, and I'll just mix water and some essential oils together with a little bit of witch hazel and shake it up, and I spray that in the room. If you've got a dog and your house smells like a dog, spray that. You do have to be careful which ones you use with pets, because some aren't great for pets. So just Google that if you're going to use essential oils, but they're really great for lots of different cleaning. I even use lemongrass essential oil as a bug repellent. I just dab it onto my wrists and behind my ears and on my ankles, and I don't get bit by mosquitoes when I have the lemongrass on. But there's lots of great cleaning products that you can make yourself, and again, it's just another way to be more sustainable, and helps your budget, it helps the planet. It's a great way to do it. So I hope that I've inspired you to make some changes in your life. I hope that you can see how easy it is, and it inspires you to add on to those changes, or maybe it inspires your neighbor to make a couple of changes. We can do this, everybody. We can have a more sustainable world and a healthier planet. And we can be healthier and save money at the same time and do good. So thank you for allowing me to give you a little talk. I hope you learned something, and I will be with you to answer questions. Thank you, everybody. Have a great ComFest.
Hey, what's going on, Columbus? It is the God Show from Face Club Comedy, as well as Affirmative Distraction, Columbus's only all-black improv group. Hey, over the next couple of weeks, couple of days, couple of months, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about the importance of voting. Now, voting is important. However, if voting is the only thing that you're doing to help the community, you are getting a failing grade. Make sure that you are actually donating, be it your time, be it your dollars, but make sure that you find a cause and actually roll your arms, roll your sleeves up, and invest in some sweat equity. Get involved in whatever that effort, whatever that may be, that moves you, but put some time. Not just checking a ballot box. That's not going to make an improvement in the community. That's the bare minimum. If all you do is voting, you're probably the same person that just changes your profile picture when there's something drastic going on in the world. So actually get out there, make some moves. And also, if you're going to make some moves, follow Face Club Comedy, Affirmative Distraction, and of course me, The God Show, on Instagram, Facebook. Follow me around the mall awkwardly. That's fine. But get out. Stay safe, Columbus.
We shall overcome someday. And we are not afraid. No. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome.
Listen, welcome. It's a thrill to be at ComFest. This year, unlike all other ComFests, I'm actually wearing clothing.
Poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah.
Anyway, I remember when I was a kid, I remember the Christopher Columbus statue coming. I don't remember when it was exactly, but they put it up there. I think it's the biggest one in the world. And I am thrilled that it's leaving us. So goodbye, Columbus, as they say, both at Columbus State and downtown. And I think they ought to put a statue of a big peace sign there. That'd be great. But there should be a big referendum on what to put there. And then we got to change the name of this town. I love this city, but I always hated the name. And, I think they should call it Fitrakis.
When are we starting?
Something better than Columbus. We can do better than Columbus.
Well, this is the 50th anniversary of the Columbus Free Press. This October, you're the longest running editor here. You were the senior editor when I took it over in 92. The Free Press, of course, comes out of the so-called underground press. What can you tell us about that history?
Well, I remember one of the first covers that the Columbus Free Press ran, which was in 1970, and it had Attorney General John Mitchell, who was quite a character, a very big right-wing guy, smoking a joint. I just thought that was so great. So I was lucky enough, I got involved way back when with the Liberation News Service, and we spread articles to newspapers all over the country, underground papers like the Free Press, but we were infiltrated by the FBI. We know this. This is one of those conspiracy theories that is a conspiracy fact. The Liberation News Service, which was sending articles to the Free Press and other newspapers, underground papers all over the country, J. Edgar Hoover had us personally infiltrated. And a long story short, and this is one of my favorite stories in all of human life, is that they broke up our news service, but we were thinking outside the box, and we moved part of the news service to a farm in Massachusetts. And that we wound up helping to pioneer the organic farming movement and then the no nukes movement. And I like to think that J. Edgar Hoover flips in his grave every moment to know that he is the godfather of the hippie organic farming and anti-nuclear movement. So that just goes to show, if you're smart enough and think outside the box, you'll beat them. So Bob, we had Dwayne Yeager, who kept the Free Press alive until you showed up, and you and Suzanne have kept the Free Press alive all these years, and it's tremendous. And then you had the foresight to get the freepress.org website a name. And for those of you who don't think you can make a difference in this world, I'm going to tell you two quick stories, Columbus-based. Number one, when I was a junior at Eastmore High School in the 1960s, there was a roller rink. This was 1962. This is almost 60 years ago. There was a roller rink at 18th and Main, which is now a vacant lot. And it was called Rollerland. And they would not allow black people in there. This is 1952, or 62. I'm sorry, 1962, for God's sakes. This is 8 years after the Brown versus Board of Education desegregation decision. And what they did was, you showed up and you couldn't just buy a ticket. You had to join a club. And then they let you in, right? So 3 white people, me and Alan Ross and Susan Wexner, picketed.
Susan Wexner?
I believe so.
Is she related to Les?
I think she's his sister, actually, but I haven't seen her since. And I asked Alan Ross if that was, in fact, Les Wexner's sister, and he said he didn't remember anything before 1980. So what can I tell you? Anyway, so we picketed, and we chanted, "Don't skate, integrate." And then they had us join because we were white, and we went in. And as a result of what we did, they were forced to desegregate. And I thought that was so cool. I was 16 years old, and here we desegregated this roller rink. And that's what made me an activist, because I was also captain of the tennis team. And, you know, we played to win. And what fun was it if you didn't win? And we won this
Were
fight.
you as good as Tom Hayden in tennis, who went to University of Michigan on a tennis scholarship?
You know, I never played him. I should have, you know. But I know if I beat him, he would have thrown his racket at me. So I don't know. But I wish I had played Tom Hayden in tennis. But anyway, the second thing is you came and you had the Free Press and you had freepress.org website. And in 2004, I started teaching history at Columbus State, and you were already there in political science. And you started calling me and telling me how they were stealing the 2004 election. Now, I'm a historian. I didn't know any of that stuff, but you knew what was going on. And of course, you can't type. So I was writing up you call me like at 8 or 9 at night, and I write the article, and I finish it at 3 in the morning. Because when I was in Ann Arbor, I worked at the student paper. We locked down at 2 in the morning, so I always go to bed at 3. And I had the article, and I'd send it to you, email it to you at 3 in the morning, and you'd put it up at the 8 in the morning. And in the last week of the 2004 election, on the freepress.org websites, our articles were #1 in the world on the internet, because we were predicting how the election was going to be stolen, and we were 100% right. And then, of course, John Kerry, we briefed John Kerry's people, and we told him, his running mate told him not to concede, and he did anyway. But and that's why all the election protection stuff that we need so desperately to do now in 2020, you know, we know all this stuff because we saw the election stolen in Ohio 2004, and I guarantee you, we know that they're doing their best to steal it in Ohio 2020, because they're, you know, stripping the voter rolls and sabotaging vote by mail, and they're going to sabotage the vote count. I mean, we're looking at fascism here, and Ohio is, you know, you got this right-wing legislature that wants to steal it, and people, it's not enough just to vote, people. You got to not only register, you got to register everybody you know, you got to protect the voter rolls, you got to protect vote by mail, and you got to work to monitor the vote count. It's not enough just to vote in 2020.
And the one part you left out, when you would send it at 3 in the morning, I would have to wake Suzanne up and dictate the edits to her.
Right. You have to delete all the 4-letter words and all the Yiddish stuff that I put in there. But otherwise, you know. So, yeah. But, folks, if you don't want Hitler to take the White House in 2020, and you know, the people get confused about when you call Donald Trump Hitler, because he thinks that he acts just like Hitler, but it doesn't look like Hitler.
I think his gestures are more Mussolini. He acts like Hitler, but his grand gestures are very Mussolini.
Yeah, but the problem is he looks just like Hermann Goering. I mean, he and Goering are like, you got to publish the Free Press with a picture of Hermann Goering right next to Trump. I mean, these guys are separated at birth, you know. But we are looking at fascism, Nazism, you name it. I mean, COVID-19 is the new Zyklon B. They're doing everything to stop testing to prevent people from finding out if they got the virus, because he doesn't want the numbers to go up. And he knows that people of color are more deeply affected by the virus because of the lack of health care. And so, you know, this guy is a war criminal. And the virus has become the new Zyklon B. That's the reality of the situation.
So if we look at this moment in history, not only do we have a pandemic, but we have a massive Black Lives Matter movement.
Thank God.
What's your take on that as a historian in the cycles of U.S. history?
I'm going to tell you right now, these marches won't mean anything if people don't go in there and join the statewide networks, get into the election boards, protect the voter rolls, protect vote by mail, and monitor the vote count. You know, we have a history in this country. We have these huge marches, and people come out and it's all great, and they talk about how powerful we are, and they go home and nothing happens. So these Black Lives Matters marches are not going to matter anything if the people who marched don't get involved in election protection. Now, Bob, you are the head. You're organizing the Ohio network to get people trained and get them into the polls. And everybody listening to this at ComFest, everybody who marched during Black Lives Matters, all these marches and wonderful marches, you can't go home and say what a great march. You got to contact the Free Press, contact Bob, get into the election boards. You got to be working with the voter rolls. You got to be working with vote by mail. You got to make sure that the ballots are actually correctly printed. As Bob will remember, in 2004, they printed absentee ballots that did not have John Kerry's name on them, for God's sakes. You got to make sure enough are printed. They go out. The voters get them. They mark the ballots. They come back. They're stored. They're protected. And then they're counted and properly counted. It's not enough just to vote, and it's not enough just to march. You got to get into these election boards, every one of you. So contact the Free Press and be active. It's a trifecta, or if you're Catholic, a trinity. Protect the voter registration rolls, make sure vote by mail is done right, and then make sure the ballots are counted properly. And don't think that you can just march or just vote and that's enough. And it's nowhere near enough in this Trump fascist coup that's going on here.
This is The Other Side of the News, streaming to you from the Indie Media Studios of the Free Press Network on YouTube, but also available online at WGRN.org. Plus, listen to us on Columbus, Ohio's 2 volunteer-run low-power FM radio stations, Friday at 5:30 p.m. on 94.1 FM, The Green Renaissance, and rebroadcasted Mondays at 4:30 p.m. on WCRS, the community radio station, both 92.7 and 98.3 FM.
And what do you make? You were mentioning today the New York Times had an article on the city of Columbus and the Columbus statue.
Oh, I think it's great that it's going to leave. I hope they melt it down. It all gets recycled, and they make us. I mean, there are a million things you could do to put a statue there. I'd like to see a nice big piece, an environmental sign, or something like that, or maybe a pipe organ that people can play on that'd be fun, something musical. It's just a wonderful thing that statue is leaving. He was a terrible guy, Christopher Columbus. He really was a terrible guy. He tortured people.
The founder of the Western slave trade.
Yes.
A genocidal maniac. The Tanos Indians who he eliminated.
He was so bad that the Spaniards actually arrested him for abusing the Indians. The Spaniards didn't arrest anybody for abusing Indians but him. I mean, I think he's the only guy. So no, and we got to change the name of the town. Maybe if you guys we could call it Woody. That would go over. It would have like an environmental.
Well, there is a strain known as Woody, strain of marijuana, Woody Haze, Haze.
That's good. Well, maybe the new statue could be a big reefer, but something. But it's a great move that they're getting rid of that statue. We got to rename the town. I lived in the town of Amherst, Massachusetts, or nearby, and we tried to. They got to change that name too. I mean, it's outrageous. So it's a really good thing. But folks, this election, man, and Ohio should be a swing state, but it's so corrupt. I mean, you have a legislature that's more anti-democracy than a Republican Secretary of State. I mean, that is really hard to do. So every inch of this election has to be fought. And people you got to go into those, you got to connect with Bob, get trained, and go into the voting, to the election polls, to the boards of election, because otherwise we're cooked. You can't have a second term for Donald Trump and think that there's going to be anything resembling a democracy in this country or this world. The natural environment will not survive 4 more years of this guy.
Well, do you remember back in 1992 when we wanted the Columbus statues taken down and during the 500-year encounter with Columbus, Dennis Banks, and all our Native American friends when we tried to seize the Santa Marina.
Yeah, the great Mark Welch was here at the time, and I remember you just shaking your fist and yelling at some cop. You're lucky he didn't shoot you, but you know,
I was in the first row with Mark Welch when we tried to seize the boat, and I once told the story that we marched right into the police line, chest to chest, and Mark said no, it was belly to belly.
Yeah, yeah, right. But you may remember we decided at the last minute to have a rally, and we called a rally on like 2 days' notice, and 300 people came, and Mark was on the front page of USA Today because this was the biggest city in the country in the world named after this guy. But that's got to change. We got to get rid of him, rid of the name. I always liked Columbus, but I never liked the name. It's not fitting. I mean, Ben Franklin would be all right. Go belly to belly with him.
Franklinton, the original name of the city.
Right.
But, still a neighborhood.
We got to come up with something, good and original. But it's great the statue's going, and it wouldn't be going if it wasn't for all this marching. But if we don't protect the election, we are going to have this Hitler guy for forever, for the next 1,000 years. It'll be the 1,000-year Trump. So people, I'm taking it. It couldn't be more serious. You got to protect the voter rolls. Got to make vote by mail work, and got to do the vote count. And the only way that's going to happen is if you get trained and then go in there and be in this election for the next 4.5 months. That's all we got. I mean, I'm starting to think of countries where I could go to and seek asylum the day after if Trump, God forbid, prevails.
Well, they're in Europe. They're talking about blocking U.S. citizens because of the virus.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have no universal health care. People can't get tested. You were telling me, you're eligible because of your age to be tested, but other people have to pay a lot of money if they don't have health insurance just to be tested.
It's outrageous. Trump doesn't want people tested. Trump would rather have people die than have them tested, and then deny that it was the virus that killed them. Yeah, and to put it in perspective, how bad this could be. I mean, we're still rolling here. In 1918, the only president worse than Trump was Woodrow Wilson. And Woodrow Wilson was 100% responsible. I won't tell you the whole story, but he was 100% responsible for the pandemic of 1918. And in that pandemic, I mean, we've had 120,000 die so far here. 675,000 Americans died, and the country was less than a quarter the population. So if we have a repeat of what happened in 1918, 2.5 million Americans will die. 2.5 million Americans. And I just read an obituary today about a young woman, an African-American woman died. She was 35 years old. She was at the peak of her health. I mean, this is not just old people getting picked off here. So I will say quickly, what I'm doing 3 things. I'm taking zinc. Zinc, there is medical indication that zinc prevents the virus from lodging on your cells. Everybody should be taking zinc. I take a ton of vitamin C, which everybody should do anyway. But I'm taking 1,000 micrograms an hour. And there is statistical evidence that shows that people who have and are being treated in hospital, if they get mega doses of vitamin C, they do get out earlier. Now, I'm not selling vitamin C. I'm not medically recommending it, but I'm telling you anecdotally. And the final thing, I'm sure you'll all love this. I am breathing. I have a jar I walk around with that has minced garlic and onions in it. And I breathe in the mixed garlic and onions. People, I
and
recently,
the garlic gets on you, so nobody gets close to
nobody,
you.
yes, that helps enforce social distancing. As I found out on the airplane, I flew here from California, breathing in an open jar of onions and garlic. I was not popular on the plane. I'm sure if they could have, they would have dropped me off in like Indiana or Kansas, but nonetheless. So those are the three things I'm doing. And I would recommend, that you do take tons of vitamin C. Make sure you take zinc every day. And if you're adventurous like me, get a jar of minced garlic and just breathe it in every hour. I love it, frankly. And think of yourself as the virus being confronted by all this garlic. It makes perfect sense. And maybe before Columbus leaves, maybe we should have a garlic clove at the. I just really can't wait to see what happens with that piece of land. It should become a big communal gathering area. Actually, that's happened in Virginia. In I think it's Richmond. There's a big statue of Robert E. Lee, and they've been trying to tear it down. They haven't been able to tear it down, so they've graffitied all over the thing, and it's become like a big public event there. People go there, they smoke pot, they have dancing and all that other stuff. So whatever happens, it's better than the way we got there now.
And any comments on what, if anything, we could do with the police to reform them in this country?
Well, I don't know. How about mandatory pot smoking for all cops before they go on duty? That would be helpful.
Little medical marijuana to calm them down?
Yeah, preventive, prevent them from abusing people and thereby causing medical problems. It's a great question, It's an exciting moment. Well, and there's been a huge turning point in the country. The overwhelming, the polls show support for Black Lives Matters. And the NFL, who would have thought that the NFL would practically beg a team to hire Colin Kaepernick? Goodell, the chair of the commissioner, has said, come on, please, somebody give this guy a job. It's a major turning point. And I think most people realize that the looters were just organized criminals. We had a lot of reports in LA of, you got the march over here, magnificent marches, and then down the street, people are looting, and the guys are turning up in black unmarked cars, and, it's organized crime. Nobody's really relating it to the marches. So this is a major turning point, but it's only going to work if people protect this election. We cannot have, this guy going 4 more years. As far as I'm concerned, they could take Joe Biden and they could get a taxidermist and stuff him and leave him in the basement there and have a ventriloquist do his speeches. This is all about Hitler. This is all about Trump. But people, it is not enough just to vote. It's not enough just to register. You got to contact Bob and the Free Press, get trained, and be inside in these election boards.
And you think vote by mail, how it's done, is going to be key?
Well, if you want to steal an election, you go to 100% vote by mail. You shut down all the precincts, and then you don't mail out the ballots. That's their plan, obviously. Make it as hard as possible to get one and deny the precinct access, and then just don't let people get ballots. And the only thing that can happen is that people gotta protect, stop that from happening, or we're screwed.
Well, last few minutes here. Any memories of the Free Press when you first started writing from it, or from the community festival? Did you paint your path?
Remember you and I emceed once for John Sinclair.
Oh, you're right.
That was really cool. I love the ComFest. ComFest is one of the great events. So is Starwood in Southeast Ohio, where clothing is also optional. The ComFest is one of the, and the Free Press together are among the great organizations and the great events. We just got to get the name Columbus off. The Free Press and ComFest, we should come to agreement on what the new name for this town should be as the statue is leaving. And we got to come up. You should hold run a front page article and hold a contest to rename the city. When I did that in Amherst, Massachusetts in the 70s. And we got some great names. A lot of people wanted to call it Nonotuck, which was the original Indian name. Somebody wanted to call it Emily, after Emily Dickinson, which I just thought was terrific. And, we could call it Nancy for Nancy Wilson. She was the greatest singer to come out of Columbus, or Thurber for James Thurber. But it should be after a woman. And I would love to call this town Nancy. I don't think there's a Nancy, Ohio. I doubt there are many towns anywhere named Nancy. Happens to be my sister's name. But, let's come up with a better name. And really, Free Press should hold a contest and get the suggestions.
Well, we actually did that after 92, and Kenny Irwin, Ohio, the most radical Native American in the city at the time, won the contest.
Well, we just got to come up with one that everybody likes. You're never going to come up with everybody likes, but something good and get the dialogue going. But Columbus, it's got to go. It's just a terrible name for a great town.
Right. I mean, we got rid of Stalingrad.
Right. Well, we could call it DeWine, but with an H. DWHINE. So everybody could go there and whine.
Or Acton.
Acton, yes. And I want to extend my support to Amy Acton. She's very brave, and she did what needed to be done and paid a tough price for it. So my support goes out to her. But I'm sure ComFest people can come up with a name.
Right, so that will be the contest, is the new name of Columbus. I think we're close to wrapping up. Any last words for the people? 50th anniversary of the Free Press and your first virtual community festival.
It's been great, and like I said, I came clothed this time. I look forward to next year's ComFest and when we have a new name for this town. And God help us, people, you got to get into the election boards. 4.5 months, learn everything about this election. Contact the Free Press. Go in there. It is not enough to vote, especially if you marched, then you got to get in there. It's hypocritical to have marched in these great gatherings and then not follow up. If you've got the consciousness, if you've got the commitment to go out there and march, then you got the obligation to save this election. And it can be done. We got no choice. I mean, if we can flip Ohio, that'll do it. And it's going to be tough, but we can do it.
Well, thank you, Harvey Wasserman, for being on the Free Press Salon and on the radio show.
Thank you.
WGRN, the other side of the news, the side you're on.
We'll take it. No nukes, everybody. And don't skate, integrate.
All right. Thanks.
All right, man. Thank you. It was fun.
Then hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah.
Hi ComFest, Tori Simmons from Face Club Comedy here. Just a few reminders as we navigate our virtual ComFest this weekend. 1, don't forget to register to vote so that your voice can be heard, especially for the election this upcoming fall. 2, don't forget to support our underserved communities here in Columbus. They need our support the most, especially as we navigate this time of change. And 3, don't forget to laugh. One of my favorite ways to do that is to hang out with my group, Face Club Comedy. You can catch us performing and uploading videos on our Facebook and Instagram channels at Face Club Comedy. Be safe out there, everybody, and happy ComFest weekend.
Good morning, ComFesters. It is an absolutely beautiful day, and we're so happy that you're here this morning. We have an amazing speaker. I think we all know how important it is for our bodies. We only have one. We want to keep it good and healthy. Professor Spira has spoken here in the past. We've been extremely lucky to get him back this year. And I'd like to bring him on stage, and he's going to talk to us about a vegan diet and how to make us healthier, happier human beings. So please help me welcome to the stage Professor Spira.
Thank you. I am Professor Spira, and I practice something called the Mucusless Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. And the Mucusless Diet Healing System is basically a transitional system, offers a transitional methodology to go from however you eat, whether you eat a standard American diet, the SAD diet, or if you even eat a vegetarian diet that might have heavy mucus-forming foods. It offers a transitional method to go from how you eat into a diet that consists mostly of mucus-free foods. And so who can tell me what foods create mucus in the body? Dairy products. Everybody kind of knows that one. So dairy products. What else? Mushrooms are kind of I don't highly recommend them, but they don't necessarily create mucus. What else? What are other foods that would decompose into slime inside the body? Huh? Oils, yeah, fatty things. Fats do that. What happens to a piece of, just say, white bread? If you've ever had some white bread sitting in water, what happens to that white bread? It turns into slime, doesn't it? So wheat products are also mucus-forming. Now, not all mucus-forming items are created equally. So the transition diet allows you to use certain mucus-forming foods in conjunction with mucus-free foods to get off of the worst foods, the worst actually pus and mucus-forming foods. So things like meat and dairy. These items decompose into this viscous, slimy material that I call pus. You know, it's kind of this infected tissue, nasty mess of stuff. Then your grains and starches will turn into kind of a pasty mucus. Now, when you think about it, a lot of people don't put two and two together, but a lot of books and other things that require glue, certain items like rice, white rice. We're not a big fan of using white rice for the transition. Now, I know a lot of the vegans are like, wait a minute, that's my rice. But if you think about it, you can make glue out of rice. That's one of the things, they use it to make bookbinders glue. It was used to make the Great Wall of China, the bricks and stuff. And so this is food that turns slimy inside of the body. So when we're eating foods, ultimately we want to try to find things that don't turn into slime. So when you start to think about, well, what kind of foods don't turn into this kind of slime when you eat them? One kind of mind test that you can do is, or you could even do this, or do the test for real, is take, say, a standard American diet meal and put a little bit of water and cook that, and all the different things that you would put, whether it be like you put the Coke in there and the burgers and the pizza and the dessert, but you put it all together and cook that, then maybe put some fruit in another one, put some strawberries or apples or something and cook them at the same heat, and then cover them up and let them sit for a really long time. You'll notice that the fruit cooks down into either a syrup or a jam, and it's not slimy at all. If you go and you check out all of this stuff that people eat on a daily basis, all these mixed and combinations of foods and all this stuff, if you check that out, that's going to be so nasty and just disgusting. So if it's disgusting to us on the outside, why is it not disgusting to us on the inside? We have this kind of disassociative kind of disorder or something with food, where we eat things, and as long as it tastes okay and coming down my mouth and it gets down here in my stomach, then I'm home free. I don't have to think about anything beyond that. I don't have to think about what's going on in my intestines and my colon and that kind of thing. But when you start to think about it, these slime-producing foods that turn into slime inside the body ultimately create not just bowel constipation, but cellular constipation. And this is what Professor Arnold Ehret brought to the table, the information that he had discovered back in the early 1900s, late 1800s. And he brought this information to the public, and somehow Ehret has been kind of taken out of the history of veganism. When you read a lot of the historical narratives and some of the things that people have done in the recent years about veganism, there's this long gap in the history. So they'll usually go back to, talk about the ancient civilizations, and usually as far as they'll go back is maybe talking about the Greeks and the Romans, and they'll bring up Pythagoras and maybe Hippocrates or something like that, talking about the historical philosophical figures that promoted plant-based diets and healing. There's a story of Pythagoras. He did a 40-day fast before he could get into the Egyptian mystery schools. And so there's a whole history there. There's nothing new about a natural diet. It's how we're supposed to eat. We've basically just become so divorced from nature that it is the foundation, in my opinion, of almost all of our problems. And that was the opinion of Arnold Ehret, that the fact that we've gotten away from a natural diet, we forgot where we've come from, we forgot how we're supposed to eat, we forgot how to heal ourselves naturally, and understand that the body actually heals itself when put in the proper situation, when cleansed and freed of all of the mess, and the cause of it, which is the pus and mucus forming foods, the cause of it is taken away, the body has the potential to heal itself. Pythagoras, Hippocrates, all these various figures said that. You go back even further, then we can get into plant-based civilizations, and some of the Egyptians, and even on back into sub-Saharan Africa. But that's sort of the origin. And there's a lot of people that argue about this, but I've read enough accounts of people that do the archaeological analysis of the human body and stuff, that humans are biologically frugivores or fruitarians, and as far as what we naturally are supposed to eat, what our bodies are designed to eat. We don't have teeth and GI tract and stuff that's meant to be omnivoric or is meant to eat meat. When you compare our teeth and our stomach and all that to animals that are definitely carnivores, it's incredibly different. What animals do we most most similar to? Exactly, chimpanzees and the bonobos, the so-called primates, and when put in the proper ecology, these animals will eat nothing but fruit. And our GI tracts, our teeth, is much more like that. So there's a lot of people make those arguments and those observations, and that's all great. But what does it mean, and what is this history that we're living in of a people and a species that have become so divorced from where they come from, so divorced from nature? And Eric coined this phrase, the tragedy of nutrition. That's this book right here, The Tragedy of Nutrition. And the tragedy isn't that we're not getting enough nutrients and minerals and all of these things, this kind of additive, supplemental concept. The tragedy is that all of this chaos and this death and destruction and turmoil is happening all around us, and we're sitting here with forks and spoons in our hands, eating things that have no business in our body, wondering, why is things like it is? Why is this world so messed up? What is wrong? Why don't I feel good? Why am I afflicted with all these various symptoms, all this stuff? And as we're doing the cause of all of this, and so really think about that. What does it mean that humans have gotten so far away from nature? There's obviously going to be some repercussions for that, and we are living in the repercussions. We turn on the TV and the news, that's the repercussions. That's what happens when a species goes totally against nature. It is diametrically opposed of what we're supposed to be. We're not even close. So now in the 1800s, I'm going to kind of go over a quick little historical timeline of veganism to kind of get into this mucus-free as the original vegan diet. I already talked about the standard historical narratives that check out the ancient civilizations. In 1806, Dr. William Lamb, who is sometimes credited as the father of veganism, changed his diet to a plant-based diet and published Return to Nature, which had ethical values towards animals and philosophies in there. So this wasn't necessarily a diet as much as a kind of a philosophical treatise on the potential for humans to live a plant-based diet and why ethically it was good to do so. In 1838, James Greaves opened Alcott House Academy in London based on the principles of Lamb, and then the first use of the word vegetarian was 1842. And there's many that observe and then argue that the original vegetarians really practiced what people call veganism today. And when you look at any of these dietary movements in history, there's almost this consistent narrative of them degenerating down into whatever they shouldn't be, or into something less than what it intended to be. So vegetarianism started out as a plant-based situation, and then slowly but surely people started saying, well, let's introduce in eggs are good, and maybe a little milk or some cheese. All of a sudden, like, well, wait a minute, vegetarian is supposed to be vegetables, plant-based, but somehow that got entered in there. And then that became the subject of a lot of debate over the following years. In 1874, Dr. Russell Trail published the Hygiene Home Cookbook. So this was essentially the first vegan cookbook, but not a specific diet yet, just a cookbook on plant-based menus. Then I'll read a quote. Now this is actually excerpts from an article that's on my website. Mucusfreelife.com is my website, and this is mucusfreelife.com/vegan-diet. In this entire article that kind of goes over all this stuff in more detail. But this is a quote from that, where I quote another book. In No Animal Food, The Road to Veganism in Britain, 1908 to 1944, historian Leah Lenman in 1999 explained that a faction of the vegetarian movement in Britain believed that refraining from eating flesh, fowl, and fish while continuing to partake of dairy products and eggs was not going far enough. Then the Vegetarian Society in Britain was formed in 1847 to promote the ideology of non-meat eating, although dairy products and eggs were viewed as permissible to eat since it is not necessary to kill animals to get them. And so by 1909, there was vigorous debate in the vegetarian societies, in the Journal and the Vegetarian Messenger and Health Review, regarding the extent to which dairy and eggs should be considered part of a vegetarian diet. So you in 1910 you have a book by Rupert Weldon, No Animal Food, 2 essays on 100 recipes and that's 1910. Again, this is a cookbook or a recipe book, not a diet book. Now a lot of histories skip from 1910 until 1944 when Donald Watson asked if he could have a section in the magazine, in their Vegetarian Society magazine, to talk about plant-based type of vegetarianism, and he was rejected. So he started his own organization and his own group and magazine that he called Vegan. So he took the VEG and the AN and put it together, and Vegan became the name, and so that's when the name was titled. But this entire period from 1910 until 1944 is ignored by a lot of the historians. So that brings us to Professor Arnold Ehret. He was born in 1866, and then in the early 1910s, or really the late 1800s, he cured himself of something called Bright's disease. He was in his early 30s. He was diagnosed with Bright's disease, which is inflammation of the kidneys. He was given a terminal diagnosis, and so he had some money, so he went to like 24 of the best doctors in Europe to help try to find a cure. Nobody could help him. So then he started checking out alternative methods, and at the time there was some vegetarian communes and sanitariums and some fruit-based communities and that kind of stuff. And he went to some of these places and fasting clinics and stuff like that, and he would get a little bit of relief, but never totally cured. Until one day, he just got so frustrated, he just totally stopped eating. He's like, I'm not going to eat, and he didn't know what would happen, but to his amazement, he got better and progressively got better and better. So within 2 weeks, he felt better than he had ever felt before. And before long, he was cured of his so-called terminal illness. So the period after that, he started really connecting the dots of why did his body heal the way it did. And he started working with people, and he opened a sanitarium. And in 1914, he came over to the United States of America, where it was World War I, so he actually wasn't able to go back to Germany. And so over here, he opened another sanitarium and worked with thousands of people that, again, many of which were considered to be incurable, and using a plant-based, vegan, mucus-free diet, he helped in fasting and things like enemas, colon irrigation, and some other naturopathic methods. He was able to save the lives of thousands of people. So wouldn't you think that somebody that was that important, wouldn't you think that he would kind of have a place in this history of veganism, or just history of America in general? You know, the historical narrative. But you know, Eric's work over the years has been very misunderstood, and a lot of people have, I think, taken his work the wrong way. They, depending on how you read it, you know, he talks about humans being fruitarians, being fruit eaters, but he does not say that you're supposed to just eat nothing but fruit overnight. There's entire sections of his book called Transition Diet. So part of what I've tried to do with my work is really promote the transitional methodology. There's a lot of people out here that's trying to do these extreme fasts and extreme fruit dieting and all this kind of stuff, but there's not a lot of people that are really dedicated to the system. That's the one thing about Professor Arnold Ehret. He has a system. I don't know really of anybody else or any other diets that have a true system of eating, system of healing from top to bottom. Now, sure, okay, got about 10 minutes, man. Right here, this is a before and after of me. I used to be almost 300 pounds. In high school, I was 240. I was played offensive guard. I suffered from a lot of different ailments, from chronic migraine headaches almost every day, where they used to have pills for me at high school, you know, and in junior high as well, where I would go to the nurse's office and they would give me Advils and all this. I used to take pharmaceutical medication since I was 7 years old. I was using, when I was 18, they diagnosed me with sleep apnea, and I started using a CPAP unit at night where they pump oxygen in while you're sleeping because you stop breathing because you're so congested in your nose area. And I was sick all the time. I was always blowing my nose. I could easily go through a box of tissues like it wasn't any problem. And when I got to college, I went to the College Conservatory of Music, where I majored in jazz trombone performance. And during my first year there, I met somebody by the name of Willie Smart, aka Brother Air, and he introduced me to Arnold Ehret's mucusless diet healing system. And when he introduced it to me, we were at a jam session, and me and my friend were there, and I had known Will for about a year before he even told me anything about the diet that he practiced. And I was sitting there eating these chicken wings, and the look on his face was just, he was just like, he couldn't hold it back anymore. So he told us, he just was like, okay, he told us about the mucusless diet healing system, and we got slower and slower, and so we're like, okay, we're not gonna eat this anymore. And but you know, wasn't too long after that, I read the book, and you know, 6 months after that, I lost about 100 pounds. And just transform my life. This is a picture of what we like to call mucoid plaque. So part of the diet, as I mentioned, we do enemas. Lemon juice and distilled water enemas is what I did in conjunction with the transition diet. And I got a lot of this kind of stuff out of me when I started my transition. So this slime, when you start to eat a mucus-free diet, and your body starts to go through a cleansing process. Now, to a lot of people, they would misinterpret the symptoms that they're getting as being sick. It was like, oh, well, I ate nothing but fruit for a couple days or just vegetables, and I'm feeling terrible, and I'm getting, you know, it's getting sick, and they'll blame the food when it's not the food's fault. The food is actually cleaning you out, and a lot of these symptoms are just all of this poison and mucus and all this mess, this kind of stuff. I mean, one thing I like to think about is it should be a SAT question. And every human, and you know, Ehret talks about this, has uneliminated fecal matter. You know, probably about up to 10 to 15 pounds of uneliminated fecal matter in their bowels and in their stomach and colon. And some people even more. You know, Ehret talked about getting upwards of almost 60 pounds of uneliminated fecal matter of some, really kind of obese patients he had. And I had a ton of this. I started doing the enemas and was transitioning. And the SAT question I would like is, given that all humans that aren't cleansing or on this kind of health path have, I would say 15 to 20 pounds of uneliminated fecal matter today, how many pounds of uneliminated fecal matter are in a joint session of Congress? And we wonder why the laws and the politics are so corrupt and everything is so crazy. We have thousands of pounds of uneliminated fecal matter making decisions about your life and my life, and that is, that is a huge part of the problem. I mean, just imagine if we had a Congress or a government system where all of the people were eating in a way that is in line with nature, eating a more natural kind of diet. There would be a lot of rational decisions being made and clear thinking could take place. And so I know kind of how much time I got. 3 minutes, okay. So the last little thing that I will mention, because I think some people find it interesting, how many of you have like an iPhone or a Mac computer or anything like that? A few of you. Now I'm a PC person myself, but the reason I say that is, some people are familiar with the company Apple. Have you heard of that? Apple, the company. A lot of people don't know that Arnold Ehret was a great influence on that name. Steve Jobs, when he was a teenager in the 70s, got really interested in Arnold Ehret and the mucus diet healing system, and to the point of extremism. If I would have the opportunity to work with him, I would tell him to slow down and transition, because he wanted to try to become a fruitarian overnight. He did in his biography, he did a two-week long apple fast and this kind of stuff. So he was on this wavelength. He was actually diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and then he started the diet, and he lived another 30 years. Usually you get pancreatic cancer and that's it. You don't have you don't have any hope for the rest of that. So I'm gonna wrap this up. I want to thank you guys so much. I'm Professor Spira. You can check me out on social media, Facebook groups and all that. Check out my website, mucusfreelife.com. We have a number of books. This is Spira Speaks, Dialogues and Essays on the Mucus Diet Healing System is all of my compilation of my writings. I have, if you got anything, I would recommend the annotated Mucus Diet Healing System. It's the original Mucus Diet, but I as the editor, I make a few adjustments for time's sake, and I have some notes in the margins. And so I have a few copies of these with me if you're interested, or you can go on Amazon, you can go on my website and find it there. Didn't have time for questions. If you guys have some questions, you want to talk to me afterward, feel free. And yeah, all right, I thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Let's one more round of applause for Professor Spira. Thank you so much. So the vegan conversation continues.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Alrighty, you moving and everything. I am loving that hat.
Oh, well, I cannot take the sun directly on my face like that.
Uh-huh.
And I used to think black people couldn't get sunburned,
Uh-huh.
and then I got one, and
Yeah.
it was really bad.
Oh yeah.
It was
Yeah.
really bad. So that
Yeah.
won't happen to me again.
Oh, I know that's right. That is lovely. That gives you a lot of shade there. That is wonderful.
Yeah, it really
So
does.
I grew up watching The Flying Nun and just watching the wind have its way with that hat.
Yeah.
And then you have the white top on, and it just reminds me of Sally Fields and that and The Flying Nun.
Well, and I usually I have a whole collection of my husband's old shirts, and I always use them for gardening at the house. So whenever his shirts would become too frayed, he'd always give them to me to use for gardening shirts.
Uh-huh.
So I have a whole collection of them, and they work really well because, they're big and white, so they really help keep the bugs off of you.
Oh yeah.
And you can just throw them in the machine,
Yeah. That's one. And so I didn't even think about the light colors, even when I am out there gardening. And
it makes
I will have to. Yeah, we had a big event this Saturday on the hottest day, and we had like 60 veteran volunteers, and
okay,
that is a lot to do. And man, it took us all day after the event just to get things back to where it needed to be.
Yeah.
In the heat of the day. That it was a little bit much, but we got some things done, but that was much.
That's a lot. It's
Yes.
a lot. Everything feels like a lot these days.
Yeah.
It really does. And like you said, I'm thankful to have the work, but it's been challenging. I thought, hey, Michael. So did you send it to Bill? Okay, great. So I thought that the Department of Energy has been our biggest client consistently over the past 20 years. I kind of thought that with the pandemic, things would slow down. I thought they would postpone a lot of training, but they ended up doing all of the training, moving it to a virtual site.
Yeah.
And so, hi. Hey, you guys. I'm doing a Zoom call right now. Okay. No. They're fine. They're fine. I just was saying I can't. Otherwise, I'd be over there chatting with you. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We have a whole bunch of little ones who are over here at the playground. So when it's my turn, I'll definitely remember to mute. But yeah, we've been doing all of this training with the Department of Energy on virtual platforms, and it's been exhausting.
Yes.
It's
Hi, Bill. Demanding. It's really demanding.
It is. It takes a lot of energy, but people are really, everybody's having to adjust. But so we're set now, and let's go.
Okay, give me the 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll start it off.
You are on Michael Doty.
Duty.
Okay. Sorry.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to ComFest 2020 virtual tour of the urban community garden scene in Central Ohio. And I am Michael Doty, and I run the Costas Street Garden at 641 East Costas Street, Columbus 43206. I got 3 wonderful people with me here today to share their thoughts with you. And go right ahead. The first one in queue is Paula, and then Aaron, and then Bill.
Hey, I'm going to unmute myself. So I'm Paula Pennabritt, and thank you so much, Michael, for inviting me to participate in this virtual Comcast. I'm excited about it, and I am one of the co-managers of the Charles Madison Nabritt Memorial Garden, and we are located at 1200 Bruntinell Avenue in the rear of the Church of Christ of the Apostolic Faith, which is the congregational home to a group of folks. This congregation was formed 110 years ago by descendants of formerly enslaved Africans. So having a garden here is just a perfect segue.
Yeah. Aaron?
Good morning, everyone. Minister Aaron K. Hopkins of Family Farms of Southside Canton, also a growing community and family concerns urban farm. We are a urban farm network on the south side of Columbus, Ohio. We're situated on 2 city land bank properties. I think they're about 130 foot deep by 40. This is our 4th year on the one side and our second growth season on our second site. We've got a high tunnel there, and just working inside the community and working with the church and the civic organizations to defeat fresh food access.
Bill?
Sorry, I had to unmute there. Oh, it's so good to be with friends and partners out there and to talk about community gardens, which is so important right now. Urban farms, food, community is all so very important. I'm at the Franklin Park Conservatory and Botanical Gardens. I'm actually furloughed right now, but with the conservatory opening back up as we speak, I will soon be starting back in my role as Growing to Green manager, which is a resource for all community gardens, urban farms, beautification projects in neighborhoods. So I'm very much looking forward to getting back out into the community a bit more safely and to see all of you in person and to watch your gardens grow with you, maybe pull a few weeds. But more importantly, to continue to bring communities together through gardening, through neighborhoods, through each other.
Great. One last thing for everybody, how to contact you. You can contact the Costas Street Garden under our name on Facebook. And you can contact us at kssu@gmail.com. Paula, how do we get in contact with you and your garden?
You can contact me. Also, we're on Facebook. We have a Facebook page that is the C as in Charles, M as in Madison, N as in Neighborhood. So CMN Memorial Garden on Facebook. And our email is info as in INFO at telos, TELOSINC.org. It's kind of a long email, but the garden is part of our 501c3, and our 501c3 is Telos Training, Inc.
Gotcha. Aaron.
You gotta unmute it.
Yeah. And so we're on Facebook currently under the One Garden Growing Community and Family Concerns on Facebook. Contact. We are a 501c where we're establishing the 501c out of I Can Do, and so currently a good email address would be my own MINAKHOPKINS@gmail.com. Yes, and those would be the best contacts right now.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah, I think the best email right now would be growing to green, or one word, at FP, like Franklin Park, conservatory.org. So that's growing to green at fbconservatory.org. And if you send it to info at, then they'll direct it to whoever needs to see it.
Great. Okay. Well, ComFest listeners and viewers, we're going to talk about urban gardens today for the next 20 minutes or so. and how that impacts social justice. And I'll start it off. The Costa Street Garden is in our 13th growing season. We were in a neighborhood that was very poor, and the first Earth Day was started 13 years ago, the rebirth of Earth Day in Columbus. And the first initiative was community gardens. So I went to Salvation Army, and they own the land. Land just got sold, but hopefully we can continue to garden for a year or two or three more and onward. But I started the community garden in this very poor neighborhood that was just south of Children's Hospital and just north of South High School. What we faced was a real food desert in our neighborhood that's now gentrifying. And one of the issues that was very much a concern to me was the fact that we were not only not having nutritious food options, there were gas stations and such like that where people that didn't have cars, couldn't afford them, would go get their food at the gas stations. And so we were also in an area that this may or may not still be true, but it was as even of a couple of years ago, third worst in the United States in Black infant mortality. And it took a while for the leadership in this town to realize that urban gardens could be an impactful way to address that issue in part, and finally got on board. And I'm proud to say that we also have the Community Church for All People, and they helped, they started a All People's Fresh Market. We're trying to get our organic produce into that market as well, but they're actually feeding people through that. So there are good signs, but there's a long way to go. I can also say briefly that we went from a very poor neighborhood to a gentrified neighborhood. Houses that were $10,000 now have been remodeled, and they're worth $200,000 to $300,000. I've lived in the neighborhood since '96 in a house that I've been visiting since 1982. I bought it off of friends of mine. But one of the issues that we've all had is getting people to volunteer. When we were a poor neighborhood, we had people that had a background in farming, whether they were Black families from the South with that long tradition of working the land and sustainable agriculture, and people from Appalachia. That mostly white people and Black people from Appalachia. They also had that tradition, but I wondered what would happen when the neighborhood gentrified. Well, we didn't have any problem getting people to help us harvest the crops when we were a poor neighborhood, and that's our mission. But now that it's gentrified, it's a little tougher to get people involved. People tend to, whether they're working from home or they come home from work and they put their car in the garage, they get on their devices. So that's one of our big concerns. And I know Aaron especially is going to talk about land access for our gardens. But as far as social justice, gardens are indeed a part of social justice. And I thank ComFest for grants that they're giving to different groups, including any eligible Columbus area community gardens. So that's all I've got. Paula, you're next on the queue.
Okay.
We need to unmute you, Paula. Paula?
There. Is
There
that
you
better? Okay.
Yep.
I'm getting mixed signals here. So in terms of social justice, that's such a huge issue and a huge concern, and has so many dimensions. In terms of how we're approaching it here at the Charles Madison Neighborhood Memorial Garden, we really came into this work as free grief therapy after my husband died. But once we began the process of construction, and Bill Dawson was one of the very first people that we spoke with. I'd always had a garden at my house, but this was our first time doing a garden in a sort of public space. And And I'm very familiar with this church and the church community because I'm fourth generation in this congregation. So, and my adult children are therefore fifth generation. So I'm really, really keenly aware of the church and the community as someone who spends time here. But when we began the garden, I started looking into the research, the economics of this community. And USDA Economic Research Service indicates that 33% of the households in this zip code are at or below the poverty line. The closest supermarket's 4.2 miles away. And 13% of the population doesn't have access to a car. And so even though the closest supermarkets are Whole Foods and Trader Joe's now. And so, as is often the case, you have poverty abutting wealth, right? So it's in close proximity. So initially, like a lot of folks, we were using the language that USDA Economic Research Service used, which was urban food desert. We were using that term also, urban food desert. But looking at the numbers, thinking about the numbers, looking at this contrast between what is in this neighborhood, in this zip code. And then we heard Reverend Heber Brown from Baltimore speak about this topic. And he said, I'm not using the term urban food desert, I'm using urban food apartheid, because desert is a naturally occurring environmental circumstance. This is not naturally occurring. This is part of a larger systemic structure. And so apartheid is a more accurate terminology. And he used that information as part of the impetus for starting the Black Church Food Security Network in Baltimore, in which they are connecting Black churches with Black farmers further south, who are bringing farmers who have land, they are producing food, they're not connected to they're not a major agribusiness, so they're not connected in the same kinds of distribution channels that other farmers are. So it's a mutual benefit. So at our garden, we're looking at social justice at a micro level of providing access to affordable organic food. Clean, whole food should not be a luxury. And so the food that we grow, we sell on site at a farmer's market, and we sell it for $1 a pound, so that we remove any kind of economic barrier. That doesn't mean we don't still have barriers, both with volunteers, as you've pointed out, Michael. And part of our issue with volunteers is something that I think is also linked to the heritage and the background of this church, and why so many Black churches have food pantries, but they don't have gardens. So even when you see gardens in Black and brown communities, they're often managed by Caucasian white people. I think that this is a residue of post-traumatic slave syndrome. I think a lot of Black people are still deeply traumatized by what has happened. And obviously we can see this across the nation, that the trauma of chattel slavery has adversely affected everybody. It's adversely affected everybody. But what I noticed early on was when we began the construction of this garden, so it's 5,000 square feet. When we began the construction of this garden, people were coming to me and saying, now, baby, I know, baby, you know, if you are fourth generation in a congregation with so many old people that we don't even celebrate birthdays unless you're 90. So yes, I'm 65 now, but for a huge percentage of our population, I'm still a baby. So they're like, baby, we know your children went to Princeton. There's a lot of pride in this church about Damon and Charles and Evan and their academic achievement. Baby, we know they went to Princeton. They don't have to do this. The fact that a lot of people associate this work with, this is what people do who are uneducated. This is what people do who are poor. This is what people do who don't have any other option. But the idea of bending your back to the task is a challenge because there's still unaddressed trauma. So part of our issue of social justice is making it clear to people that you can control the means of food and food access, and as a consequence, the cost of food, right? So that when you are growing your own food is like printing your own money, which is why we also then do these canning classes, because if growing your own food is like printing your own money, then canning it and preserving it is like a savings account. And so that is money that you keep in your own pocket. You're not constantly making money and giving it to someone else outside your community. Did I talk too long?
No, that was really a erudite discussion.
Okay.
I'm always impressed with you, Paula, and I shall now use the term apartheid, urban food apartheid.
Yes.
Okay, very good. And the idea of printing your own money may be a way to lure people in, because we're also sort of in the PR business, aren't we?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And there's a lot of voices that aren't being heard. There's a lot of people that they look at a garden and they don't know if they're invited in. And we spoke about the post-traumatic stress of chattel slavery and indentured servants. Those were all very valid points, and we're still fighting the fight. And as Martin Luther King said, the arc of history bends towards justice.
Yes.
And with every plant that we grow, we're also showing people how precious life is, because life has gotten very cheap with the wars that we had, the guns that have been allowed to go into the neighborhoods, and the drugs. But that's all for another discussion, perhaps. Let's go on to Minister Aaron Hopkins. Go ahead, Aaron. Tell us about your thoughts on gardening and social justice.
Well, and so I'm really glad to be in this conversation with you, Michael, Bill, and also Miss Paula. You are all great generals, I heard say earlier, in this work, in this community and urban farming, and really, as Bill is growing to green and growing to green awareness. And so that's really what this has been for me. And so I'm relatively new in this gardening and farming experience. I am always wanted to be a horticulturalist, did landscaping, and always had a fondness for greenscapes and the luscious colors and presenting those things doing landscape. But I live in that community that Michael has framed so well, that in the last, I'd say in the last 5 years has been the major explosion of being gentrified in the community in which we live, watching that transformation happen. And so, no, it's probably more around the last 10 years. It has been happening in some forms. The community in which I live, we know that the past mayor, identified our community as having the most homicides in the city of Columbus. And so out of that, we started a march at our church. And so this is the 11th year that we've been continually marching. But we wanted something because there was such a need in our community to address these young people that were being affected not only by the social challenges, but the economic challenges. And so we had people that had professions in building, and I was one of those people. And we started building garden fences because the seniors in my community were so challenged by the attitudes of the young people that they were no longer coming out of their house. They weren't interacting with the community, and we wanted a way to interact with those seniors. And so I spoke at the ComFest, I think 2 years ago, about this community gardening. And we started that first one, and it's been 4 years ago we started it. It's growing community and family concerns. And so we had a concern that these seniors were no longer gardening out back. They weren't coming out back. They no longer had the grandchildren that were bending the backs, as Miss Penn said. I grew up in an era where grandma said, you're not going no play no stick ball out there until you get that weeding done and get that garden turned over and tend to the garden first. Well, that's no longer present in our community where those Appalachian families and those families from down south are engaging with their with that next generation about gardening and the farming and growing your own food. And so that's when I really became aware of the food apartheid or the food deserts and the challenges of fresh food access in a community in which I live, that it's not always accessible. People are not always have the resources. They don't drive. And so my grocery store is about 2 miles away, but when you go there sometimes to get fresh vegetables, I love rutabagas, and I go to get a rutabaga, and they say they look at me like I'm crazy, and they are ruta what? And they said, no, you'll have to go to the downtown. I don't want to mention that chain store. I don't want to offend anybody, but you have to go to the one that was in the more affluent area to get that rutabaga because we don't carry those here. And I was like, well, why not? And so that's a good question. Why don't you serve that in this community? And I know this is a community of color and some kind of disadvantaged folk, but I eat them. And you don't see fresh beets, you don't see fresh parsnips and all the other fresh vegetables. And so the thing that we're doing right now in our gardening is we recognize that land access, which the city used to be able to get these land bank properties. You still can, but it's a whole lot more challenging because the investors is buying up these land bank properties, and they're building these new houses in these urban communities, these communities that are very much in transition. And, it's not enough land to be able to grow, to deal with the food shortages that's in our community. And I found out very quickly in this community of color that everybody wants collard greens. And and as while I'm growing collard greens and kale, this is not enough for everybody. And that's what they'd be waiting. When them collard greens gonna be ready? And I'd get some of them to come and grow with me, but this is just not enough land to service everyone. So one thing we have done, me and my wife, we have started a nonprofit, which is called I Can Do, and we're looking to get our 501(c) soon, but we have acquired some land in Johnstown, Ohio. There were 2 acres that we have out there, and we have applied to get funding to get an EQIP grant and some high tunnels, where we're looking to be able to do some urban farming in a more rural, and take people from the city also and teach them farming and do it in a social enterprise, that we can begin to bring those things back. There's a term, and so Michael, even as you shared about, and Miss Paula was even talking about the selling things at the farm markets. And so the prices at farm markets are very challenging. Our community cannot always afford those prices, and there has to be a way to leverage some of that. And so even a person with SNAP benefits is not able to do that. And so it has not always been presented to them. And so we're looking to even do community supported agriculture, known as CSA boxes, and doing them even for SNAP benefits, and keeping the price low. With SNAP benefits, you can get 2 for 1 on some of the things, but we're looking to do those things through a social enterprise that we're working on. But one thing that we found out, Miss Paula and Michael, is that this younger generation, communities of color, that a lot of homes have been broken, and we think about that thing of disenfranchisement. They're not always aware of how to cook these vegetables, and they're not familiar with them because they haven't been seeing those things on their plate. They're only and they've gotten into this model of eating fast food and Grubhub and other things to come in. But we're teaching youth in our community about what it is to cook squashes, zucchini and yellow squash, and Swiss chard is a new one that I've learned, and kohlrabi, and a lot of those are new to me, but I grew up eating, zucchini and yellow squash. But a lot of our community is not familiar with those things. So we're presenting them. We've always also connected with OSU Extensions. They have SNAP education. We brought that into the community. Also local I can't. I just lost it there for a minute.
You have the Impact program from Tim McDermott.
Yes, yes. And so OSU, in fact, Buckeye ISA program has been. They have a program where they're looking to change. I think it's almost 29% of their annual budget of $40 million a year that they could buy locally sourced agriculture, and to buy it from these young people that they have supported. It was through a project with Kellogg. And their funding, they're looking to keep that going, and to be able to purchase the produce that these young people have grown. They've been educating. Tim McDermott is the best, and he's really done a wonderful job empowering these communities of color, even working with a group, GCGC, to teach the components of agriculture, and that of pollination, and the necessity of having native pollinator flowers. And even Bill Dawson and Growing the Green has come into these communities and also been teaching, even through their We Dig conferences, about how the presence of these pinks, purples, yellows, and the lavenders can have effect even in green spaces on these inner cities, and the wellness of the community. And so we're just loving what we're doing. Fact is, though, I'm still working a day job. I'm at work right now, but it's a good thing I'm in a leadership role. But how to be able to do these things and do them in a sustainable way, it is challenging, and often it is not being that's what we spoke about at the ComFest before. People moving into these roles to educate and do this work in the communities are not often compensated. And so, yes, I'm working just as hard as a farmer, but I'm not getting paid like a farmer. And but I am a man of faith, and I know that they say serving the Lord will pay off after a while. And so we're excited about the work. We're excited about being here with you guys today and having the opportunity just to shed a little bit more light. We have partnered with the Black Food Church Network, and that work of Heber Brown out of Baltimore, and just looking to do more to educate, equip, and elevate our communities of color. There's still some families there, and we're looking to bring solidarity and unity into this growing experience in our community.
Thank you, Aaron. I think you've made some really good nuts and bolts points along with what Paula has said. And we also don't want to forget that the education can also come from Local Matters. They are localmatters.org. I think that might have been what you were trying to reach for. And that was very helpful. And also what you said about the seniors, that a lot of those people are sort of forgotten in our society. And you have the wonderful rec departments, but you rarely see seniors go down there. And so seniors can feel comfortable in a nice, peaceful garden. And he's not close to being a senior yet, but our friend Bill Dawson is next up. And what do you got for us, Bill?
Well, first and foremost, happy ComFest, everybody.
Happy ComFest.
Yeah. This is ComFest. And so that's to all of you out there that are watching this because you're interested and in social justice, in gardening, in community. And that's really what it's all about. As Michael said, social justice, gardens are hand in hand. And these three to my left and below me are champions in their neighborhoods, champions of justice, social justice, and so many other movements. And this is three of them. There's another 200 gardens out there, active gardens and garden leaders that are out there following these guys' roles as leaders and learning from them. I'm there to guide. As Michael said, I'm Bill Dawson, and I work for the Franklin Park Conservatory, growing green manager. And I wanted to start, I guess, first with maybe just a little history. As I was throwing on my shirt this morning, I don't know if you can see that, but
Nice.
That's 2003.
2006 right here, baby.
Well, I put that on and I said 2003, yeah. Where were we in 2003 with community gardens? I had started the Growing to Green program in the year 2000. Did my due diligence, went driving around the city looking for gardens, looking for people, looking for projects, and found about a dozen. And those 12 were struggling. They didn't have the true resources they needed to keep going, you know, and whether that be money, land, volunteers, education. So by starting Growing to Green, that was really trying to put all those pieces into one spot, one-stop shop, and to be able to provide, direct and point to, and physically give some of those resources to these gardeners that are out there and these leaders that are trying to make positive change in neighborhoods. That's exactly what a garden does. So in 2003, a couple years into the program, those 12 gardens became probably about 50 by then, 3 years. It jumped. Part of that was we did a lot of gardens at daycare centers. Awesome. Teach our children, right? You know, let's start with the children. Once you get the children involved, then their parents are looking over your shoulder. What are you teaching them? You know, what are they learning? Kids are actually running home with seed packets in their hand instead of their report card saying, look what I just did in the garden. Look what I planted. Come see. Then the parents are involved. Then the neighbors are looking out and say, what's going on over there in that plot of land that used to be filled with 40 ounces and hypodermic needles? Now it's active, beautiful. The bad element has moved on because it's too pretty, too bright, too active. They've gone on, and that's where Growing to Green went next, to look at those dark, secluded areas that had potential to be gardens within neighborhoods. We didn't go and just build a garden there. No, we went into the neighborhood, talked to people, learned from others. Do they want a garden? What kind of garden? Is it just, you know, some posies? You want to plant some flowers and make it look like this garden is tended, this neighborhood is tended and cared for? You want to plant trees? You want to plant food? And that's when the community comes on board. Sometimes they don't come on board till the tomatoes are ripe, but that's okay. You know, that's okay. It's still a process in motion and learning. But then, and you talked about seniors, who I call my elders, who I call seasoned citizens, who are not there just to come sit in the garden. They have it up here. They may not have it in their hands anymore, their arthritic hands, or they may not have the full range of motion that they used to when they had to garden. They did garden as they grew up. They know gardening, and it's up there, and we can glean that information. We can provide the opportunity for them to be active in a teaching role, in a demonstrative role, in a happy role, in a memory role. So many ways we can involve all generations, our children, all three generations. And I love to see that in the garden when it's multi-generational, when we have our children showing us how to run Zoom meetings, when we have, you know, our seniors listening, trying to figure out that Zoom meeting, but teaching them about canning and putting up and processing and freezing and eating. 2003 takes me back to when I started meeting some awesome folks like you, with Miss Marie Moreland, who was a deer gardener, who started a garden, and she, you know, I was learning as much as I was teaching, and that's the way I'll always be. I want to learn from all you guys every day. But Miss Marie we're in her garden, we're looking at the collard greens, and I'm like, I really didn't eat that many collard greens growing up. I'm not Southern, I'm not African American, it wasn't in my heritage as much. I was more of a sauerkraut guy because of my old German grandfather. So she said, boy, you got to eat your collard greens, and so she said, I'll make you some, and she did. And she put the big old ham hock in there, and she put the lot ton of salt in there, and she put, but after years it kind of came around to a relationship where I was back with her saying, if we use a little ground turkey in there and we cut the salt in half, you still have the heritage, you still have the cultural connection to that food, but it's a little bit healthier, and so it's full circle. You're always learning. It's every generation that's in a garden. So I look at a garden and what is in the garden? I look at yours. What's in there? Is there peace? Yes. Oh my, yes. When you can come and sit in a garden and enjoy. I heard kids in the background at Paula's, I think, a little bit ago, and I was just hoping I'd get a glimpse of what are they doing? What are they playing? What are they learning? And so is there community? Absolutely. It's a community garden, right? You're not doing it all yourself. You're bringing others into that fold, into that mix. Does it show solidarity? Yeah. It might take all four of us to rip out of bed and put in a new one. If I was doing it by myself, or just me and Michael doing that, and we're hot and we're sweaty, we're not really enjoying it. But if all four of us, if 10 of us, if 12 of us went to change out that bed, it would be easy. Many hands, right? Yeah. It would be fun. We would learn about each other. We'd be able to talk to each other and say, hey, you like this kind of food? You grow this, you do that. You're going to find out that someone grows the best tomatoes. Somebody grows the best collards. Somebody's really great with carrots, deep, raised beds, all those things. So you're bringing all this expertise into the garden. You're a manager. You're a leader. But by being a leader, it's being inclusive. And all of our leaders need to be inclusive. In this day and age, we see many examples of good and bad leadership these days. So we have this opportunity to put people in a garden, to bring them to the garden. So what else is in the garden? Food. Food brings everybody together. Food is everything. Food is culture. Culture is food. I'll always say that. Diversity, and that's not just among the plants, but you need the diversity among those plants, the companion planting, the buddies, the ones that like each other, the ones that do well together. All those are in our garden now. But you and I and Paula and Aaron, a lot of times we end up preaching to the choir. We're telling everybody how great this is, people that are already there. One of my things is reach out. Pull that child in, I heard over there, and show them that carrot. Bring the neighbors in, bring those millennials in, bring the government in, bring the policemen in, the bike patrols, the FBI. Bring people to your space and allow them to see the difference you're making. And these gardens do make such a so by doing that, maybe you're just holding a meeting in the garden. Has nothing to do with food. It will, because you want to have some food there, but bring people to your space. What you're creating is space, safe space, creative space, diverse space, cultural space, all of that. And you just happen to have a garden there too that produces awesome food that you're feeding people with. First, the participants that are there and helping you pull weeds. Second, you go a little further out into your church, into your community, to your neighbors. Next, maybe a little further into the food pantries where it's needed. And then again, you're selling it. You're providing it. And whether that's a buck a pound or it's a donation only, it's getting that food out to the people, but it's also getting the people into that space where you're making a difference. Each one of our gardens have a mission, right? They have goals. Is it too late to change those? No. I think all gardens, are never done. Mine right here is never done. It looks nice behind me, but there's some weeds in front of me, and I see them. Paula's weeding while we're on a Zoom meeting. It's a garden is never done, and it's never uh, um, not a time of change in our life now. Oh my gosh, 2020. This is a time of change. We can make that change within our gardens, within our lives, but our gardens become that place for change. And that might be our mission changes a little bit. I'm going to delve more into food apartheid, into getting, an education to folks about food and how to preserve and how to can it and how to get it. It might be about more social justice issues. It may be about race issues, maybe about, you know, any number of those things that we see that we can make a little change. Um, I'm going to take 2 seconds here because my lovely wife is running off to work.
Oh, hi, Jody.
Hi, everyone. Time to go to work.
All right.
Aw, miss everyone.
You're a beautiful couple. You inspire all of us.
Thank you. You're all beautiful too, and congrats for doing this.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Say happy ComFest.
Happy ComFest!
Sorry, guys. She's off to grow plants and do plants. So, you guys are just amazing. Do you all get paid for doing this? No. But what do you get? Oh my gosh, you get the results of change. You get the positive outlooks of that young child who's looking at that carrot for the first time and realizing buried treasure. Then they taste it. And then they run home and tell mom and dad, aunt, and say, "Come to the garden. I want to show you what I did. I'm proud." And you can't beat that. You can't put a price on that. So what I try to do with all of you and the other 200 out there is to give you as much time as I can, as much education as I can, gratitude, recognition, connections. Michael's king at connecting people. Whenever I'm with Michael, he's introduced me to 10 different people right away. It's a matter of habit and a matter of courtesy that he does. Minister Aaron's one of the hardest working guys I know, out there every day working his job and then coming home with his children and grandchildren and working the garden. Miss Paula's one of the smartest girls, babies, one of the smartest babies that I know, compassionate and caring and makes a difference. Not just I'm here and I'm doing a garden. I'm here to make a difference. And I'm happy to tell you about it. Right, Paula? So I am out there to try to help guide and do what I can. We hold an annual conference called We Dig Ohio. That brings all of us together from the state of Ohio that come together and share knowledge and share excitement and share expertise and learn from each other and network. We have an awards program where all three of you have won awards. Is that correct? You all three, at least one, have won one of the Growing to Green awards, whether it's neighborhood beautification, whether it's Youth Gardener of the Year with some of the youth you work with, to Community Garden of the Year. So we put on those awards every year to recognize and honor you and the other hundreds that are out there doing this. I could talk forever on this. I get excited about it. I miss it because I had been gone and I've not been able to help people as much as I would like to in this pandemic. Now with this increased opportunity for change, we need to get together, hold hands safely, and go out and change and make those changes, come together and do it. I was talking earlier to Paula and we were talking about, I feel the need to do something. She feels the need to do something. We all do. We can make the positive change together. That's what community gardens do. It's a community garden. It's an urban farm. It's producing food, it's producing community, it's producing safety, it's producing the cross-cultural connections. It just, what's bad about it? Weeds, yeah, but when there's 20 of us, we can pull them quickly. And you know, it's, I honor you guys. I applaud, and all you folks out there that may be listening today, you can be part of it. You don't have to go out and start a garden. You can if you want, and I'll help you. We'll help you, but you can just go join a garden. You can go visit a garden. You can drop $1 off. You can drop some of the old tools you have in your garage off. You can be that one that says, hey, I know how to grow carrots. I know collards. I'll go teach. And I know compost. I'll go teach. I'll help do that. You can go to a meeting there that these guys will have, and they have often, meetings and educational opportunities. Bring children, bring grandma, bring aunts, and you know, it's just so awesome. Michael does an awesome Earth Day event every year in conjunction with Ganther's Place. Paula with her farm markets, and many of her, whenever there's a function at the church, at the garden, I love going because there's usually song. There's almost always song and joy. Aaron, I'm always afraid he's going to put me to work, but I'm usually trying to connect him with volunteer groups that are ready, willing, and able, and excited to go to your gardens. And that's another thing we do with Volunteer Connections. We reach out to corporates and other people. I want a brand new person in your garden as often as possible, so then they become, and you can put a button on them, ambassador. Because when they leave your garden, they're going to tell somebody what they did, right? They made a positive change that day by pulling weeds or planting flowers. So make them ambassadors and get their phone number and email. But, you know, to bring them back, give them a good time when they're in the garden, give them meaningful work. They'll come back. And there are a lot of folks out there that want to help. And if you want to help, if you're listening and you want to help, you can reach out to that Grown to Green address. You can reach out to Paula, any one of us, and we can direct you right away to their garden or any others. And they have already been practicing all the safe measures, all the COVID-19 procedures, and keeping everybody safe, distant, and still active and social. So, as I said, Michael, I'd go on and on and on, and I know this is timed out, but
we appreciate it, Bill. Your passion shines through. Don't forget, you don't forget, but tell everybody what Native American tribe is in your blood.
We believe it's Wyandotte. You know, it's just, I've got the German side, I've got a little Native American side, so I got the hardworking, nature-loving combination thing going on. I don't know, but I just love, why wouldn't I want to help you? Why wouldn't I want to help any one of the people out there who are doing what you're doing to make positive change in a garden? I learned from my grandfather. I could tell you many stories about him. I could tell you the dollar bill story. I could tell you so many more, that he taught me so much about organic gardening and everything that I sort of let go because it was a chore then, but it came back and it's with me every day. And it's my responsibility, if I've been taught something, to teach others, and it's yours too.
Yeah, it is. It is our responsibility. That's a good point. One last question, Bill. Where would we find a map if somebody lives somewhere in Central Ohio? Is there a map of gardens? Can they get a hold of you and say, what's the community garden in my neighborhood?
There are several maps sort of out there that not all have been updated. And you want to be a little bit careful about just jumping into a community garden by virtue of maybe it's private. Sometimes there's gardens at places like Huckleberry House and Boys and Girls Clubs or the Buckeye Boys Ranch or schools that you just can't jump onto a school ground or a playground and, you know, start gardening. So you just start talking, you do a little search on Facebook, join as many Facebook gardens out there as you can. Amazing. From the Granby School Garden, which is amazing, to Franklinton Farms, which is long-term urban farm, CSA, does it all, to to, you know, a postage stamp garden in your neighborhood that's grown a few flowers that's providing that beautification and showing that that entire neighborhood is cared for. So they're out there. The maps are a bit difficult, more difficult to find because some are outdated, but you can't throw a rotten tomato without hitting one of these gardens. They're out there in every neighborhood, schoolyards, churchyards, a lot of them at pantries. We'd like to see more at pantries. That was an initiative we started many years ago. I think there should be one at every fire station. Of course, the schools and people will get back to school, and many gardens are at schools. But your garden in the neighborhood is a school. It's summer school for those kids. The Highland Youth Garden is a great example that served hundreds and hundreds of children on the west side every day through education, food, togetherness, all those things. So they are all out there. We have a list of the 12 what I call hub gardens. Paula's garden is listed as a hub garden, and that's on our Growing to Green website at fbconservatory.org. Those 12 gardens are hubs. So what it means is that garden leader is great. That garden has been sustainable. It has a great mission. It's providing food or beauty and some of those cross-cultural and other connections I talked about. And the important part is Paula has agreed as a hub garden leader that if somebody calls me and says, you know, I want to start a garden at my church and I want to feed some people, I might want to do a farmer's market, I say, call Paula. She's the one that's doing it every day. Or I'll say, call Todd over at Upper Arlington Lutheran Church, who grows a 1/4 acre garden and grows 10,000 pounds of food, gives it all away. So I connect them with these hub garden leaders, and then they are providing the hands-on. Hopefully that person will come work with Paula for a while, learn that, and then and I won't leave them. I'm just offering more assistance, and then I will help them through the process. And as I said, finding money, that's usually first. I need some money. Mr. Bill, I need some money. I need volunteers, or I need land. And so Paula was very correct about church gardens. I mean, when I hit that 45 or 50 gardens in 03, then we saw another big boom of church gardens because they had all the right ingredients, right? Service oriented, usually associated with a food pantry. They had land, typically owned it. Sometimes they had money. And so all those components were in place to be able to start a garden. It's the leadership that makes a difference, and not just one leader. Michael, I know you connect with many other people in your neighborhood to help you. Aaron, same. Paula, you don't do it all yourself. Your sons are, fantastic in the garden. Even mommy is out there in the garden pointing and telling you how to do things. So, it's the leadership that, Paula, you might move to Hawaii tomorrow with a new book deal. I don't know, but you need to have another leader in place. You need to have that succession plan, that sustainability plan. So that garden's just not thought about 1 year. And Michael, you think of yours year to year sometimes because of your situation. But let's think long term. Let's find that solution to make yours more sustainable in your mind, give you a little ease. And Aaron, you're going gangbusters. It's very easy to do too much. It's very easy when you see this abandoned land and you say, I want to garden there. I want to garden there. I want to put a hoop house here. I want to do this. And then you get overrun without the rest of the components of volunteers and money and all those other things. So smart steps, take a step, make sure you can take care of it. Make sure it's helping you bring people in or creating revenue. Then take the next step and make that carefully. So sustainability is key, but we are here to talk about that social justice component. And that is just right along with everything we've all said. It's right there with it and making change together.
Thank you, Bill. That was really, really good. And I think your points about sustainability, that this year is a year that 2020, the reset button has been pushed finally very hard. And we are now looking at 100 different ways or more that we need to reconcile ourselves and our communities to what's right and what's just. You folks have it in your heart. You brought it here today. I thank you all so much. And we're all, 4 of us would be willing to go on TV. I might make that connection. I'm glad this is recorded. Any final words? About 20 seconds each. Paula, Aaron, Bill, final goodbyes.
I love you guys. I love what you're doing. Keep doing it. And those that are out there listening, get involved. It's easy. It's fun. And it's productive. And everybody's looking for an opportunity to help. How can I help? What can I do? We're here to teach. I'm here to learn. Paula has taught me so much about many issues. And it's not just race. It's so many issues. Michael, again, with connections, and Aaron with this positive work attitude and family and growing concerns. Those things mean so much to me. And you folks out there can learn from these and many more that are out there. You can make the change and you can get involved. And I think you should. If it's for a day, it's for an hour, you'll be back. And or you may go on to start a project of your own, and we're here to help you do that.
Great. Paula?
Well, I echo everything that's been said. This has been great. I love talking about community gardens, and I like talking about how the diversity of what we learn here, that diversity and companion planting isn't just for, it's not just for plants.
Yeah.
That companion planting and biodiversity works for humans. So this idea of cross-pollination of ideas and thoughts is really powerful, and we really, really need to create spaces for excellence, and that's part of the way in which we do it.
Wonderful. Aaron?
Yeah, I'd love that. Yeah, and so I just thought about all of the passion that each one of us have for what we're doing, as well as the other 200 gardens that Bill mentioned. One of the main ingredients there is passion. And so I think if we just continue to sow our seeds of passion, it will bring back that product of a bouquet of true enrichment for our communities as we sow into the lives of the young people, the seniors, and to these families in our communities. And so our whole world will be made better. And so it's been a pleasure to be involved in this ComFest. Again, this is my second time being involved with ComFest. And so I truly love this thing of community. And so I look to continue our conversations and our growing to green. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, we've got a GCGC drop-off going right now. We can also encourage people to be involved and to help out on GCGC and localmatters.org, comfest.com, Franklin Park Conservatory, everybody's websites and their Facebook pages and their emails. Thank you so much, and thank you, ComFest, for allowing us this platform. And this is recorded now for all history. Hats off, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, all.
Let's all talk.
When we think about climate change, when we think about sustainability, there's this immediate urge that a lot of people usually ask about, what can I do? And the role of individuals in taking meaningful action. And these are extremely important things. Each one of us has a role to play on an individual level, at the micro level. But unfortunately, not enough of us have acted on an individual level over the last 30, 40 years. That now we're at a point where individual action is absolutely important, necessary, but not sufficient. So I wanted to place this in the context of the democratic society that we live in and that we interact with and that we aspire to improve and make better all the time. So, individual versus government, because this is how a lot of people think about it. Is the government going to tell us how to do things, or is this us individuals taking matters in our own hands? And I think that's kind of the wrong dichotomy to think about this. So when we think in a democratic society, a government of the people, by the people, for the people, this is fundamental to what American democracy is. So we're not talking about a government dominating the people, telling the people what to do, and instructing people what to do. This is actually fundamentally, in our hands, right, in a democratic process. So we have to own that democratic process. A lot of us are familiar with this, reduce, repair, recycle, and all the different iterations of this version. Extremely important to practice and implement it every step of our production, transportation, consumption system, in our schools, in our homes, and in our companies, in every aspect of what we do. And again, had we done this in a very intense, comprehensive way in the last 30, 40 years since we've known about these issues, since Silent Spring, we would be in a better position today, right? And we'll have quite a few more options and maybe 50 years to spare in terms of urgency. But unfortunately, we haven't done enough of this on a systematic way. So I want to add a broader base to the pyramid on top, which is rethink the overarching system within which we operate in a democratic process. We need everybody on board. And this is not a political statement. This is not about being bipartisan or whatever, because it is a fact that every person in this country, on this planet, cares about clean water, cares about clean air, cares about clean soil. People care about decent quality of life. This is not a political choice. This is everybody is in favor of these things. And there's usually the next step in that process is, yes, we care about these things, we want these things. The question is how, who's going to pay for it, under what conditions. That's where people start splitting off in different directions. But the foundation, we're on the same page. So research and development is extremely important, and it's going to be even more important in the next 10 years. The current technology that we have is good, but it's not good enough. When you're thinking of renewable energy, solar panels, wind turbines, all of these things, the current technology can take us far, but it will not end all of the problems that we're dealing with. I'll give you an example. When you think of solar panels, the latest, most efficient solar panels that we have today, what are we going to do with them in 30 years when they become obsolete? All the toxic stuff that's in there. Do we have a plan? Do we have an infrastructure that will reduce and reuse and not dispose of all that toxic stuff? We don't. So the current technology can take us far in terms of reducing the carbon footprint, in terms of producing more renewable energy, but it's not going to solve all of our problems, which means today we need to be investing massive amounts of resources and brain power into research and development, material science research and development, so that we can ultimately tackle this challenge completely. And I think we can do it if we dedicate the resources to it. Ending planned obsolescence. All of these devices you have in your pockets, they're designed to expire essentially after 3 years or 4 years. I mean, even the new apps don't even work on your old devices. We need to rethink the way we engineer things for mass consumption. So that we don't waste more resources by design. This is a system by design. We need to transition into what we call a circular economy, where everything that we produce essentially comes in a little box that has, right now it comes with a little document that says user manual, this is how you use this thing. It needs to come with another document that says this is my living will. This is how you're going to use me for the next several years. And then when I die, this is how I'm going to re-enter the circular economy. And it's not just a piece of paper with the responsibility of an individual to take care of that piece of paper and actually do it, but we have to build the entire infrastructure for that circular economy so that it's not just your responsibility to drop it in a box somewhere, a recycling box, and then you don't know what happens to it. And that's going to create millions of jobs. It's going to create new industries. So that circular economy is truly circular in the sense that the design, the material science research that goes into the material that builds the device, all the way to the end of life for that device, and then how it re-enters the circular economy again. We're not even close to engineering that system, investing the resources to do that. So that has to be part of the plan. And that requires a lot of research and development and commitment to building the infrastructure for a circular economy. And then if we commit the resources, I truly believe that the sky is the limit in terms of what can come out of this new circular economy. I'll give you an example in terms of these bold, transformative moments that we've had in our recent history. When JFK said we're going to send a man to the moon in 10 years, most people said this is science fiction. The scientists said it's impossible. But also the scientists said, well, if you give us the resources and we'll put our brain power onto this thing, we could probably come up with something. And they were not thinking GPS, they were not thinking cell phones, they were not thinking of all of this technology that we have today that came out of the space program in indirect ways. They were literally thinking about sending a man to the moon. That was the goal. But then all the research and development that was put into it created this spillover effect of technological developments that we all benefit from today. So what was thought to be impossible, we dedicated the resources, the brain power to it, and we did it. During World War II, when FDR said, what does it take to win this war? And they told him, we need to be producing 100,000 airplanes. Oh, sorry, they told him 180,000. How many can we produce now? They told him 30,000 at the most. How many did we produce when we put the resources to it? Almost 300,000, right? So this is kind of the American way of thinking that we need to revive, thinking big, thinking in transformative ways, and aiming with a vision towards something better, and then saying, what does it take now in terms of resources and brain power and priorities to make it happen? This is what I'm proposing here. And if we have that, then really the sky is the limit in terms of what's possible. So I have, good news and bad news. The bad news is that the clock is ticking. The good news is that we have a shot. We have a possibility. And that's what I want to lay out today. And in this process, we need to rethink even the language we use and the language we want to avoid. And I would like to invite you to be radicals. Radical is not a dirty word. It's not an insult. Let's take it linguistically. What radical means go into the roots of the problem. We have deep structural problems, a climate crisis, an inequality crisis in this country and globally, and I'll illustrate this, a socioeconomic exclusion crisis that also has an ecological, environmental dimension to it, and a dysfunctional political system, both in the US and internationally, actually, despite what some people may call a reasonable political system. And the establishment, the political establishment in the US and beyond, this is not a political statement about one party or the other, this is the consensus that we should be looking for incremental bipartisan solutions. And to me, this is what reproduces the status quo when it comes to dealing with climate change. And we can't afford superficial change at this time. It's too late. And here I'm reminded of the words of Martin Luther King in the context of the civil rights movement, but it's also important for us today in the context of dealing with climate change, where it essentially says, I have no time for the tranquilizing drug of gradualism and incrementalism. He was radical. He really wanted transformative change in the context of the civil rights. So the political establishment that we're dealing with is trying to convince us that incremental solutions are reasonable or affordable. That's all we can do. And what I'm going to demonstrate today, that this is the textbook definition of a status quo. And what I'm going to demonstrate today is that we actually have solutions that can help us design a better system, pay for a better system, without bankrupting the country, without turning the country into socialism or any of the usual things that you hear about. So this is actually within reach. This is the hope that we need to, introduce the younger generation to, that this is their fight to win this planet. Temperatures, we're spiraling out of control, essentially, especially in the last couple of decades. Most scientists tell us that the 2 Celsius degree limit should be our limit. And we're already spiraling so close to that. And that's by the end of the century. And you see the yellow lines there really accelerating in terms of getting closer to the 1.5 and the 2 degrees. And because we haven't done anything transformative systemically to stop that or to slow it down. So anything incremental will keep that spiral going. This is the US, but I can show you pictures from other countries and globally. We have rising levels of inequality and socioeconomic exclusion. That's also the area where climate change affects lower income communities of color, more aggressively in this sense. I want to emphasize this one picture about inequality to make the case that this is really dangerous, destabilizing for the democratic process. Because we can't think of dealing with climate change without thinking of the democratic process. So I'm trying to link these pieces here. This is a bit complicated, but I'm going to simplify it for you. All right. Every time we go through a recession and then we recover from the recession, we want to look at who gained from the recovery. Was it the top 10%, the wealthiest 10%, or the bottom 90% of the population? So this is what it is. The blue bars, that's the bottom 90% of the population in the US. The red bars, the richest 10%. And it used to be the case in the 50s, 60s, 70s, well, not so much in the 70s. It used to be the case that most of the gains from a recovery after recession go up to the bottom 90%, which is what you would expect. That's reasonable. But then over time, you start seeing the blue bars declining steadily, heavily, and then going negative. This is the recovery. This is not the recession. This picture here is the recovery from 2009 to 2012. And who gained from the recovery? The top 10% gained more than 100%. So the bottom 90% of the population lost, not just during the crisis, but during the recovery too. This is dangerous. And this is not a recent trend. This has been happening essentially since the 60s. And we are not putting anything in place to sort of tame this effect or reverse it. So we're getting into really dangerous territory in terms of the democratic process and what it delivers to people in terms of quality of life. This picture here is a job quality index. This is actually new. This was published in November with the team of economists that I'm involved with, and we'll publish this every month from now on. What the job quality index is showing is that the quality of jobs since the 1990s has been steadily declining. So what is the job quality index telling us? It's telling us, yes, we're creating a lot of jobs, especially right now. A lot of people say very low unemployment rate, the lowest since the 60s. But then when you talk to people one-on-one about are they getting ahead, they say, not really. It feels weird. The numbers are great, but I'm not really experiencing that. Maybe it's just me. Maybe somebody else is doing okay. Everybody else is doing okay. Well, it turns out that's not the case. Most of the jobs that we create tend to be focused on lower paying jobs that pay $9 to $10 an hour on average, and they tend to be concentrated in the lowest paying industries that offer, on average, 26 hours a week. This is the majority of jobs, not just a few. So we have something's fundamentally off with the way we're running the economy. And that's obviously feeding into that inequality picture where a lot of people working multiple jobs, but the pay is not there. the level of income required to sustain a decent living is not there. And that is dangerous economically, unsustainable economically, but also unsustainable in a democratic society. So we have all these features that are really working against the democratic system that we want to protect and enhance. If you're interested in this, jobinequalityindex.com is where you can see all the information. This is global. In 2015, 80 people owned more than 50% of the wealth in the entire planet. 2016, it's 61, then it's 42, then it's 26, and very recent, and soon we'll get the numbers for 2019. I guarantee you it's going to be less than 26. And then what is it going to be in 5 years and 10 years? One person, and then beyond that. So this is not recent. This is a constant trend globally, nationally, and it's very unsustainable from a moral standpoint, environmental standpoint, economic standpoint, you name it. And it's not working in favor of enhancing democracy. Zooming in on Franklin County, this data is from, if you Google the MIT Living Wage Database or Living Wage Calculator, you can get this for any county in the United States. I just picked Franklin County. To this day, I didn't find a single county in the US where the minimum wage is actually a living wage. So what the MIT team does is they actually look at every county, they look at the cost of living. What does it take to, for a family of two, family of three, to rent a house or an apartment, to buy food, transportation, health, all of these things. They actually look at the local cost in your county, and they construct a way to identify what should be a living wage. And they give us this for, families of different sizes with one parent working, two parents working, and so on. So this is where you will find it. So I encourage you to look up your own county, and if you find that your living wage is meeting the minimum wage in your county, let me know, because I haven't found a single one yet. And this is for larger families and so on. And then they break it down by cost of living. This is also for Franklin County. And it's no surprise, it's the things that people usually talk about, feel in their pocketbook every month. It's healthcare, it's childcare, it's transportation, it's cost of heating and energy and so on. So these are things that people feel and experience, but then the unemployment jobs numbers feel like, oh, the economy's doing great, so there must be something wrong with me maybe in particular, but the system as a whole is fine. And what I'm trying to argue here is that we have a systemic problem. It's not an individual problem. And this is for larger families too. So we have the three pieces of the puzzle on the table. People want to work. The planet is on fire, and that would involve a lot of work. And we have the technology to at least put a significant dent in this thing. We're not saying we can end it with existing technology. But we're told we can't do it for some reason, because the big question is, how are we going to pay for it? And it's because of the usual answers that we're accustomed to. We're told the government doesn't have money. We're told the rich will never pay more taxes to pay for all of this. We're told that if we borrow from China, we'll go bankrupt and we'll turn the country into Venezuela. We'll have hyperinflation. All the usual things that you hear about spending too much money will break the economy, right? And what I would like to argue is we're going to call their bluff, because there is a way, and we've done it before, and we actually do it all the time when we set the priorities straight. And what I'm arguing is that the priorities that we have right now are not the right priorities. Let me take you back to World War II. How did we pay for World War II? World War II came after the Great Depression, the most miserable time in US history. There was no money to be taxed. There was no money to be borrowed. That was the Great Depression. And then we transitioned immediately into the most expensive government spending program in the history of the US, funding World War II. Where did the money come from? There was no money to be taxed. There was no money to be borrowed during the Great Depression and right at the beginning of the war. Where did the money come from? The money came from the federal government, the same way the federal government spends on anything. So, did anybody during that decision to go into World War II say, we don't have the money, there's no tax revenues to pay for this thing, why don't we think about this massive global crisis, existential crisis, in a gradual, incremental way? How about we send 5,000 troops and see if we can scare them away? We'll send them 10,000 troops every week, see if we can scare them. Of course, that would be ridiculous. How do you win a massive war in a gradual, incremental way? That was not even on the table. The obvious solution was a massive intervention immediately. Where did the money come from? Well, the way the federal government spends is very different than the way the state of Ohio or the city of Columbus spends, or you and I spend at home. So whatever I'm going to describe next, please don't do this at home. This is only for the federal government, the sovereign issuer of the currency. So you have 535 lawmakers in Washington, D.C. They sit around, they make a decision, they vote, and the spending is automatically created via that vote. So the decision was, we're going to win this war, we're going to enter this war, and we're going to spend whatever it takes to win this thing. So the spending happened via what we call government spending money into existence. Some people like to call it printing money, but it's not always necessarily printing money. Definitely not today. We don't print money in the same way usually people think. So we're spending tons of money, hiring thousands and thousands of people all over the country to build for the war effort. And we're paying them decent wages. And it's a free country. They can do whatever they want with their income. So the spending already happened. The concern that the government had at the time, and the concern that we should always have, is what do people do with that spending, with that money? They're going to buy cars, they're going to buy houses, they're going to buy clothing, entertainment, whatever it is. It's a free country, it's their money. So what did we do during World War II? They started hiring workers, giving them decent income, but because of the massive scale of the war effort, we decided we're going to shut down the production of new cars in Detroit. We're going to shut down the production of new homes in the United States because we don't have the physical manpower and physical resources to do both the war effort and produce new cars. So had those individuals gone out on a shopping spree to buy new homes and new cars, what would have happened to home prices and car prices and everything else? Go through the roof. It would have caused inflation. So what did we do to convince all of the good patriots during World War II not to buy a car and not to buy a house? We convinced them, and we leveraged kind of the patriotic mood of the nation, we convinced them to buy government bonds. We call them freedom bonds and war bonds. So what is a government bond? It's a piece of paper that the federal government sells to the public. So I give you a piece of paper, you give me $10,000, and I say, I promise to pay you back in 10 years plus interest. So now you've given away the you've given up your $10,000 worth of savings. The government now has it. So now you're not buying the new car. You're not buying the new house. You've abstained from consumption. You've postponed your consumption until after the war. And what happened after the war? We had plenty of people to produce cars, plenty of people to produce homes. So when those bonds came due and people got their money back plus interest, they went back on a shopping spree, building new homes and buying new cars, which was the post-war boom. But the purpose, the initial purpose of funding the war wasn't by taxing people or borrowing from people. The war was already funded via government spending. Those government bonds, war bonds, were sold during the war, not before the war. So they didn't fund the war. The purpose of selling government bonds, one of the purposes, was to tame the risk of inflation and to keep us focused on the main challenge, which is winning the war and producing the physical resources to do it. Today, with the climate change crisis, we can do exactly the same. The federal government can set the priorities straight, spend on whatever we need to spend on, and then deal with the inflationary risk in the same way we've dealt with it in the past. And we have even more tools today to deal with the risk of inflation, which I'll explain. So when they say we can't pay for it, we can't afford it, call their bluff, because we know how to pay for it without causing inflation, without bankrupting the country, and without borrowing from China or from any other country. right? So a little bit zooming in on this concept, because this is going to be important. And if people ask you, what is this thing called? It's called modern monetary theory. This is kind of the analytical framework that's behind the concept of the sovereignty of the federal government. It allows it to spend on all kinds of priorities without bankrupting the country, without causing inflation. And it focuses on the monetary sovereignty of the federal government. The state of Ohio doesn't have monetary sovereignty. We can't issue our own currency. So there's those of us here in this room, all over the country, are users of the currency, and the federal government is the issuer of the currency. So in order for us to be able to have dollars to spend and lend and borrow to each other, those dollars must come from an original source. The only legal source for money creation is the federal government. So by definition, the government has to spend it into existence first so that the rest of us can use it. So if the federal government decides, you know what, we want to be fiscally responsible, we want to balance our budget, we're going to spend $100 billion and tax $100 billion. So we're not putting any net new amount of money in the system. Then we'll be in trouble. So by design, in order for us to keep accumulating more savings and wealth over time, the federal government has to inject more than what it takes out, which means it has to run a deficit. And a deficit for the federal government is the exact equivalent to the penny of a surplus for the non-government sector, the rest of us. There's a question of distribution of who gets that surplus. That's a separate issue. But deficits for the federal government are the exact equivalent to surpluses for the rest of us. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. The state of Ohio can't do that because it's not an issue of the currency. You and I have to work hard, earn an income first, then spend it. And if we decide to spend beyond our income, we have to borrow from a friend or a bank, and then we have a financial burden. We have a debt that we must pay off. The only way to pay off your debt as an individual or as a city or as a state is to work harder, spend less, earn more, or both, to pay off your bills. The federal government doesn't operate in that space at all. It's the sovereign issue of the currency. Its responsibility, actually, is to spend more than what it takes out of the system so that the rest of us can accumulate wealth. The question is what to spend on and what are the priorities. These are at the center of the debate. It's not about how much tax revenues can the federal government generate in order to pay for clean technology and clean energy and better schools and better transportation. That's not the right question. The right question is, what are the priorities? Let's have the government spend on those priorities and then figure out the risk of inflation and beyond. At the state level, we can't think that way. We can't operate that way. This is the responsibility of the federal government. Not all countries have monetary sovereignty in the same way we talk about in the United States. So you have countries like Venezuela, countries like Greece. All of these countries have no to very little monetary sovereignty. Why? Because their debt is denominated in foreign currencies. They borrow and promise to pay back in dollars or euros or other foreign currencies. In the case of the US, a monetary sovereign government issues its own currency, check, the US creates the dollar. It taxes in the same currency, check, all taxes on April 15th are to be paid in US dollars. And then number 3 is very important. You only issue bonds denominated in the national currency. The entire US national debt is denominated in US dollars, not in any foreign currency. Whereas countries like Venezuela and Greece and most developing countries, they borrow and promise to pay back in a foreign currency, and that's where they lose monetary sovereignty. And most countries, developing countries, have what we call a fixed exchange rate, so they fix their currency to the dollar or to gold or to the euro. And when they do that, they lose monetary sovereignty. The US doesn't do that. The US has full monetary sovereignty, like Japan, like Canada, like the UK. These are countries that enjoy full monetary sovereignty. So those countries with full monetary sovereignty are here. Countries with no monetary sovereignty, like Ecuador, doesn't even have its own currency. They use the US dollar, completely dollarized. And then most developing countries are kind of in between, depending on how much external debt they have. So today I want to focus on countries that have full monetary sovereignty. And these are the countries that should take leadership immediately, should have taken leadership years ago with massive commitment to dealing with climate change and investing in sustainability. So we have important distinction between issuer of the currency and the users of the currency. You and I can't do this at home. The state of Ohio can't do it. Yes, we have a role to play in terms of reducing our use of fossil fuels and conserving energy and being responsible as individuals. Cities have a role to play. Small, low-hanging fruits. Switch all your light bulbs to LEDs and you'll save a lot of energy, you'll save a lot of fossil fuel consumption, improve the transportation system, improve, weatherization of buildings. These are small, low-hanging fruits that we all can do, cities and states and municipalities. But the big structural transformative things are not affordable for cities and states and local, actors, so to speak, but it has to be transformative. So key implication of this monetary sovereignty. A government budget is not the same thing as a household budget. That's why I keep saying, don't try this at home. A government deficit equals the non-government sector surplus. So the government has the responsibility to run a deficit so that the rest of us accumulate wealth. Government spending is not constrained by tax revenues. We're used to thinking of taxpayers' money at the city level, at the state level, because we say it all the time. We pay taxes so we can fund the schools. We pay taxes so we can have the police and fire departments and infrastructure. It's true at the state and city level, not true at the federal government. Remember World War II? We didn't pay for it with taxes. There was no money to be taxed, right? So at the federal level, it's very different. But we're not saying that federal government spending is not constrained at all. We're saying it's not constrained by taxes. So what is the real constraint to government spending, federal government spending? The real constraint is the risk of inflation. And this is intuitive. Everybody knows if we print unlimited amounts of money, of course we're going to have inflation. But let's dig deeper. How does it actually work? If we pay millions of people to install solar panels and change the infrastructure and do all the right things, what are they going to do with their money? They're going to go out and buy stuff. It's a free country, right? They want to buy houses, they want to buy cars, they want to buy whatever. The question is, do we have enough productive capacity for millions of people to buy new cars? If the answer is yes, we have enough productive capacity, then the price of cars will not go up. But if we're going to have a shortage of cars, because millions of people want to buy new cars, then car prices are going to go up and it's going to cause inflation. Do we have a shortage of home construction resources? If the answer is yes, then that's going to cause inflation. But if we have plenty of productive capacity, there will be no risk of inflation from shortages, right? And in the US, we have plenty of productive capacity, both in the US and globally. But this is not the only thing that causes inflation. There's a second, more important thing, which is market power. In some key areas of the economy, you have some key price setters who can set prices higher just because they can, and just because we let them. Because remember, the role of lawmakers is to regulate the system, and if we allow a health insurance company to price their services 20-30% more every year just because they can, then they will, right? So if we spend more just because we have plenty of productive capacity, doesn't mean that we're not going to have inflation. But inflation now is going to be driven by market power in key industries. And I can already tell you which industries in the US today already are causing inflation. Not because of too much government spending or deficit. So if you look at inflation in the US, it's driven by 4 key areas. 1 is housing. 2 is energy and transportation. 3, you guessed it, healthcare. And 4 is education. These are the drivers of inflation today, before we even start spending on sustainability and massive climate change action. So if we start spending on climate action without tackling what's going on in those 4 areas, whether it's shortage of productive capacity, like in healthcare we need more doctors and nurses and hospital beds. That's productive capacity, like the physical, technological capacity to serve more people. We need to build that up. The good news about productive capacity is that it's created. We can build more of it and create millions of jobs to do that. But market power for, insulin, which is not something we discovered 2 years ago. We know the chemical formula. It's pretty straightforward. We've known it for decades. It's cheap to produce and reproduce. Why do we charge hundreds of dollars per month for it? Because they can. Because they have enough market power. Because they're not regulated enough by the government to charge what they think they can get away with. So this is what we're talking about in terms of the role of government, in terms of taxing and regulating. The government is not going to be taxing in order to raise revenues to pay for healthcare. We're going to tax and regulate to reduce market power, which is a very different thing. So we're almost systematically trained to think we're going to tax this to pay for that. That's how we always think about this. What I'm inviting you to do is to decouple the taxing from the spending. We already said the spending can happen when we make it a priority. When 535 lawmakers, or at least half of them, in DC decide we're going to spend on this. The taxing plays a completely different role at the federal level than at the local level. And we're going to emphasize this. So you spend with an eye towards inflation, as I said, the 4 industries that we have. And we're going to do a paradigm shift in terms of how we think about taxing and spending. So this paradigm shift, decouple spending from taxing, spend on the priorities. Let's set the priorities straight. Then worry about the taxing. So spend in order to increase and improve productive capacity in strategic areas. Infrastructure, education, healthcare, and so on. Then tax pollution, tax speculation, tax excessive wealth. Not because we need the revenue. So we're going to tax fossil fuel industry, not because we need their money or their permission to fund clean energy, but because we want to decarbonize the economy. That's the point. We want to eliminate the fossil fuel industry, but not eliminate the livelihood of people who work in the fossil fuel industry. And that's why we have to think of the concept of just transition with justice, with job guarantee, with decent wages and benefits. But we need to decarbonize. We can't afford not to. Tax speculation on Wall Street, not because we need their money or their permission to fund education, but because we want to reduce speculation, which reduces financial instability, economic instability. That's the purpose of taxation in that case. It's not because we need the money. Tax extreme wealth, and here I really mean extreme wealth, and I showed you the numbers of inequality. We're not talking about upper middle class wealthy people. We're talking way beyond that, extreme wealth. Not because we need their money or their permission to fund green infrastructure or schools. Remember, we're decoupling spending from taxing. Why are we taxing excessive wealth? To reduce inequality, to reduce their power and influence in politics, to save democracy from oligarchy, to reduce their influence in the price system, because they're involved in setting prices. That's the inflationary component too. So when you decouple taxing and spending at the federal level, you unleash a whole new vision that says, these are the priorities, we can pay for them. But now how do we deal with inflation? How do we protect democracy? How do we protect the environment? You use the power of taxation and regulation for that purpose, not because we need somebody's money or somebody's permission to set the priorities straight. So tax to protect democracy, to reduce excessive wealth, abusive market power, regulate markets so that we pre-distribute wealth, not redistribute wealth. Because we usually think of it in this way. We have the engine of the economy produces pollution, produces inequality, produces socioeconomic exclusion. And we say, oh, that's not a good result, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to tax people who have a lot of money and redistribute to people who lost in that process. What we're saying, we need to change the engine, the very engine of the economy, so that it pre-distributes wealth the right way from the beginning, so we don't have to redistribute. So that the new engine of the economy produces cleaner outcomes, produces more equitable outcomes, produces, prosperity for everyone, so we don't have to redistribute. And then the role of regulation is extremely important. Regulate markets to reduce excessive market power, price-setting behavior, and corruption. These are important goals that we should decouple again the taxing and spending functions. #goals. So, in this context, the discussion about the Green New Deal and the job guarantee framework, to me personally, and I'm involved obviously in thinking about these things and talking about these things, to me it's the most comprehensive way of dealing with all of these issues: climate change, inequality, socioeconomic exclusion, market power, inflation, all of cost of living issues that people deal with. And to me, if you were to summarize the philosophical framework of the Green New Deal, you take people as they are, where they are, and you do on-the-job paid training. So we're not going to tell people, go learn how to code, move to San Francisco, and then, pay for your own education out of pocket, and then maybe you'll compete and find a job. You don't do that to people, in the fossil fuel industry. You say, we're going to decarbonize, we're going to end your livelihood, and you're on your own. Go learn how to code. That's the future. We want to guarantee employment, so you take people as they are, where they are, and pay them decent wages and benefits to rebuild communities from within. And this is very important for us in Ohio and rural areas in particular, across the country. So we want to provide a broader support network that includes housing, mental health, legal aid, soft skills, family counseling, career counseling, so that we allow people to thrive on the job and reconnect with the local community on a stronger foundation. In other words, we don't give up on people. In other words, we lift everybody up to higher grounds. Because the idea of a job guarantee in and of itself is not sufficient. To tell somebody, we're going to guarantee you a job with decent wage and benefits. Now show up at 9 o'clock and be there. And if you mess up on the job, we're going to fire you, right? Because we've given you the best opportunity you have. But if I'm struggling with addiction, if I'm struggling with mental health issues, and you set me up with this job, I'm going to try to show up the first week, the second week, eventually I'm going to break. And then you're going to say, well, you had your chance. That's not fair, that's not right, especially knowing what's been happening in this country, especially in this part of the country, in the last 30 years with the opioid crisis, with the mental health crisis. That's why we need to have this comprehensive set of services to be part of the benefits package, so that we're not setting people up for failure. So, to me, a Green New Deal cannot be funded locally for reasons I explained. We don't have the monetary resources at the local level to pay for transformative things. It has to be federal. Local implementation is very important. We have to take ownership of this thing, just like we did with the New Deal of the 1930s, which was introduced in every congressional district. We have to have more participatory democracy ownership of what kinds of jobs and what kinds of new resources we build locally. It has to be urban and rural. We're not going to tell people move to the big cities. That's where the jobs are. That's where the solar farms are. It has to be inclusive, just, and restorative. Because the New Deal of the 30s was the New Deal of the 30s. It was implemented with all the cultural, political system that we had at the time, which included segregation. So it was not inclusive. We should not repeat, obviously, the same mistakes. It needs to be inclusive, just in the sense of just transition. For people who will be displaced from the fossil fuel industry, we need to guarantee jobs for them with decent wages and benefits. For people who will be displaced from the health insurance industry, once we transition to a more efficient system, there'll be millions of people losing their jobs. A just transition for them in other industries with the job guarantee, with decent wages and benefits, without telling them to move to San Francisco or move to other cities. Create jobs locally with decent wages and benefits. It needs to be comprehensive and permanent. By comprehensive, I mean we need to rethink everything we do. As I said earlier today, when I talked about the living will concept for everything we produce, that's what I mean, comprehensive, truly rethinking everything we do in the system to get into the circular economy concept that I talked about. It needs to be permanent. This is not something that we try for 5 years or 10 years, say, we've dealt with climate change, now let's go back to normal. This has to be a new world of this circular economy. The good news is that these are very popular ideas for Republicans, for Democrats. This is the job guarantee. It's the most popular, and this is from a year ago. I think there's new polling that's showing that it's even more popular today. The idea of the Green New Deal is even more popular across the board for Republicans and Democrats because fundamentally people want clean air, clean jobs, good paying jobs, clean water, clean soil. These are things that everybody wants. except the people who sort of hesitate or reject it are usually thinking, how are we going to pay for this? Are you going to tax me? So then my, income is on the line. Are you going to tax my employer, which means my job is on the line? This is where the fear comes in. And what we're saying here, no. We're decoupling the spending from the taxing. We're not going to tax local districts and local states and municipalities to pay for this. We're going to do this the same way we did World War II, the same way we paid for the moonshot. But can we afford it? Yes, we can, I would argue. Remember, somebody said, yes, we can many years ago, and then he said, no, we can't because we don't have dollars. We run out of money. That was President Obama. Can we afford this? We need to change the narrative. We need to shift the conversation. Is this affordable? Is this affordable? And this is everywhere. Is this affordable? Can we afford this? This is a friend of mine actually sent me pictures a month ago. This is her neighbor bathing her child in Pennsylvania, and the water turned brown. And she immediately snapped a picture and of course took her child out of the thing. To me, this is a crime scene. And yet there is no investigation. Right? Is this affordable? They spent thousands of dollars trying to fix their water system, put filters, dug a new well. Nothing worked. This is across the board. Can we afford this? These are the fires in California, the floods in the Midwest. I grew up in the Middle East. This is the Middle East in the summer. And scientists are very clear now. They're saying within our lifetime, this region will be uninhabitable during the summer months. So we're talking about 500 million climate refugees. So people who are panicking about Syrian refugees, just wait until this hits. And this is global. This is not just the Middle East. Can we afford this? Can we afford to wait for these disasters to keep accelerating? I don't think so. The good news is that everything that I'm proposing in terms of these massive transformative things, they're actually pretty cheap compared to this. We just don't have the right metric. We're using the wrong metric. So most economists and policymakers, they talk about economic growth is the important thing. We need fracking because it brings jobs and creates income. So what is GDP, which is when they talk about economic growth, gross domestic product? GDP measures the total dollar amount of all goods and services produced annually. And it's been growing. Occasionally we hit a recession here and there, but it's essentially very clear we have economic growth because that's the goal we pursue. But remember, growth is not always a good thing. It's very funny. Economists are obsessed with growth. Policymakers are obsessed with growth. But if a friend told you I went to the doctor and after they did the test they told me there was growth, how do you react? It's a disaster. It's a dangerous thing. And yet we have this thing about economic growth being okay. We're completely forgetting about the system that we live in, that we're part of a living, breathing system. And that growth, unlimited growth, is impossible, undesirable, unsustainable for human beings, for living things. And it's because we are measuring the wrong thing. So what is included in economic growth? We said every dollar we spend buying things and goods and services. So every time we have an oil spill and then we have to clean up the mess, we pay thousands of dollars to do that. That shows up as economic growth. That shows up as a positive thing. Every time we build a prison, it shows up as economic growth. And it gets celebrated on TV. They say, yay, economic growth, 3% more this quarter. But is that improving our quality of life? Every time we breathe polluted air, we drink polluted water, we go to a doctor for breathing treatment, we buy prescription drugs, we pay for cancer treatment, economic growth. That gets celebrated on TV because we're measuring this thing called growth. So what some ecological economists did, they said, okay, let's take this GDP thing and let's remove all of these negative things from it and see what's left. So when you remove the effects of pollution and prisons and all of that, you get a decent indication for quality of life. This is quality of life. in the US for the last 40 years. Stagnant. This is called the genuine progress indicator. And if we split this by income level, you can guess. Higher income groups have slightly better quality of life, and lower income groups, quality of life is declining. So what we're asking for here is we really need to shift the metric, shift the narrative, and focus on what matters. So if we get to a point where we invite all of our fellow citizens and policymakers and say, we want to focus on this thing called quality of life. How can we improve quality of life? All of a sudden the list of investment changes. They say, well, to improve quality of life, maybe we shouldn't be doing fracking. Maybe we should be thinking of different things that improve quality of life. Access to education, healthcare, parks, clean air, clean water. And all of a sudden, millions of new jobs and industries will be created to feed this process of improving quality of life. And this is really what I'm asking you to do. And I mentioned this earlier, so I'll just list it here. The 4 things that currently cause inflation, we need to tackle them head on in terms of market power, in terms of shortages. And that's why the Green New Deal includes something like Medicare for All, includes free education, includes housing guarantee and rent control, includes decarbonization. This is not just a shopping list of the economists who favor these things. These are designed specifically to tackle the current inflation pressure points in the economy. So my worst nightmare is for the idea of the Green New Deal to be embraced by everybody in Washington, D.C., and they start spending left and right in the name of the Green New Deal, and then we're going to have inflation, inevitably, from these areas. And then they say, aha, we told you so. This Green New Deal thing is going to cause inflation. It's going to bankrupt the country. We should stop this Green New Deal. So that's why I insist the Green New Deal must include these features. Otherwise, it will break the system. So the job guarantee is a core feature of this in order to guarantee a just transition for people in the healthcare industry, for people in the fossil fuel industry and beyond. We're going to transform the system if we're really thinking of redesigning the system. So how do we do this? We set the priorities straight. First, universal public services in terms of green infrastructure, Medicare for all, housing for all, education for all, child care for all, as basic foundational pieces of our society. Next, a job guarantee for people who want to work. We have millions of people who want to work, decent wages and decent benefits. And then, as a third step, a generous income support for people who can't work or shouldn't work for health reasons or other reasons. This is the hierarchy of priorities as far as I'm concerned. And that's why I spent most of my career working on this concept of a job guarantee. It's a basic feature of this transition. So during the financial crisis, I played around with the number and said, what does it actually cost to have an actual job guarantee? Pay people decent wages and benefits. So I ran the number. I said, what if we pay skilled people $20 an hour, $21, $18 an hour for semi-skilled people, and $15 an hour for people with basic skills? Let's see what a generous job guarantee program will cost. Is it really going to bankrupt the country? And assuming we have 23 million people, which was including people who are excluded from the official statistics, just to inflate the number, let's see if it's really going to be expensive. 40 hours a week with annual benefits, annual cost of running the program, it turns out to be less than 4% of GDP. And we spent trillions and trillions of dollars during the financial crisis, and we didn't even put a dent in unemployment or inequality, let alone addressing climate change. So the cost of an actual job guarantee program with generous benefits is actually cheap from a strictly financial perspective. What is not affordable are all the pictures that I showed you. What is not affordable is the status quo. Because today, these are the decisions that we're making. We're saying, should we fund an after-school program for kids to inspire them with music and theater and science and summer camps and hire professional people to do this work on a regular basis? And then we usually say, oh, that's too expensive. We can't afford that. We're going to have to charge more taxes and levies. So we don't do that. And instead, 20 years later, we build a prison for those same kids. Is that the right choice? Do we clean the water source, or do we not do that and then end up paying for cancer treatment for everybody in town for the next 30 years? This is the way we need to change the conversation about what is affordable. So we're talking about all of this sustainability stuff is impossible too expensive. They want to turn it around and say, not doing that is already too expensive. So to conclude, we have 10 years to go to act on a massive scale, transformative scale. The climate crisis, the inequality crisis, the socioeconomic exclusion crisis, all of these things call for urgent and bold action, not small and incremental action. The current climate and jobs policies are too weak, too slow, too expensive, and they don't even work. If they work, we'll say at least we're making progress. But as I've shown with the data, we're actually moving in the wrong direction. So economic justice and climate justice via a living wage Green New Deal are possible, desirable, and affordable. Yes, again, we need individual commitment to these things, but if we want systemic change, then every individual needs to empower themselves with this knowledge that says a government for the people, by the people, of the people can transform the system from a systemic way. So each one of us on our little scale, we can do positive things, but the most transformative thing we can do as individuals is to embrace a vision that's truly transformative. And I hope I was able to convey this, that this is not a pie in the sky, this is within reach. We've done this before, we can do it again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Cowan-Becker, and this is a presentation on what a Green New Deal could look like. This is to go over what it could actually look like in practice, and hopefully it will give you a foundation of the Green New Deal, make it a little more concrete, and give you a framework to judge the climate plans of politicians and political candidates, and what it might actually look like on the national, state, and local level. So first, what is the Green New Deal? It's not legislation, but it's a resolution, and it was introduced in the House by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and in the Senate by Ed Markey. It's not meant to be a specific program, but rather to be an umbrella that a lot of specific programs could be enacted under. It sets goals. It basically says that the duty of the federal government is to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions, create millions of high-paying jobs, invest in infrastructure and industry, and secure clean air and water, climate resiliency, and healthy food, and do all this through a 10-year national mobilization. Now, the Green New Deal so far has 100 co-sponsors in the House and 14 in the Senate, but not many of them are from Ohio. So in fact, only Marcia Fudge up near the Akron and Cleveland area supports the Green New Deal. She's a co-sponsor. So if you're watching this and you live in her district, please contact her and thank her. But neither of our Senators Brown or Portman support it. None of the other 3 Democrats, Beatty, Captor, or Ryan, are co-sponsors, and none of the Republicans in Congress are co-sponsors. So if you live in their districts, please contact them and tell them to support and co-sponsor the Green New Deal. So the rest of this presentation will be looking at what the Green New Deal could look like in practice. And first I'll go over 5 areas where there could be programs and policies enacted under the Green New Deal, and look at some examples on the state and local level. And then I'll finish by looking at a little bit about what is being done in cities and especially in Ohio. So one area that the Green New Deal could have a number of programs is in infrastructure. So we could have policies and programs to repair, upgrade, and expand railways, bridges, our energy grid, water lines, and not just repair what's broken, but also build new systems that cut carbon pollution, ensure clean air and water, and reduce climate impacts on frontline communities, and in the process create millions of good-paying jobs. So one area of infrastructure is water. So the Green New Deal could be used to replace lead pipes for millions of people with lead-contaminated water. So we all know of Flint, Michigan, but there's 3,000 other communities in the United States that have water lead levels as bad or worse than Flint. The Green New Deal could also be used to build out green infrastructure to reduce flooding by use of natural spaces to handle stormwater. So an example on the local level was in Pittsburgh, where a group called Pittsburgh United launched the Clean Rivers Campaign. So this was a coalition of unions, community groups, and environmental organizations. They pushed for green infrastructure projects to reduce flooding, and they got a number of public investments in creating green spaces to absorb rainwater, replacing lead pipes, and improving roads. Another area of infrastructure is transportation. So between cities, we could build out a nationwide network of high-speed rail and regional rail systems. This would provide an affordable way to get between cities quickly and safely, and it could also cut the need for air travel in short and medium distance trips. And then within cities, we could be expanding light rail and bus rapid transit, which is sort of like making buses as rail-like as possible, light rail on wheels. This would support clean air, cut carbon pollution, and save money. So an example in Ohio is Cleveland's Health Line. This is considered one of the best examples of bus rapid transit in the country. They serve 5 million customers per year. The buses come every 5 to 7 minutes. They get their own lane for most of the route. They get traffic signal preference. So fares are prepaid like you think of for a subway. There's covered stations with seats and message boards and an elevated platform for same level boarding, which helps speed things up. So another area of infrastructure is the energy grid, and a Green New Deal could be used to develop a smart grid that would cut electricity costs, boost reliability, and support the growth of clean energy. And we could hire and train workers to construct and upgrade energy transmission lines, connect sources of wind and solar power to the grid, and also expand battery storage. So a state and local example, actually a local example in Ohio is community choice aggregation, which has been done in Cincinnati, and Columbus is actually looking at it too. So community choice aggregation is a program legal in 8 states, of which Ohio is one. It allows cities, townships, or counties to pool all of their utility customers and use that to leverage the best prices for energy from utilities. A city can aggregate for any kind of energy, but we are pushing to aggregate for 100% renewable, which Cincinnati did some time ago. And so far, they've been doing that by buying renewable energy certificates, which are essentially carbon offsets. But recently, they committed to buy 100 megawatts of direct solar energy from a solar farm being built in Highland County. And in fact, it was Cincinnati's commitment to buy this energy that got the banks to finance building the solar farm. So we're hoping to do the same thing in Columbus. Columbus is putting community choice aggregation on the ballot in November. Worthington passed a similar program for 100% renewable energy last year. It passed by 75%. And so some other cities in central Ohio are also considering this. So a second program or area under the Green New Deal where we could have policies and programs concerns buildings. And so this is all about energy efficiency, saving energy, retrofitting homes, businesses, and government buildings. Doing this nationwide would create hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs in construction, installation, and manufacturing. It would save billions of dollars for families and businesses and also move us closer to climate stability. And we could achieve these goals with nationwide energy efficiency standards for buildings and appliances and public investments to fund energy efficiency programs. So on a local level, last year New York City passed the Climate Mobilization Act, and that's all about its buildings. As you know, New York City has a lot of buildings. They have 50,000 buildings that are larger than 25,000 square feet. And so those buildings will have to reduce emissions 40% in the next decade, 80% by 2050. All of these retrofits will create 8,000 jobs per year in construction and maintenance. And the legislation includes terms to prevent rent increases. So a state example of this is the Future Energy Jobs Act in Illinois. So this gives low-income families access to community solar projects, job training for formerly incarcerated people. Their energy efficiency standards will create 7,000 jobs per year, and it will cut $4 billion in energy costs for families. So a third area of the Green New Deal where we could enact programs under the Green New Deal is manufacturing. And so we know manufacturing helped create the US middle class. That's especially true in Ohio. But this has been weakened by corporate-led globalization and unfair trade deals. But the climate crisis is an opportunity to create a new generation of manufacturing jobs that could support clean air, clean water, and a stable climate. So an example of a policy that manufacturing could adopt is a Buy Clean law. So each year the federal government, and really any government, spends billions of tax dollars to buy goods, things like steel for bridges, insulation for buildings, paper for offices. And a national Buy Clean law would stimulate clean manufacturing by requiring that tax dollars be spent on goods made under certain conditions that protect our environment, our air, water, and climate, and also protect workers. So in California, the state has a Buy Clean policy. Their policy requires 800 large industrial facilities to track, report, and reduce carbon emissions, and also requires state agencies to take supplier emissions into account when they decide where to buy things like steel, glass, and insulation. So this is a way of cleaning up, using the government's power, leveraging their purchasing power to clean up the manufacturing chain from top to bottom. So a similar policy is Buy Local. So a policy like this would encourage local manufacturing of wind turbines, solar panels, and other clean energy components. This could be used to spur job growth in the clean energy sector, but on the local level. And it would require that components be made in local businesses that offer high wages and good working conditions. So a fourth area where we could enact a program under the Green New Deal is a Climate Conservation Corps. So most people know that the original New Deal had a civilian conservation corps. So we're looking at a climate conservation corps, and that would employ hundreds of thousands of people to restore essential ecosystems. So one place they could work is our national forests and our state forests. They could expand these forests by planting trees that help sequester carbon. and also manage the land to reduce fire risks and shield communities threatened by fires, especially out west. They could also work in wetlands. So we know wetlands filter water, trap pollution, and buffer communities from hurricanes, storms, and floods. But wetlands are disappearing, and in Ohio, 90% of our wetlands have been destroyed or filled in or degraded through draining, filling, and other changes. So restoring these wetlands would help protect our homes and communities from storms and flooding. And a climate conservation corps could also do hazardous waste cleanup. So thousands of communities live near a hazardous waste site or near a former industrial facility, a brownfield, or an abandoned mine. And this disproportionately affects low-income and communities of color. So under a Green New Deal, we could hire and train workers to safely clean up these waste sites and these toxic areas and help ensure clean air and water for all. And finally, a program we could do with the Green New Deal is to incentivize climate-friendly farming. So we know large-scale industrial agriculture contributes to carbon pollution, but climate-friendly farming sequesters carbon by programs like turning manure into compost, planting cover crops, or avoiding tilling. And this boosts economic security by producing more plentiful harvests, and it also helps make our farms more resilient. So throughout the Green New Deal are policies to ensure equity. So things like requiring projects to pay good wages, hire locally, offer training, and sign agreements with unions. To give priority to projects that reduce air and water pollution, help prevent climate disasters, and benefit low-income and communities of color. And also give priority to projects that allow communities to define their own priorities, what needs to be done in their community, because they're the ones who know where are the toxic waste sites, where are the flood zones, get them a voice at the table. So one thing most people don't realize is how much progress has been made on 100% renewable energy and Green New Deal programs. But so far in the United States, 166 cities have made commitments, official commitments to transition to 100% renewable energy. In Ohio, that includes 4 cities, Cleveland and Cincinnati, the small suburbs of Lakewood and South Euclid, and we have active campaigns in several others, but also 13 counties, 8 states, DC, and Puerto Rico. So currently in the United States, 100 million people, or 1 in 3, live in a jurisdiction that is committed to 100% renewable energy. And of those, about 50 are already operating on 100% renewable energy. Many of those are in California, which also has community choice aggregation, and that's the basis of those communities being able to do that. So that's why we're so excited about that program and hope to see that enacted here in Columbus. So what's our pathway to 100% renewable energy? So we have kind of a 5-6 step plan. Energy efficiency, bringing the amount of energy that you use down, that comes first. Promoting renewables, so what energy you do have to use, transferring that to renewables. Dealing with transportation by transitioning to electric vehicles. Cleaning up the energy supply, using their lots of creative financing mechanisms to deal with that age-old question of how do you pay for it, and throughout ensuring equity and transparency. So let's look at energy efficiency. So as we discussed already, buildings are the top carbon emitters in most cities. It was 70% in New York City. It's 58% in Columbus. So energy efficiency retrofits for city buildings, for commercial buildings, and homes can really help lower the amount of energy being used and the amount of carbon being emitted. So we could provide energy audits and upgrades for residential. There we do have an equity issue. A lot of people who are low income, well, they would need help to make some of these upgrades, but also a lot of them rent. And a lot of renters have to pay their own utility bills while the landlords are the ones that would have to make the upgrades. So we need to address this split incentive with programs to either incentivize or maybe a carrot or stick approach for landlords, or even just a transparency ordinance to require them to say what's the usual energy bill in a unit. And if it's really high, residents may look somewhere else to rent. There are also programs called green leases that can be sort of splits between landlords and tenants as a way to make these energy upgrades. So in the renewable energy area, for city buildings and properties such as parks, schools, or just municipal buildings in general, we can build out renewable energy there. For homes and businesses, we could start programs like solar co-ops, which are kind of a bulk purchase program, and we've recently had one in Franklin County where 150 people signed up, and because there are so many, they can negotiate lower prices for the equipment to put solar on their homes. Or an incentive program, which we don't have here yet, but some other cities have done. For utility scale renewable energy, we need programs about buying local to be built in, and we need cities and states to intervene in legislative and regulatory proceedings to make renewable energy, I guess, to boost it and make it more of a go-to. So in transportation, that encompasses a number of things. Obviously, there's electric vehicles, trying to move people into electric vehicles, transitioning city fleets, and that's just regular cars, but as well as larger moving vehicles such as buses. Providing consumer education. So the Smart Columbus Center in downtown Columbus, you can go there and test drive like a bunch of different models of electric vehicles that otherwise you'd have to go to each dealership to test drive. And once people move to electric, they really don't go back. The maintenance is a lot cheaper. There's no gas. But it's just, a lot of people, that's kind of a big leap, and it helps to do that test drive. And also building out charging infrastructure. So the Smart Columbus grant, they put out a little over 800 additional chargers around the city. They were trying to get to 1,000, so they still have a few more to get done. But also under transportation is to increase public transportation, to say make buses free, to increase the number of buses, to enact bus rapid transit or light rail, but just to really strengthen how public transit works in your city. And we do have some work on that to do in Columbus. To ensure safe bike lanes and sidewalks through programs like Complete Streets, so people can bike and walk safely instead of taking the bus or driving. Shared bikes and scooter programs, and then smart growth so that we're not constantly growing out, but that we're growing in the infill of the city on vacant lots or just internally to the city so that there's less of a car culture and more ability to get around with public transit. So the fourth area is the energy supply. And so here I talked about community choice aggregation, which is legal in 8 states. And we're lucky that Ohio is one. California, as I mentioned, is one. 2 more are considering it. It's the basis of Cincinnati's commitment to 100% renewable energy and of the commitment in many cities in California. So as I mentioned, aggregation allows cities to pool together their customers to leverage lower prices from utilities, but also leverage more renewable energy. It does in Ohio require a ballot initiative because if the city is going to negotiate on your behalf, you have to okay that. But Worthington passed such a ballot initiative last year. It passed by 75%. And Worthington is purchasing some renewable energy certificates. Cincinnati did that for a long time. But we highly prefer a local supply to be built out, which Cincinnati's doing, and which Columbus is considering. So Columbus is going to put aggregation for 100% renewable energy on its ballot in November. And the intent is to use that to leverage build out of local solar. So financing mechanisms. So there are just a lot of different ways these projects can be financed. So one very popular way with city officials is called PACE, Property Assessed Clean Energy. That's usually used for large commercial buildings, and that's a way to get a loan to do energy efficiency upgrades, renewable energy upgrades, and then pay it back through the property tax. So the interest rates are a lot lower, and also if the owner sells the building, the loan goes with the building and doesn't stick with the owner. So that's one reason these big building owners like it. And then once that loan is paid off, then you have much lower energy costs, and so that's, saves you money. And so there is a commercial PACE in Columbus, and Columbus is also working on rolling out a residential PACE so that homeowners can do that as well. I mentioned the bulk purchase programs and solar co-ops. Another way to do this is through incentives. So San Francisco has a program called Go Solar SF that provides up to $2,000 for residences to install solar panels, up to $50,000 for businesses or multi-unit facilities like apartments. You could provide just straight up assistance. So Atlanta is working with Georgia Power to have a rounded up program. So when people get their power bills, they can pay $1 or $2 extra. That money goes into a fund, and that fund helps low income people with energy efficiency and renewable energy upgrades. And also green banks that are specifically doing energy efficiency and renewable energy lending is also another way to do this. And throughout, we want to see equity and transparency, equity, affordability, and access for everyone. This cannot be just a program for the wealthy or the privatized people. This has to be for low-income residents, for communities of color. The energy needs to be clean and renewable. So solar, wind, geothermal, some cases of hydropower. We do not consider compressed natural gas or CNG. That's mostly from fracking. That is not clean or renewable. With Sierra Club, we do not consider nuclear to be clean or renewable. That requires continuous mining of uranium, and the waste is highly toxic and radioactive and has to be stored for literally millions of years, and that's very difficult. It's also very expensive. Solar panels and wind turbines are much cheaper, much more scalable, much quicker. It's really the future. And we also want to see a transparent and inclusive process. So stakeholder meetings with public documents and lots of input and dialogue with the public. That's key to having a fair and equitable process. So in Columbus, as I mentioned, we're putting aggregation for 100% renewable energy on the ballot in November, and that is aiming for renewable energy 100% by 2022. So that's really fast. That may be done with renewable energy certificates at first, but as I mentioned, the intent is to build out local solar. Other things the city has done is providing 30,000 free home energy audits, especially in low-income areas where people have high energy burdens, where they're paying too much of their household income on electricity and gas. Columbus is rolling out a residential PACE program that I mentioned. They've also recently passed a building transparency ordinance. So they are requiring owners of buildings more than 25,000 square feet to disclose how much energy they're using so they can start accurately counting carbon emissions. This got some opposition from apartment owners, but mostly went through. And finally, the bit.ly/addup-rf100 Columbus, that is our Ready for 100 petition to the City of Columbus to commit to 100% renewable energy, and we would love if you could sign that. So the big question is, do all of these programs work? And there's, out of the 165 cities that have committed to 100% renewable energy, the first one, as you might guess, is San Francisco. They did that back in 2011. So most cities have made this commitment since 2018. So San Francisco makes a good case study to measure, do these programs work? And this is very transparent right on their San Francisco city website, and you can see their carbon emissions. And they've been going down, and a lot of this is because of buildings. You can see the building efficiency programs have really brought the building emissions down. But in transportation, they still have some work to do. Those emissions are coming down a little bit, but it looks like that's the next area for them to work on. And these are some of the sources for my presentation. Hope you found that helpful, and thanks so much.
Unsuspecting hero. When the rooster crows, my son is already up and gone, bicycling to work 8 miles one way. I think about him on that bike, pedaling in the cold, rain, heavy winds, or when coming back from work in the dark. And though he is a grown man, I worry about him just as much as I did when he was a young boy. He lives in Texas now and bikes to work on country roads. When we talk on the phone, he tells me of mornings he bikes in dense fog. Of the one time it was so thick, before he knew it, he found himself in the middle of a pack of wild boar. When I express concern, he tells me, I just nudged them out of the way with my foot and rode through them. Once he spotted a small bobcat in the bushes on the side of the road. It just ran, he said. It was more scared of me than I was of him. Sometimes coyotes run in packs near the road. He assures me they are of no danger to man. And he told me about a copperhead, cold to strike. Luckily, when he passed it, his bicycle pedal was on the upswing, so it would have missed him had it tried. So he says. When his work day is done, he bikes home. There are chickens to feed, 5 dogs and a cat. The yard always needs mowed to keep snakes at bay, and there are branches to trim. Once, when trimming branches, he interrupted a hornet nest. His arm swelled up twice its size from the stings. He's been stung by scorpions so many times, he says he is immune to their venom. When I call, he is always in the middle of some project, working on his house, mending a fence, or pumping iron. I'm proud of this man, my son, who's grown up to be strong and resilient. He has my determination to see things through and to get things done. He respects nature. He takes care of what he has. He eats healthy and takes care of himself. And he phones his mama, unknowing that with each new tale he tells, he adds more weight to my worry stone. With each I love you, Mom, he adds more fuel to the embers in my heart. With you. I'd play Scrabble with you every night if you wanted to, even though you always manage to get the high point letters. Hoard the U's in case you get the Q. Save the S's to add to any good word I make to get all my points +1. I'd play Scrabble with you all night long, even though you always win, as long as you promise not to add the word ache if I spell heart, as long as you swear under no circumstance will you ever spell the word goodbye. Dream sale. His face will be one you'd least expect to see perusing the shelves of a bookstore, and it will be quite by accident that he happens upon my book. Tall, dark, and handsome, he will possess a certain ruggedness, as if he spent the majority of his days on the open range, his nights sleeping under the stars. His hands will be rough from hard work, yet gentle to the touch. A pleasant "ah" might escape his lips as he opens my book and reads a few lines. Perhaps a sheepish smile will sweep his face. He will be enthralled by what he reads, my poetry evoking emotions he'd not foreseen. Unduly surprised, he will find it hard to put down the book. He will say to himself, "This poet speaks to my heart," or so it will seem. Gently, he will close my book, walk to the counter and place it down. He will reach into his wallet and retrieve a weathered $20 bill. He will hand it to the cashier, saying to her in a hushed voice, "I usually don't read poetry." Then he will take my book home, and he will. Thank you.
I am sure that I was in kindergarten when I learned how to bend.
black body in brown seat, a country of charcoal, surrounded by sea of Italian and Irish, bruno, brown, negro, black. My mom coached me on how we have to bend into words feather enough to spew from their throats. I was 7 years old when the nun named me heretic for coloring Jesus the color of my face instead of pure was 9. When I learned how Bruno bodies bent into stretched holes of rope and swung from side to side. When you're a negro girl in white world, be careful not to swing so swift from side to side, lest they be reminded of our sway. From tree limb to latch, lest they be reminded you are prey. I was 16 when I noticed the white boy cut his eyes across my body so thick I could smell the piranha in his tongue. How he only wanted to bite into what would be forbidden, exotic. When you are brown body in white world, you are always exotic. You bend in a pomegranate and shrapnel all at the same time. I was 17, walking in white school restroom where the blondes and brunettes called their hair nappy. Barbara, can you braid our hair like yours? So I learned to bend my body into the shape of my own scars, like silence, like bodies swing at midnight. I was 20 when the white kindergartners I taught told me they couldn't play with brown people germs, and all my supervisors found it comic relief. The Bruno in me counted the hearts of the 3 black girls in the playground and shoved them into my prayers like a charred pocket. When you are a brown body, your whole existence is always on fire. I was 21 when the white boy told me I was beautiful, then shared he understood the black struggle. After all, he'd worked in a prison for years. After all, he lived next to a graveyard for years. And the white girls are secure as long as I'm beneath them, silent in my place. They have no idea of the miles of fear I've had to plow through just to learn the weight of my own voice. I hear them dance of after parties and cocktails, vacations and wedding gowns. They tell me of the ghosts they've collected, wondering what they should eat, never if they will, who they should vote for, never if they can, which clothes to wear, never question if they have them, or if they're clean, or if they'll stitch too tight to their bodies lest they cause a scene and be deemed inappropriate. Revealing to ethnic, urban, body to human, my hair, a wild rag of history brewing from my crown, curls clawing themselves towards another shade of existence. They never worry about if they'll be spoken to, acknowledged as human, or if they have to fight through a million throats just to have their voices heard, only to be placed on display and discounted. They never take count of bodies. Like this body, Bruno, negro body, you be bend into bullet, bend into what you're good for, bend into what you're made for, bend into swallow. Brown bodies always so busy bending, they just cross their legs and watch us swallow ourselves. She stands, armored in melanin's perfection, glares pain in the face, holds our future in her eyes, wisdom arched in her spine, as America, shaped like glass and possible, gathers its flesh in shards. She stands, swallows swords of outrage whole, fire breather, Our Lady be the fire, won't burn out when the weight of injustice equals the cost of black life, black freedom, God's creation. Strength shines still as silence silences itself. She stands in center of it all, whispering, there will be peace, there will be joy.
I told Liz, I was like, if we're gonna go over there, this bitch is gonna be making a phone call. You sure are, yeah.
An open letter to the assistant manager of the KFC I visited last week. Dear Tammy, no matter how you try to dress it up, the fact remains that there are essentially 7 items on your menu. 4 of these are chicken. The rest are simply side dishes that people merely tolerate. So when you tell me, midway through placing my order, that you are out of chicken, well, I cannot help but wonder why the sign out front is illuminated, why the doors are unlocked, or why you bothered matching your eyeshadow to your shirts and coming to work today. So my choice is now Kentucky or fried. I'm willing to forego the hows and the whys and simply remind you that when KFC runs out of chicken, the terrorists win. And by terrorist, I of course mean vegans, Tammy. Do not be surprised when flocks of flat-toothed, pale-skinned hippies, having heard of your newfound meatlessness, fall upon this place, pamphlets in hand, reeking of patchouli, demanding alfalfa sprouts and bean curds. Is that what you want, Tammy? Kentucky Fried Curds? My suggestion is that you stop offering me little bucket parfaits, turn out the fucking lights, and hunker down for the remainder of your shift, Tammy, because an act of blasphemy that leads herbivores into the house of the Colonel is enough to shake him from the dead, with nothing to satiate his zombie hunger but brains seasoned to perfection in 11 herbs and spices. But seeing as you appear to be out of those as well, he'll likely just say fuck it like I have and head down the block to Popeyes.
Okay, thank you. Shopper's Paradise, one-act play set in a New York City market by Amy Drake. Characters: Sophia, late 20s, female. Oliver, late 20s, male. Carson, late 20s, male. Voice of announcer, female. Setting: the checkout lanes of a supermarket in New York City. 3 shoppers are waiting in separate checkout lanes. Each has a basket on the floor in front of his or her feet, and all are absorbed by their cell phones. A voiceover announces open registers. As the register numbers are called, the shoppers take 3 steps, pushing their baskets forward with their feet in unison without taking their eyes off their cell phones. Register 16, all take 3 steps in unison, pushing their baskets ahead by 3 steps without taking their eyes off their cell phones. Register 5, all take 3 steps in unison, pushing their baskets ahead by 3 steps without taking their eyes off their cell phones. Register 9, all take 3 steps in unison, pushing their baskets ahead by 3 steps without taking their eyes off their cell phones. Register Mindfulness. All look up to an overhead sign to check the register number and look at each other in confusion.
What did she say?
Mindfulness?
Is that supposed to be an ad for a health magazine?
Man, I don't have time for this shit.
Maybe it was like a public service announcement.
I don't like being told how to feel.
Well, let's just see if it goes back to normal.
Can't I just get a power drink without a hassle?
Register Tranquility.
Tranquility? Is this a joke? Because if it is, it's not funny. I gotta work out.
Carson does a few warm-up stretches.
What's going on?
I'm texting the manager.
Making me very tense.
Think it's a glitch in the system?
I think someone's fucking with us.
What if it's a new program, like an exercise for your mind?
When I want exercise, I go to the gym.
You are kind of wound up. Have you tried meditation?
I get all the tranquility I need on a Nordic track.
Are the registers down?
You'd think they'd have a scan it yourself link.
I need to get back to my dissertation on horticulture.
Why? Aren't you growing your own food?
I just do the layout. I don't actually plant anything.
What are we supposed to do now? I didn't think I need my yoga mat to go shopping.
Register Bliss. All look up at the monitor. They each take a deep breath and grin at each other.
You know, I am feeling more peaceful.
Are we being hypnotized by that voice? She sounds nice.
Can't be hypnotized against your will.
Do you smell something?
Like what?
It's kind of herbal.
I smell it too. It can't be.
I don't know. This is like that experiment we read about in psych class where smoke was pumped into a room just to see how many people would leave.
Takes a deep breath.
Why would anyone leave?
To Carson.
Weren't you in a hurry?
Not anymore. Okay, kids, let's try to figure this out.
I feel like we're being manipulated, but why?
They're not telling us to buy stuff.
Maybe they are. I'm gonna go find where it's coming from.
Carson pulls out his cell phone and uses the light to investigate the space.
Suddenly, I'm really hungry. Look at those pastries.
Oh, those chocolate chip cookies look so good. Hold my place. I have to have some.
Oliver runs off stage and comes back on with an open package devouring a cookie.
You haven't paid for those?
I will. Don't tell me you aren't tempted.
A little.
Go ahead, I dare you. Those croissants are calling you.
Maybe just one.
Sophia dashes off and returns, devouring a chocolate-filled croissant and licking her fingers like it's the most delicious thing she's ever tasted.
How is that for you?
Amazing.
Sophia basks in the afterglow of such a treat. Carson returns.
Look at you two. I leave you alone for a couple of minutes and you're having a food orgy.
Sophia becomes self-conscious and composes herself. Oliver sets the cookies aside.
Did you find anything?
Carson picks up the cookies and begins munching on one.
There's a vent piping it out.
Isn't that weird? You'd think they'd have a new system here.
Not if they're doing it on purpose.
No way.
What are we supposed to do? Wait for the registers to open?
I'm going to talk to the manager.
Oh, here he comes.
I got your text. Can I help you?
I don't mean to be a bother.
What's up with the weed?
I don't know what you mean.
Come on, I know what that is.
It's just a natural scent to relax our customers.
It's not lavender.
Carson grabs Ted by the collar.
You can tell us what's going on, or I can take that vent apart and find it.
All right, chill out. It's an experiment. We're trying it out in New York City because this store has our most stressed out customers. It's our way of helping our guests mellow out.
Can you legally do that?
No, this is crazy.
I think you have another reason. What if you sold food and wanted to increase sales?
Oh, chemicals like that don't affect me.
Sophia brushes cookie crumbs off Oliver's shirt.
Oh, okay, maybe a little.
Is that your plan?
We think of it as a win-win for shoppers and our sales goal. And they'll tell their friends.
It's very efficient. Look at all those people filling their carts.
Wow, this is genius.
How long do you think you can keep this up?
Forever. If this works, we can control customers everywhere. Most of them will never catch on. They'll buy everything we have on the shelves. We can corner the market! Corner the market? That's a little grocery humor.
Some people will become obese.
It's their problem. We're in business to make money.
I shop here because you guys are supposed to save the environment and be all about healthy living.
What could be better than being blissed out?
I'm so disillusioned.
Grow up and smell the chicory. We're catering to our customers' demand for organic products and their desire to be hip. We're not just a go-to for good food. We created a shopping experience.
Like celestial coffee shops. It's about the experience.
Now I want a gooey dessert drink thinly disguised as coffee.
We have those too.
Figures.
To Carson.
You still going to the gym?
Nah, I'm going to go back for the brats and beer.
To Oliver.
What about you?
I could eat the whole takeout buffet.
Gotcha.
End of play.
Great. Thank you so much.
So in 1995, Lawrence Fishburne introduced many of us to the story of the Tuskegee Airmen from the movie he starred in. It was the movie that would captivate the heart of Americans. So let me go back. So the movie that captured the heart of Americans and taught Americans the impact African Americans played during the war and the military. There were over 900 Tuskegee Airmen that joined the group over the 5 years that they were formed, and that was from 1941 to 1945. Today we will teach you how the Tuskegee Airmen and women, did you hear me? Tuskegee Airmen and women made an impact in Columbus, Ohio through housing, community, and social economics. This week and next week, we'll dive into this conversation and provide you with resources that we use to this very day to carry the conversation. Grab your wine, H2O, or some iced tea and join me for a little bit of local Black history. You won't want to miss this!
Columbus has always had a rich African-American history. From the late 1800s to present day, we've always been on the move. It's as if every street has a story to tell. And our very own community historian, Rita Fuller Yates, is here to tell it.
Go girls, do your thing. Go girls.
That's right, your homegirl's on the scene. She's out here uncovering the facts and sharing the history in the streets. Let's go.
Thank you for joining me, you guys who just tuned in. You're joining me for another episode of History in the Streets. I just saw my mama's name pop up. Hey, Roberta Amerson, we dedicated today's show to you. For those of you that don't know, my mother was in the military. She was part of the Army. And what's amazing about her story is that she joined the military at the young age, I should say, at the young age of 34. Where are my 34-year-olds at? Where are my 34-year-olds at? Can you imagine going to boot camp at 34? Well, that was my mama, and she did it successfully. Hats off to Roberta Amerson. Thank you for serving. I'm standing on the barracks in the Air Force Base, better known as Rickenbacker Air Force Base. Today, but during the 1940s, the Rickenbacker Air Force Base was known as the Lockbourne Army Air Base. From 1946 to 1948, it was the official base for the Tuskegee Airmen, 477th Composite Group. The men were assigned here after World War II and commanded by 4-star General Benjamin Davis. But before we go too far in the story, I know many of you know the story of Tuskegee Airmen and how they helped shape America. Just in case you forgot, here's a short video to use as a refresher.
The dim light of hope never blazed brighter for Black Americans than during an era in American history when they began challenging the discriminatory practices of the armed forces. Key to the demands of major Black organizations, such as the NAACP, the National Urban League, and others, was for the designation of centers where Negroes could be trained for work in all branches of the Aviation Corps. It was not enough to train pilots alone, but navigators, bombardiers, gunners, radio men, and even mechanics. Under this collective pressure, Congress made concessions by passing Public Law 18. Under its directive, an air school to prepare blacks for military service was authorized. 91 of the 100 young Negro college students enrolled in the civilian pilot training program qualified for civil licenses during 1939 and 1940. In spite of all these facts, the Army Air Corps refused to alter its stance and allow blacks to fly. In 1941, with guidance from the NAACP, a Howard University student named Yancey Williams filed suit against the War Department to compel his admission to an air training center. Almost immediately, the War Department responded by announcing that it would establish an air unit near Tuskegee Institute, Alabama. The 99th Pursuit Squadron. In the first class of 1942, Second Lieutenant Charles DeBow was stopped on the street by a white civilian and asked, "You one of those new colored flyers over at Tuskegee?" He proudly answered that he was. "Tell me one thing, what do you boys want to fly for anyhow?" he was asked. Shocked but not surprised, DeBow said he couldn't really think of an adequate answer at the time, but afterward realized the simple elegance of his answer. He was flying for his country. He felt he had a job to do for his country and his race. And just as Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver had proven themselves as educator and scientist, he might prove to someone that Negroes could become good pilots and officers. Armed only with their bravery and determination, fueled by dreams of dignity for others like themselves, Lieutenant DeBow and 4 of his fellow pioneers, Captain Benjamin O. Davis Jr., Second Lieutenant Lemuel R. Custis, Second Lieutenant George S. Roberts, and Second Lieutenant Mac Ross, became the first graduates paving the way for the other 961 black military aviators who were trained at Tuskegee Army Airfield during World War II. Under the command of Colonel Benjamin O. Davis Jr., 450 of the graduates served as fighter pilots, attaining dignity and glory in the aerial war over North Africa, Sicily, and Europe.
Cool, right? So as you can see, the Tuskegee Airmen were more than pilots. They were innovators and leaders of our country and our community. The story doesn't stop with how Tuskegee Airmen helped America, but it comes closer to home, like real close, like a neighbor. Did you know that the Tuskegee Airmen helped to establish many entities of the Black community as leaders, advocates, and examples of Black excellence? They began changing the mindsets of how America locally and nationally saw Black people. Columbus residents and Black immigrants began to learn from the value of home ownership, higher education, and social economics. I had the pleasure of sitting down with John Mitchell and Edward Morass, who were presidents and ex-president of the Tuskegee Airmen Ohio chapter.
That was the first housing built for Black veterans, particularly built for Black veterans. And what happened is when they built the freeway, they cut part of that off.
They cut it in half.
And most of it's gone now, you know. But that was the first part of in any place in the United States. But most of them ended up doing something in the city, running for some kind of office or something like that, and others became doctors, lawyers, teachers. They all did very well, you know.
They maintained their legacy of leaders.
And to me, is the legacy. Okay, because the Tuskegee Airmen, as well as they flew, as well as they were trained, they didn't win the war, World War II. What they did was change America's thought patterns, or their thoughts of what does it mean to be African American, not only for white Americans, but also for a lot of Black Americans, and that's what's evident in Columbus, Ohio. If you look at what was happening in Columbus, Ohio from the 50s to all the way into the 70s, you will find it was really led by a lot of or influenced, that's a better word, not necessarily led, but influenced by these African American Tuskegee Airmen.
Pretty cool, right? Those are the president and the ex-president of the Tuskegee Airmen Ohio chapter. We thank you for their service. We also thank you for tuning in to another episode of History in the Streets. I'm your host, Rita Fuller Yates, and I thank you guys for joining us every week at 6 o'clock. We have changed our time considering school is no longer in, and we're able to spend our time with the adults sharing some history. Mr. Morast and Mr. Mitchell spoke about the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen and the values they brought to the city of Columbus, home ownership, community being one. Hanford Village would be one of the cities one of the communities that many of the men would move to with their families.
Hanford Village was founded in the early 1900s, just east of Columbus, with its own mayor, police force, fire department, businesses, and park. After World War II, a subdivision of Hanford became a segregated community for returning African American veterans to settle using the GI Bill. Hanford then became one of the few places involved in an all African American post-war housing development program in the United States that included the Tuskegee Airmen.
Don't you love our rich Black history? So now when you're driving down Alum Creek, you make a right off of Livingston and you see a development to your right, immediately there is a historical marker that says Hanford Village. Highly recommend you taking a stroll and seeing where our humble beginnings started. So you see, the Hanford Village was a beautiful, segregated community that gave Black people the opportunity to build homes and establish their very own communities. We can thank many of the Tuskegee Airmen who did not only help build the homes, but were a major factor to being an example of leaders and Black excellence. The Hanford community still remains today a major part of our historical story. We don't want to miss any of this story moving forward. Please continue to share this story with your friends and family as you're driving down Livingston. Take a peek inside our little bit of history. Now, we can't talk about the Tuskegee Airmen without talking about legacy. Not only were the men leaders in the community, but they were men of change. They changed the mindset of Black boys and girls about the career of aviation and the freedom of desegregation. We have a couple examples of these people that was perfect examples from Columbus, Ohio, of how the Tuskegee Airman played into his life personally. This particular person's name is David Harris. He was born and raised in Columbus, Ohio, was born on December 22nd, 1934. He was the son of Walter and Ruth Harris. He graduated from the Ohio State University in 1957 with a degree in education. He was finally accepted into the advanced ROTC after a few rejections, that is. And on December 3rd, 1964, quote that, December 3rd, 1964, he became the first Black commercial pilot to work for one of the nation's major carriers, American Airlines. Did you hear me? He's from Columbus, Ohio. Again, thank you, Tuskegee Airmen. I believe in my story that they played a huge part in making it known to David that it was possible and that he could do it because they did it. Thank you again, Tuskegee Airmen. So, the Tuskegee Airmen that didn't make an impact on the young men of Columbus, it's safe to say that David wouldn't have had the courage to continue the mission. Another national figure that would be impacted by the desegregation of the Air Force is Jackie Robinson. We all know his story. We don't need to know much about what he did to change America. But he too would become the first Major League Baseball player due to the color lines being broken. So again, we have to pay attention to the timeline of history and know that one thing affects another thing. White people was sometimes afraid of black excellence. But when one thing opened up, like the Tuskegee Airmen, that opened up opportunities for others, just like David, as well as Jackie. Again, we say thank you to the Tuskegee Airmen. Now, apart from being examples of leaders and legacy, the Tuskegee Airmen knew the power of giving back to the city of Columbus. I think that's huge. Whenever you're a part of legacy, it's very important that you have processes set up so that you can give back. And not only giving back, it allows for your process to continue to grow from generation to generation. Watch this clip and we'll discuss it in a minute.
And what we're doing here is trying to introduce young people to the various careers of education through the Tuskegee Airmen experience, letting people know how important it is to have that education, have that opportunity, and also through the Organization of Black Aerospace Professionals, which we formerly call OBAP, which is basically an organization that, again, tries to do the same thing, is to get young people involved in the various careers in aviation.
So it's pretty cool that they've decided to set up a program that helps your children learn more about aviation. If you have a child interested in aviation, or you notice amazing risk skills, maybe they're not afraid of heights, maybe you see them jumping off of things and never being afraid, you may have a future pilot on your hand. Please contact www.buckeyetiger.com to learn how to get your children involved in this program. It is a wonderful program, and some of the children that have graduated from the program have pursued aviation. So again, where there is a dream, we do have resources available to help your children with it. Thank you again, Tuskegee Airmen. Tuskegee Airmen were not the only ones in position of power. There were Tuskegee Airmen women. I had the honor of sitting down with Pia Jordan, whose mother was a Tuskegee Airman, and she shares her story on how women helped shape America. But before we go, I know we are taking up a lot of your time today, and I thank you guys for joining us for a little bit of history. But before we go, we do have to watch this quick clip of one of our very first Black women stories, and we'll discuss it when we return.
In February 1958, Ruth Carroll Taylor became the first African American to serve as a flight attendant in the United States. Her duties involved taking charge of passenger safety and comfort on a Mohawk Airlines flight from Tompkins County Airport in Ithaca, New York to New York City. Taylor graduated as a registered nurse from the Bellevue School of Nursing in 1955. After working for a few years as a nurse and then an employee of the New York City Transit Authority, she decided to pursue a career as a flight attendant, a position that was widely termed at the time as a stewardess. And more specifically, she was the first African American flight attendant.
So now you know who Ruth Taylor is. It's really important that you take notes of these individuals that made an impact not only locally, but nationally, so that you can share the story. Again, where the history is confidence. And it's really important that we understand where we're rooted in. We're rooted in excellence and greatness. Thank you, Donna Jackson, for continuing to watch me. Thank you, Kenya. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, Gija. Thank you, Teresa. Hey, Vida. That's my partner in crime. Thank you, Al, for continuing to watch us. Now, you guys learned today. I try to keep y'all tight to a half-hour schedule because I know how important it is to be with family on a Sunday evening. But more important, you guys learned some amazing nuggets today. You not only understood why Tuskegee Airmen played an amazing role in Columbus, Ohio, but nationally. You now understand some key players that helped continue to share the story of Tuskegee Airmen. You now understand a resource that you can use to learn more about aviation. You also understand a couple of people that played a major part in being an example. And now you know all about a community that was created specifically to help build our community as Black people. This concludes our episode today of History in the Streets. We will continue this conversation next week. This is a two-parter. Today we talked more about the history of Tuskegee Airmen, and we introduced the conversation of Tuskegee Airmen women. Next week, we're going to finish that conversation regarding the women, because again, sometimes we miss the details. And I believe that the Tuskegee Airmen women is a story that we have yet to hear more about. I am your lifestyle expert and your local historian. I love doing this stuff, you guys. I just absolutely love it. But I need help in growing the community. I don't ask for money, but I will ask for you to share and continue to share to your friends and family so that this history community can continue to grow. I am your lifestyle expert, Rita Fuller Yates. I don't do none of this in vain. Everything I do is to help you grow so that you can know more about where you come from.
Tune in next week as we talk about the lesser known women of the Tuskegee Airmen.
My mother was one of the Tuskegee Airmen nurses. They were officers. The pilot cadets had to salute them, and as one told me, you could look but not touch.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
If you're looking for a great paying part-time job with flexible hours, check out 2020 Census Jobs. Apply today at 2020census.gov/jobs to help strengthen your community.
Right.
Krista Kitty, the dude with Mondo. Yes, Krista Kitty, a practitioner of this art for a long ass time. She knows how to get you feverish, if you catch my drift, which is a lot better than catching my hepatitis C. Oh. No, I'm not part of the Hep C generation. It's just for, mirth and self-deprecation. I'm totally safe. So ladies, if you have really low self-esteem and want revenge on your parents, I'll be around later. All right, so coming up next are two fine people. Krista Kitty is very active in ComFest. She will be performing again tomorrow on the jazz stage at 150 with a hangover with the Circus of Cool, a very hip poetry jazz show. And Mondo, that means world, will be performing tomorrow on this very stage at 12:45 sharp with the Electro Cult Circus. Together they are members of the collective who love the movie The Big Lebowski, and hoping that this next number will really tie the show together. Give it up, give it way up for the Dude and Walter.
But then I tripped on a cloud and fell 8 miles high. I told my mind on a jagged sky. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Yeah, oh yeah, what condition my condition was in. Soul in a deep dry I watched myself crawling out as I was crawling in. Got so tight I couldn't unwind. I saw so much I broke my mind. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Condition just dropped in to see what condition is in. I said I just dropped in to see what condition is in.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Happy ComFest.
I've been coming to ComFest for quite a few years. I haven't been to the last few because it's been rained out. But when it's nice out, I always like to stop by. At least this is my first year working with Clothing Underground. It's really cool. It's really free and it's fun. It's
What is
free
Clothing
spirit. It's half vintage, half new clothing. So we make a lot of the graphic tees that we have, and then we also go thrifting and collect like a bunch of old stuff to resell.
Has it been around for a while? Or?
Yeah, we've had a store on campus for about 3 years. We just recently moved to a new location on Chittenden and High, and it's been really fun. A lot of OSU stuff and just other cool stuff. Yeah, we make all our pins ourselves.
And a little bit about your website?
We don't have a website, but you can find our store at 1652 North High Street.
Okay, I believe I have the card here, yeah. 1652 North High Street, Columbus, Ohio, 43201.
Yep. Happy ComFest!
ComFest. Excellent. Thanks.
Happy ComFest.
Excellent.
Happy ComFest.
God bless you. How about you, sir?
What is it?
To help lower all prescription costs in the state of Ohio.
How long you guys been doing this?
2.5 weeks. We need 300,000 legit signatures for 50,000 shots.
Actually, I go to colleges and I do poems about like consent and rape culture and violence prevention, and particularly around men's roles and all of those things. I think a lot of that comes from thinking about masculinity and thinking critically about how as boys we're taught to be men. And so I'm gonna do a poem kind of around that, which will also relate to the broader theme of this whole set. All right, cool.
Video?
No, we're on camera.
having fun over here? Me too.
Oh, sorry, my badges.
Looking at each other very differently. They were now looking at each other going, ooh, might be you.
Central Ohio Grassroots for Bernie when we could, and it was a good way to get progressive members of our community out. So Mimi and others asked me to do this workshop, and I brought with me.
I need a better angle. Okay, I was gonna leave.
Everything
shapes and things like that. It's just a walk kind of boring, so. Alright, my friend, keep his eyes shut. Alright, give me hands. Go ahead and sit up, look down, clean out your eyes. And I'm ready for your audio when you're ready.
Yeah, I can do that.
Got you okay? Hello, Bob Silver. We need a white balance.
A what balance?
It's not a rainbow balance? You don't have a rainbow balance switch on there?
people, 10,000 people come road through. About 10,000 people coming from the state.
Memories covered in rust, treasures from long ago turned into dust, waiting for storms. notes in the door, and under the boards in the living room floor. Letters from someone new in the past, searched by the flashlight, the shadow of your past. Long since forgotten, still on your mind, left to the wayside, but not left behind. Carry it with us, don't even know why we hold on and let go. Please let me go, leave me
a Peace is Possible booth, and so the person that is into it is Prem Rawat, and he goes around, he's an ambassador for peace all over the world, and everywhere you see on the map where you see a star, he's spoken, and he just tells you how to find peace within.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you guys local or?
We're local here in Columbus, but we are part of something bigger in the whole United States and then also in the world.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Are you going to come back next year?
Definitely.
Excellent. Well, happy ComFest.
Thank you. Happy ComFest to you too.
Hey y'all, happy ComFest. I'm Andrea Downs. I'm a visual artist, activist, and educator, also born and raised in Columbus, Ohio, and currently living in Charlotte, North Carolina, where I've been for the last 11 years. I'm also the creator and organizer of Airing Out the Dirty Laundry, an ongoing community art movement that responds to the silencing of women by creating opportunities for all women to share stories and experiences of strength, unity, hope, and resistance of oppression, injustice, and exclusion through visual storytelling. Once women's anonymous or signed pieces are created, they are joined together on laundry clotheslines in pop-up and longer installations so that communities can engage with and reveal women's stories. In the last 2 years, more than 400 women from 10 states have participated in airing out the dirty laundry by creating pieces and sharing stories. And their stories have been joined together in more than 30 installations, both locally here in Charlotte and at ComFest, actually, for the last 2 years. I am inviting any woman that is ages 18 and older to participate in the next virtual laundry day, which is being offered on Saturday, June 27th from 11 a.m. until noon. And that virtual laundry day will be also happening in partnership with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library and a local visual artist and spoken word poet, Shane Maynor. And in addition, it will be live streamed from the Mint Museum Uptown here in Charlotte, where the full collection of more than 400 women's stories are currently joined together in an installation and waiting for for approval to be open to the public, hopefully in the next 3 weeks or so. But I would invite all of you to participate in this ongoing community art movement. If Saturday does not work for your schedule, you can go to my website for the project. It is aotdl.org. You can also follow me on Instagram at Women's Laundry. But the whole purpose and admission of this ongoing community art movement is to create space for women's stories. So please consider participating this Saturday if you are available, and if not, please look into how you might like to engage in being a part of this. But again, happy ComFest. Hope to see you all on Saturday. If not, please reach out anytime, and I'd love to talk to you in the future. Take care. Hey, y'all.
Krista Kitty.
Hi everybody, it's Amy from ETSS, and I want to wish you a happy ComFest. I want to remind you, if you haven't already, to make sure that you fill out your census and make sure that you are helping young people register to vote, or make sure that you yourself are registering and are voting in the upcoming election. Thank you.